Section 1 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2, Section 1. Virginia, January 1, 1787. Preached at Brother Moss's on 2 Chronicles 15, 12, 13, on the people's entering into covenant with God. Tuesday, 2. We rode near 50 miles on our way to Westmoreland. Next day, by hard riding, we came to Pope's, in Westmoreland. But I have not been more weary many times in my life. Saturday and Sunday. Attended the quarterly meeting in the Northern Neck. There were many simple and loving testimonies delivered in the love feast. Thursday, 11. Rode through the snow to Fairfield. Here a Captain R. had turned the people out of the barn in which worship was held, and threatened to take Brother Pop to jail if he did not show his authority for preaching. After all this vaporing of the valiant captain, when the affair was brought before the court, Captain R. found it convenient to ask pardon of our brother, although he sat upon the bench in his own cause. So the matter ended. The Lord is at work in the Neck. More than 100 have been added to the society since conference, who are a simple, loving, tender people. We had a good time on Friday the 12th. I spoke on Acts 26:18. I think God has spoken by me to S.S., a wild man, but the Lord can tame him. O Lord, speak for thyself. Sunday, 14. We had a crowd at the Presbyterian Meeting House in Lancaster, to whom I delivered a very rough discourse. It was a close and searching time, and we had many communicants, both white and colored. Tuesday, 16. Preached at the church on the love of Christ. I find it hard to the flesh to ride 15 or 20 miles every day and perform the duties of my station, especially when indisposed and suffering therefrom the bodily pain incident thereto. Lord, give me patience. I feel uncommon affection for the people here. Wednesday, 17. I had a crowd of careless sinners at Mrs. Ball's, who was a famous heroine for Christ. A lady came by craft and took her from her own house, and with tears, threats, and entreaties, urged her to desist from receiving the preachers, and Methodist preaching, but all in vain. She had felt the sting of death some years before, and was a most disconsolate soul. Having now found the way, she would not depart therefrom. Thursday, 18. Rode 10 miles to the ferry, but being unable to cross, I returned to Mrs. B.'s. Next morning I came away before day, and reached Shackford's. Saturday, 20. Preached at Douglas's, very low in body and spirit. Sunday and Monday, 21, 22. Cold times in religion in this circuit, Gloucester, compared with the great times we have had in Lancaster. Tuesday, 23. Came off early and preached in Yorktown to some well-behaved women. Dined with Mr. Mitchell and went on to dear brother Weldon's, whose heart and hands were open. Wednesday, 24. According to appointment, I attended at Williamsburg. I had about 5 from the country, and about 15 hearers from the town, besides a few blacks and children. I spoke with freedom on "They Made Light of It." I returned through the rain, but hope to receive no harm. He guards our souls, he keeps our breath, where thickest dangers come. Go and return, secure from death, till God commands thee home. Friday, 26. We waited 4 hours in the rain before we could cross the ferry at Old Jamestown. It was 2 hours after night when we came to Brother Mooring's. Tuesday, 30. We held a quarterly meeting at Craney Island. The weather prevented many from attending. I was blessed in the company of the preachers. Wednesday, 31. I enlarged on "What shall the end be of them who obey not the gospel of God?" I observed to them that the gospel had once been taken away from them, and that they ought to lay it seriously to heart, lest it should be the case again. We had some quickening in the sacrament and at the love feast. Thence I went through Portsmouth and preached on Ye are now returned to the Shepherd and Bishop of your souls. Saturday, February 3. Visited my old friend Fulford. He is feeble in body and not much at ease in his worldly possessions, yet happy in God. Brother Poythress frightened me with the idea of the great swamp, the east end of the Dismal, but I could not consent to ride 60 miles round. So we ventured through, and neither we nor our horses received any injury. Praise the Lord. Our passing unharmed through such dangerous and unhealthy weather feelingly assures me that I am kept by the immediate interposition of His providence. I preached in the new chapel, I hope not in vain. I am now surrounded with waters and hideous swamps near the head of Pasquotank River. North Carolina, Thursday 8. Came on, wet and unwell, to Proby's. Went on to Nixonton, where I had many to hear, and was blessed in my own soul, and, I think, spoke to the cases of some of my audience. Friday 9. I had a long ride of nearly 50 miles to Gates County. We stopped at one Newby's, one of the Society of Friends, who entertained us kindly. We reached Sister Gibson's cold and weary. The poor flesh complains, but my soul enjoys peace and sweetness. Sunday 11. We had a large congregation and an open time at Knotty Pine Chapel. Here we have a little revival. Tuesday 13. I had about 60 people at Wickocon. I spoke as I felt on Jeremiah 13:11. I mourned over the people and left them. I came to Hardy's, where I spoke with some light on Matthew 22:5. I unhappily ran a splinter into my leg, which has alarmed me. I found we had to go 12 miles by water and send the horses another way. Oh, what a world of swamps and rivers and islands we live in here. I met Brother B and A, 2 devoted young men, the former a native of Maryland, the latter of Virginia. At the desire of several of the brethren, I preached at Washington, where many collected in the courthouse, whom I addressed on my favorite text, 1 Timothy 1:15. 3 miles on the water, and riding 3 more on roads under the water, such is the inundated state of the country, made our jaunt unpleasant. Thursday 22. We set off for Newbern. Stopped at Kemp's Ferry, kept by Curtis, where we were kindly entertained gratis. I feel heaviness through labor and temptation, yet I am given up to God. Friday 23. I arrived at Newbern. I felt the power of death as I journeyed along. We rode round the town and could get no certain information about preaching, Brother Cole being absent. We were at last taken in at Mr. Lathrop's. The place and people were in such a state that I judged, by my own feelings, it would be as well to leave them just as I found them, and so I did. Tuesday 27. It was rather a dry time at the love feast and sacrament. There was some life and melting while I enforced, Look unto me, and be ye saved, all ye ends of the earth. We then rode to H's on Island Creek. I went alone into the woods, and had sweet converse with God. At night we were poorly provided against the weather. The house was unfinished. And, to make matters worse, a horse kicked the door open, and I took a cold, and had the toothache, with a high fever. Thursday, March 1. I had more hearers, and they were more attentive than I expected. I trust it was a profitable time. Rode to Brother Johnson's. Without the labor of slaves, he manages to have abundance for man and beast. Tuesday, 6. My horse is stiff and almost foundered, and there is an appearance of a swelling on his head. I've always had hard struggles to get to Charleston. Lord, give me patience, and bear me up. Wednesday, 7. Crossed the main fork of Black River and came through a wild country to Colonel R's. The colonel's wife is a tender, devoted woman. Thursday and Friday, 8, 9. Directed our course to the south. Crossed Cape Fear and reached Downing Creek. Rested a day at W's, a kind people, but without religion. South Carolina, Sunday 11. Preached at Robinson's new courthouse. Rode in the evening to M's. Crossed Little Petey, stopped at S's, ate a morsel, and came on to Buck Swamp. Thursday 15. Preached at the new church at S's. Here I heard that Dr. Coke was in Charleston. Proceeded thence to the Widow Port's, where I had much ado to prevail on Brother H. to stay. We rode nearly 50 miles to get to Georgetown. Here the scene was greatly changed. Almost the whole town came together to hear the word of the Lord. We arrived in Charleston and met Dr. Coke. Here we have already a spacious house prepared for us, and the congregations are crowded and solemn. Sunday 25. I enlarged on, I had rather be a doorkeeper in the house of God than to dwell in the tents of wickedness. At night again on Isaiah 45:22. We held our conference in this city. Tuesday 27. We exchanged sentiments on matters freely. Wednesday 28. The doctor treated on the qualifications and duties of a deacon. Thursday 29. Our conference ended. Friday 30. I left the city and rode 30 miles, although my horse had been injured by overfeeding. Next day I rode 40 miles through the rain and begged a lodging with Dr. W. Sunday, April 1. We came to Santee Ferry, and there was such an overflowing of water in our route that we had to swim upon our horses several times. My horse performed so well that I was not wet much higher than my knees. That day we rode 30 miles, and the next day 50 miles, and came to Moore's. Here we met with Brother R. Swift, who had been near death, but then was recovering. We advised him to go with us for his life. The people here begin to feel, and yield to the power of truth. Wednesday 4. At Camden I preached on They Made Light of It. Thence we rode on to Quarterly Meeting, where I met with a multitude of people who were desperately wicked. But God hath wrought among them. We had little rest by day or night. Friday 6. Rode 40 miles to preaching at Jackson's, and then to Brother Pace's. Saturday and Sunday, 7-8. Attended Anson Quarterly Meeting in North Carolina. The doctor preached on the love of Christ, and I on the grace of God that bringeth salvation. Sacrament followed. From Saturday to Saturday, I have ridden about 300 miles, and have preached only about half the time. Oh, may the Lord seal and water his own word, that all this toil of man and beast be not in vain. Tuesday 10. The doctor and myself preached to a few simple people at W's, I hope not in vain. At our next meeting we had many hearers. We have scarcely time to eat or sleep. North Carolina, Thursday 12. I preached at Salisbury. Afterward rode to Huggins's, where we had many hearers and a melting among the people. Good Friday, 13. I was much led out at Caton's. Thence to M. Knight's chapel, where we found a living people. Saturday, 14. We hasted to C.Y. Church, where we had many people. After riding 22 miles, we had another meeting about 6 o'clock, and about midnight got to bed. Sunday, 15. Rose about 6 o'clock and went to Newman's Church, where the doctor and myself both preached. The people were rather wild, and we were unwell. I came to Arnett's about 8 o'clock, having ridden 40 miles. The doctor went by Dick's Ferry and did not get in until near midnight. Monday, 16. Rode to Jeremiah White's, and on Tuesday about 50 miles to Page Mann's in Charlotte County, Virginia. Virginia, Wednesday, 18. Rode to Rough Creek. On Thursday the 19th our conference began at William White's. We had much preaching, morning, noon, and night, and some souls were converted to God. Saturday, 21. I gave them a discourse on Jeremiah 3:15, and I will give you pastors according to my heart. Sunday, 22. The doctor spoke on the qualifications of a deacon, and I gave them a charge. Some said there were 3,000 people to hear. It was a solemn, weighty time. Monday, 23. We called at Hampton and Sydney College in Prince Edward. The outside has an unwieldy, uncommon appearance for a seminary of learning. What the inside is, I know not. The president, Mr. I. Smith, is a discreet man who conducts himself well. About 11:30 we reached John Finney's in Amelia, having ridden about 60 miles. I want to live more constantly in the spirit of prayer. Wednesday, 25. Preached at I.A.'s and then rode to Manchester, where I preached again. The doctor preached in Richmond. Thursday, 26. Went onwards to the north. We have made it a point to pray in the families where we lodge, whether public or private, and generally where we stop for refreshment. Saturday, 28. At night the doctor preached in Alexandria, and again on the Sabbath morning to many hearers. We were kindly entertained on Sunday night at S. Turner's, near Bladensburg, Maryland, and on Monday reached Baltimore about noon. Maryland. We had some warm and close debates in conference, but all ended in love and peace. After much fatigue and trouble, our conference ended on Monday, the 6th of May. We went forward to Perry Hall. Thence we went to Cokesbury, drew a deed for the conveyance of the property of the college, and settled our temporal matters there. Wednesday, May 9. Many attended at Elkton, and we were received by the Rudolph family with great respect. Thursday, 10. We attended at Wilmington at noon, and at Chester at night. Friday, 11. We reached Philadelphia, where the doctor preached that and the following evening. We spent the Sabbath in the city, and on Monday came to Trenton, where we found a lifeless people. New Jersey, Tuesday, 15. The doctor preached with life in the Episcopal Church at Elizabethtown, and we had a good time. New York, Wednesday, 16. Arrived in New York and rested. On Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, the doctor preached with great energy and acceptance. Tuesday, 22. After long silence, I preached on, "For Zion's sake I will not hold my peace, and for Jerusalem's sake I will not rest." Rode 20 miles on Long Island to Hempstead Harbor, and preached with some liberty in the evening. I am now out of the city, and have time to reflect. My soul turns to its rest, and to its labor for souls, in which I can live more by rule. Thursday, 24. I rose very sick, felt solemn and devoted to God. I preached in a paper mill on, "If any man will do his will, he shall know of the doctrine, whether it be of God." I preached at Mosquito Cove, where many attended notwithstanding the rain. There was a power went with the word. Saturday, 26. Rode to . Our friends had procured the Presbyterian Church for me. I felt a spirit of life on these words, "Be ready to give an answer to every man that asketh you a reason of the hope that is in you." I called to see my old friend and assistant, James Glacebrook, who was the first preacher I traveled with upon a regular appointment in England. He is now a Presbyterian minister, much changed in his outward man, but I believe his sentiments are much the same as when I first knew him. The Lord be with and bless him. Sunday, 27. I came to Harper's, where we have a little new house, and about 30 members. I hope and expect in a few years to see a circuit of 6 weeks formed here, and 400 or 500 members in society. The people on this island who hear the gospel are generally poor, and these are the kind I want, and expect to get. I have had great assistance and freedom in speaking. Monday, 28. Came to York. Preached at night on, "They that are after the flesh do mind the things of the flesh, and they that are after the Spirit, the things of the Spirit." I found it necessary to stop Brother Hickson from going to Nova Scotia. Brother C. is married, and I expect Brother Jessup will go alone. Tuesday, 29. I delivered a close and awful discourse on "They shall come from the east, and from the west, and from the north, and from the south, and sit down with Abraham, and Isaac, and Jacob," etc. 1. A scriptural view of the kingdom of heaven. 2. The subjects or citizens thereof. 3. Sit down with Abraham, famous for faith; Isaac for justice, truth, meditation, and walking with God; and Jacob, mighty in prayer. I was in prayer until near midnight. O Lord, make me all life and love, patience and resignation under the troubles of the church, and disappointment of its ministers. Sunday, June 3. I had a gracious time on 2 Corinthians 4, 1-4. Ordained E. Cooper a deacon. In the afternoon my soul had peace whilst I enlarged on Matthew 18:15 to the end. Tuesday, 5. Preached on "No man having put his hand to the plow and looking back is fit for the kingdom of heaven." I felt freedom and power in speaking. Wednesday, 6. Met leaders and trustees, and after some explanation, settled matters relative to singing in public worship. I preached at the poorhouse on "Whosoever shall call on the name of the Lord shall be saved." My soul has peace. I keep myself busy in visiting the families of the society, or the sick, or meeting class if some other business does not call me. Sunday, 10. I had some life in preaching on Luke 4:18, and in the afternoon on "I thank thee, O Father, Lord of heaven and earth, because thou hast hid these things from the wise and prudent," etc. I left the city in great union with the Lord and with the church. My soul is variously exercised. I want the country air, and to live more in the spirit and solitude of prayer. Came to Eastchester and preached in the shell of the new church on "Today if ye will hear his voice, harden not your hearts." The power of God was felt. I came to the widow Bartow's, where I lay sick 15 years ago, and was treated with the greatest tenderness. May the Lord reward them all 100-fold, and convert their souls. Tuesday, 12. I found it the same at New Rochelle town as in time past. Will it always be so? If there is no change, I shall trouble them no more. In the afternoon I rode to C's, where I labored many years ago, and there is some fruit remaining to this day. Wednesday, 13. We had a long and warm ride to North Castle. Here a multitude were gathered together, to whom I spoke in an orchard on "Him hath God exalted with his right hand to be a prince and savior, to give repentance unto Israel, and remission of sins." I was quite unwell, faint yet pursuing. Rode to R's of the Society of Friends, who received us with great love. At H's a multitude came to hear, whom I exhorted to "seek the Lord while he might be found." I was happy in being alone. I poured out my soul to God for the whole work, and the dear people and preachers of my charge. My body is weak, my soul enjoys peace. I have power over all sin, and possess a spirit of prayer and watchfulness. I feel myself dead to all below, and desire to live only for God and souls. End of Section 1. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 2 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Friday, 15. I preached to a listening multitude at Peekskill, and was alarming and close on "By grace ye are saved through faith." I thought there were no people here of spiritual understanding, but I was informed, to my comfort, that a number of simple-hearted people had formed themselves into a society for prayer. Perhaps these will be some of the first fruits in this place. Saturday, 16. Rode over the mountain, and was gratified with the sight of a remarkable recess for the Americans during the last war. the names of Andre and Arnold, with which misfortune and treachery are so unhappily and intimately blended, will give celebrity to West Point, had it been less deserving of notice than its wonderful appearance really makes it. It is commanded by mountains rising behind, and appears to be impregnable. There are blockhouses on the east, and on the west, stores, barracks, and fortifications. From West Point we crossed a high mountain and came to Newburgh. Sunday, 17. In the love feast, sacrament, and public exercises, we were employed nearly 7 hours. There was some life in the love feast, but the congregation appeared very little moved under preaching. Monday, 18. I presume I had nearly 700 hearers at Allen's, to whom I spoke with some power on Luke 11:13. I baptized several adults and some children, and came to W's and baptized others. Thence to Mr. Ellis's, whose wife, a Dutch lady, entertained us like a queen. I visited Colonel P., supposed to be at the point of death. After a close examination, I administered the sacrament to him. New Jersey, Wednesday, 20. I came to Warwick, where I suppose not less than 1,000 people were collected. I was very low both in body and spirit, but felt stirred up at the sight of such a congregation, and was moved and quickened while I enlarged on Galatians 1:4. I baptized some and administered the sacrament to many communicants. Thursday, 21. A multitude attended at B's in a barn. Here God hath wrought a great work for a poor, blind, ignorant people. Friday, 22. I preached at the Stone Church after riding upwards of 30 miles. We then rode until 10 o'clock in the night through a heavy rain. I was much tried in body and mind. I had nothing to eat but a little bread and milk, and that made me sick. Saturday, 23. We had a good time at Sweezy's. After administering the sacrament, we had another long ride after night. Sunday, 24. I preached in the woods to nearly 1,000 people. I was much oppressed by a cold, and felt very heavy in body and soul. Like Jonah, I went and sat down alone. I had some gracious feelings in the sacrament. Others also felt the quickening power of God. I baptized a number of infants and adults, by sprinkling and by immersion. I felt my body quite weary in, but my spirit not of, the work of God. Tuesday, 26. Preached at W. Wallace's to a dull, contracted people. Since last Monday 2 weeks, I have ridden about 350 miles. Pennsylvania, Wednesday, 27. We had a warm ride through a fertile, pleasant country to Trenton, and on Thursday the 28th to Philadelphia. Here I found T.V. had scattered firebrands and thrown dirt to bespatter us. Friday and Saturday, 29-30. Taken up in writing letters, packing up books, and begging for the college. Sunday, July 1. Preached 3 times in the city of Philadelphia. On Monday, too, to a few simple-hearted souls at Radnor. Tuesday, 3. We had a flat time at the Valley. Wednesday, 4. We had a few feeling souls at Oakland. Afterward went to Coventry Forge. Saturday, 7. I had some energy in preaching to a few people at Morganstown. Sunday, 8. Preached at Evans's Rich Land, a poor people for religion. I hope, nevertheless, that God will visit them. Monday, 9. Preached at I. Miller's, who has a pious wife. Friday, 13. We rode to Hagerstown, and found it a journey of about 50 miles. We and our horses were weary enough. I was sorry to hear that the people came twice to hear me last year, and the lameness of my horse caused me to disappoint them. Saturday, 14. At 5 o'clock in the evening the courthouse was opened. A few of the great and many of the poor attended, to whom I spoke with divine assistance. I preached again on Sunday at 11 o'clock. I find TV has misrepresented us as having cast off Mr. Wesley, making this a plea for his reordination. Virginia, Monday, 16. Set out for the Springs. In the first place, we missed our way. Then my baggage horse ran back 2 miles. I was tried not a little. Oh, how sad the reflection, that matters trifling as these should make a person so uneasy. We reached the Springs about 7 o'clock. I preached the 2 following days with some satisfaction. By advancing £9 for nails and planks, I engaged Brother Eaton to have our chapel covered by the 1st of August. Maryland, Friday 20. We had a heavy ride to Old Town. We met with a kind reception, and had a reviving season in the family. Saturday 21. Was a day of rest to my soul and body. Preached on Canticles 4:16. Sunday 22. We had sacrament, attended with some power, in the evening. Tuesday 24. There were to have been great doings at Cumberland, but Mr. B., a minister, failed coming. I had a good time in Mr. Bell's mill on Thou art fairer than the sons of men. We had feeling and weeping at Barrett's. My subject, I sleep, but my heart waketh, etc., 8 or 9 verses. I feel a sweetness of spirit, and much of the love of Christ. Came to Cresseps. Friday 27. Ordained Brother Phoebus deacon, and had a serious time. Sunday 29. At Jones's, all death, death, death. My mind was devoted to God. I administered the sacrament, but could find no openings. Rode to Old Town. 6 years ago I preached in this place, when there was scarcely a soul that knew anything of God. Now there are 60 in membership, many of whom are happy in the knowledge of the truth. We held a love feast, and had a quickening time. Tuesday 31. Rode to the Springs, Bath, much tried in spirit. I gave myself to reading and prayer. Wednesday, August 1. Preached at Bath. Sunday 5. Preached on Peter 3:9 to a large congregation, with but little liberty. Monday 6. I began my lectures on the prophecies by Bishop Newton, and had more hearers than I expected. The weather is very warm. Many are sickly, and continued changes of comers and goers. All this leaves but little opportunity for prayer. I forbear reading on account of my eyes, lest I should not be able to read in public. Tuesday and Wednesday, 7-8. Had very few to hear, so I gave them up. Everything that is good is in low estimation at this place. I will return to my own studies. If the people are determined to go to hell, I am clear of their blood. My soul is clothed in sackcloth, and covered with ashes before the Lord. Thursday 9. I enjoy some peace. Friday 10. I feel a calm within, and the want of more life, and more love to God, and more patience with sinners. I read my testament. Oh, what a weariness would life be without God, and love, and labor. The first 2 weeks of my time at Bath have been spent in carrying on the building of the new chapel, reading Newton on the prophecies, visiting, bathing, etc. My soul has been under great trials at times, but hitherto the Lord has helped. Tuesday 21. Oh, how sweet will labor, and Christian society, and the solitary woods be to me. Thursday 23. I have been under great exercises, but was divinely assisted in preaching on The eyes of the Lord are over the righteous, etc. Sunday 26. I preached on How beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of him that bringeth good tidings, etc. It was a solemn time. My soul was stayed upon God. We had a melting sacrament and love feast, and many spoke. The devil is angry, and so are his children. Brother Watcoat spoke at the steps, and it was with difficulty the people kept themselves within decent bounds of respect. Virginia, Friday 31. I gave them my farewell address at Bath, and had many hearers. Saturday, September 1. I set out in the rain and came to the Widow Stroud's, where I met with T.V., who made some acknowledgments for what he had said in the heat of his zeal at Philadelphia and at Bath. Sunday, 2. I attended at a place where everyone has liberty to preach, but it so happened that no one had an appointment there but myself. The Methodists would do well to withdraw from this as a preaching place in their circuit. I had a large congregation at Shepherdstown, to whom I spoke on Luke 4:18. I have had some trials and great consolations, and at times it is a paradise regained with me since I left Bath and the wicked there. Maryland, Friday 7. I had a cold time at Reister's on Woe to them that are at ease in Zion. Thence I rode to the new church, where I had much more life. Came to Baltimore. The weather is extremely warm. Sunday, 9. Preached in the morning. My text, Thou art fairer than the sons of men. In the afternoon at Mr. Otterbine's church, and at night on They shall come from the east, and from the west, and from the north, and from the south, etc. Large crowds attended. I was straitened in speaking. The following was a week of haste and business. Wednesday I went to Perry Hall, thence to Cokesbury, fixed the price of board and the time for opening the college. On Friday I returned to Baltimore. In the midst of business my mind is calm. Sunday, 16. Preached at Town and Point. On Monday the people waited nearly 2 hours at Evans's before I arrived, owing to my horse being out of the way. I found he had stuck a nail into his foot, so that I had to leave him. Under these discouraging circumstances I was much exercised. Nevertheless, I had liberty in speaking, and there was a melting time among the people. Thence I hastened to Hunt's Chapel, where I enlarged on I know you, that you have not the love of God in you. I rode by I.C.'s gate, an old stand of mine. It is now, in two senses, fallen into decay. The want of religion oftentimes causes the want of economy. Ah, how do the persons and fashions of this world pass away! Tuesday, 18. I found the work of God in a reviving state at G's. Wednesday, 19. I had a liberal opening at Wilson's on Whosoever shall call on the name of the Lord shall be saved. Thence I hasted to the Fork Church and preached on Canticles 3, 1-6. I lamented the gaiety of the children of Methodists, but yet they do not appear to be so full of enmity against God and his people as other children. I hasted to Cokesbury, it being the examination. Some gentlemen and some triflers were present. Friday I preached at Joseph Dallam's. Saturday, 22. I preached at Havre de Grace on Acts 2:23. Sunday, 23. I had a large congregation at Elkton, and some power attended the word. In the evening spoke at Isaac Harshay's. Monday, 24. I had a large, solemn congregation at Wilmington. I feel a persuasion that God will revive his work at this place. Tuesday, 25. I attended at Chester, and next day came to Philadelphia. I had liberty in speaking on Canticles 5, 6-10. On Thursday and Friday I had not freedom as I wished. I was seized with a violent headache, exceeding anything as I thought I had ever felt. Saturday, 29. I felt a little better. My mind was stayed upon God. Sunday, 30. We had a good sacramental occasion. In the afternoon Brother Willis preached, and at night I had some enlargement on Ephesians 4, 17-19. Wednesday, October 3. I met the people and explained the nature and design of the college. Thursday 4. I preached on the primitive design of the church. Friday 5. We had an uncommon love feast, a gracious season, much speaking. On Saturday I met a class, and on Sunday 7 there was life in the administration of the sacrament. I felt humbled before the Most High. I trust the Lord will revive his work and make his power known. Monday 8. I came to Chester and preached on My Grace is Sufficient for Thee. Delaware, Tuesday 9. I had unusual freedom in speaking at Aaron Matson's. Thence I pushed on through the rain and was sorely tempted to complain. Wednesday 10. I was at Wilmington, and next day came late to Dickinson's. I visited Duck Creek Crossroads, where we have a comfortable house, which cost about £200. Saturday 13. Came to Dover very unwell, and Brother I.E. preached in my stead. Sunday 14. I read prayers and preached on 2 Timothy 3:10, and solemnly set apart Jacob Brush and Ira Ellis for the office of deacon. I trust it was a profitable time. I spent 2 days at Thomas White's. Tuesday 16. I preached the funeral sermon of Joshua Barrack, a faithful, steady man, who had followed the Lord about 10 years. My text was, These all died in the faith. Thursday 18. I had divine aid in preaching at Milford's. The house was open, and the day was cold. Friday 19. Came in the evening to Shankland's. Here I found the people in disorder and violence about the election. Some had gone so far as to take up firearms. Sunday morning, 21. Before sacrament I preached on Psalm 2, 24-25, and then in Lewistown on God sent not his Son into the world to condemn the world, etc. Tuesday and Wednesday, 23-24. I had a good time at quarterly meeting, at the Sound Church. Thence, through a barren, sandy country, we came to Evans's church, where we had a good and gracious time, more so than I have felt for some time. From Evans's we rode to the beach, and gratified our curiosity with a sight of the raging, roaring sea. Wednesday 24. I spoke closely upon the discipline of the church. My subject, All Scripture is given by inspiration of God, and is profitable for doctrine, etc. After meeting, we had a very long ride to Brother Bowen's. Maryland, Friday, 26. After preaching at Pennell's on I will give them a heart to know me, etc., I rode in the evening to Downing's. Saturday 27. Reached Paramore's at night. Sunday 28. We had a gracious time indeed. Monday 29. There were life and power among the people in the sacrament and love feast. I was greatly comforted to find the Lord had greatly blessed the labors of Brother S., and that a revival had taken place all around the circuit. In the evening I rode to Burton's in Virginia. The former inhabitants have gone to the dust. It seemed as if I was let into heaven while I enlarged on, Behold what manner of love the Father hath bestowed upon us, that we should be called the sons of God. We have 20 miles and sometimes more a day to travel, but we have fine roads, kind friends, and good entertainment. Thursday, November 1. The people coming in still after I began caused me to lengthen out my discourse. Came afterward to Captain Burton's, and spoke with life and consolation. Friday 2. Was a day of sore exercise of soul, and barren preaching. I visited Mr. R., and administered the sacrament to him. Rested that evening with Mr. Curtis. Saturday 3. Quarterly meeting. I was close on keeping the feast, and on discipline. Some felt the word. Sunday 4. Preached on Thou shalt arise and favor Zion. I believe God will make his power known, and I trust Brother Everett will be made a blessing, as well by strictness of discipline as by faithful preaching. Monday 5. I had a few living people at Phoebus's. My soul is given up to God, but I have felt Satan near. Lord help, or I perish. Sunday 11. I had some light in preaching at the Fork Chapel. Spent the evening with Brother Ennell. Monday 12. I preached at Hooper's. Thence I rode to Johnson's Chapel and spoke on 2 Timothy 8-12. I had some enlargement. After riding 30 miles and preaching twice, we held a watch night at Todd's. Sunday 18. We went to church at Cambridge and heard a sermon. Afterward I spoke to a large congregation at Tucker's on Romans 10:1-4. Upon the whole, it has been a laborious, trying time of late. Tuesday 20. We rode through excessive rain 30 miles. Our quarterly meeting at Fraser's Chapel was large and lively. I had very few to hear at Dr. Allen's. The fiery edge is greatly worn off there. Thursday 22. We had a feeling time at Bolingbroke, but it is not here as in months past. Oh, how soon does the power of religion decline! I came to Easton, Talbot County, where we had a watch night, and the gentry had a ball. Friday 23. We had a gracious season at the Bayside, where many attended. Saturday 24. My soul is dejected. Oh, that it were perfectly resigned to the will of God. Sunday 25. I stopped at Keats on my way to Kent Island. Although under a great depression of spirits, I was uncommonly let out whilst I enlarged on Woe to them that are at ease in Zion, to a large assembly of people. Monday 26. My mind is still depressed. I called on poor Colonel H., who bears his imprisonment for debt with great fortitude. I had a good time at Bordley's, notwithstanding 2 drunken men came in and made some disturbance. Friday 30. Cold, straitened for time at Tuckahoe. Something better at Choptank. I here heard of the conduct of A.C.S.O. He is gone from us at last. There were many people at Barrett's Chapel during quarterly meeting, but I had little life in speaking. Monday, December 3. We had a melting time at Queen Anne's Chapel. I enforced, because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. Tuesday 4. At Chestertown I had but little life on Isaiah 53:1-5. At night the Lord was with us indeed, while I enforced, Let your moderation be known to all men. Wednesday 5. After preaching at Wharton Chapel, we set out to cross the bay, and were on the water until 10 o'clock at night. Thursday 6. We opened our college and admitted 25 students. I preached on Trust in the Lord and do good. On the Sabbath I spoke on O man of God, there is death in the pot. And on Monday, they are the seed of the blessed of the Lord, and their offspring with them. From Cokesbury I came to Baltimore, where I was closely employed, and much in haste about temporal concerns. Saturday 15. I had a cold ride to Annapolis, and but few to hear me on Sunday morning. Brother H. attempted to travel with me, but was soon glad to resign. My soul has been kept in peace, and for 3 weeks past I have enjoyed a most devoted frame of mind. Thursday 20. We must now direct our course for Lancaster, Virginia, through a barren route of 60 miles. This is the only uncultivated part of Maryland, and God will surely visit these people, and bless them in his own time, if they hear his voice. We crossed Patuxent River at sunrise. Brother James, having undertaken to be our guide, led us 10 miles out of our way. Bearing near to Port Tobacco, we came to the ferry, crossed about sunset, and put up at Mrs. H.'s, where we paid 8 shillings for our oats, and 6 for our fodder. All this exclusive of charge for lodging, as she said. End of Section 2. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 3 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Friday, 21. Reached Pope's sometime in the night. On Saturday I read the Apostolical Canons, published by Johnson. Curious enough. He is a violent churchman, and appears to have little charity for the Presbyterians, upon whom he is unmercifully severe. I have been sorely tempted, and at sword's point with the enemy. Sunday, 23. I had very little life in preaching to a few dead souls at Pope's. On Monday, at Hutt's, it was nearly the same both in preaching and sacrament. In the evening, at Brother Cannon's, the Lord powerfully broke into my soul, and the cloud disappeared. That night, while sleeping, I dreamed I was praying for sanctification, and God very sensibly filled me with love, and I waked shouting, "Glory, glory to God." My soul was all in a flame. I had never felt so much of God in my life, and so I continued. This was on Christmas Day, a great day to me. I rode to the widow Wallard's and preached on "For this purpose was the Son of God manifested, that he might destroy the works of the devil." During the last 5 days we have ridden 140 miles. We crossed Wicomico and came to G's. Death prevails here. My spirit was clothed in sackcloth. Saturday and Sunday, 29:30. Held quarterly meeting at Lancaster Meeting House. There was a large gathering and some life on the first day. On Sunday there was much snow, and only about 300 people attended. I ordained E. Ellis a deacon. Tuesday, January 1, 1788. Preached at the Widow Ball's on Psalm 90:12. Thursday, 3. Crossed the Rappahannock and came to G's, but did not feel free to stay. I went on to Blake's. Came to Brother Billips's in Kingston Parish, Gloucester County. Here we were at home, and happy in our religious exercises. During the last 100 miles of our journey, we have preached very little for the want of appointments. We left Brother Billips's, and after riding 40 miles, and preaching by the way, we came to Cappahokie Ferry. But being unable to cross, we rode on 10 miles to the Widow Rose. Tuesday, 8. There being a storm of rain and a thaw, we set out to cross the river at York. We succeeded, but with some difficulty. I had had some distressing apprehensions of this. I preached at B's on "How beautiful upon the mountains are the feet," etc. We came to James River. The ice was in the way, yet we pushed through safely to the opposite shore, and arrived at moorings just as the quarterly meeting ended. Nevertheless, we too had a meeting, and the cry of glory was heard in great life. God is among these people. Brother Cox thinks that not less than 1,400, white and black, have been converted in Sussex Circuit the past year, and Brother Easter thinks there are still more in Brunswick Circuit. I preached at P's in Nansemond Circuit, thence to Cowlings, and preached on Isaiah 53, 1-4. We came on to Sleepy Hole Ferry. Being unable to get our horses over, we walked 5 miles to Turner's. Sunday, 13. I had some liberty on Isaiah 52, 6-8. Monday, 14. We continued our meeting nearly 4 hours, but had little satisfaction by reason of the extreme cold. There is a growth in religion here since last year. We came to Portsmouth, but too late. The ice hindered. However, I preached at 3 o'clock. Next day it rained, and few attended, so that, upon the whole, we had but a low time there. I preached at N. Wilson's. Here I had an interview with I.M. He wants to go into the old church. I had a great and good time at Brother Williams's on Isaiah 35, 3-5. The power and love of God were manifested and felt. North Carolina, Sunday, 20. I preached at Colonel Jarvis's, and on Monday at Saunders's. Dull times at both these places. Tuesday, 22. At Coenjoch. There is a death here. Blank has been experimenting on extremes. Wise doctrine, hard discipline. I doubt whether it will end well. I have ridden about 80 miles and preached 4 times to about 800 people, most of whom were dead and ignorant. Yet I hope God will arise. Currituck, a pleasant place. I rode along the shore and enjoyed the view of its banks of evergreen. I preached at Camden Courthouse with freedom, but the people appeared insensible. After meeting, we rode, hungry and cold, to Brother C's. Thursday, 24. We had a violent storm, so we kept within doors, and man and beast were well provided for. Friday, 25. Was an uncommonly cold and windy day. I nevertheless attempted to preach at Richardson's chapel. In the evening visited W.P. Saturday, 26, and Sunday, 27. We had cold weather, and a cold people at the quarterly meeting at Flatty Creek Chapel. On Sabbath evening, I preached at Nixonton. Monday, 28. Rode to Gates's, and next day preached at Knotty Pine Chapel. There were but few people, and it was a barren meeting. Wednesday, 30. Preached on "The grace of God that bringeth salvation hath appeared unto all men. Alas for the rich, they are so soon offended." Rode to Winton, a little town on Chowan River. Here I had a dry meeting with a few people in the courthouse. I housed for the night with W. I seldom mount my horse for a ride of less distance than 20 miles on ordinary occasions, and frequently have 40 or 50 in moving from one circuit to the other. In traveling thus, I suffer much from hunger and cold. I preached at W's with some liberty. Our brother Chastain stamped to purpose. Saturday, February 2. At Wickocon I enlarged on Peter's Fall. Sunday, 3. I preached on Hebrews 6, 11, 12. I rode that evening to friend Freeman's, whom I had not visited for 5 years past. I found him still an honest Baptist, and we were kindly entertained. Rode to Ross's in Martin's County. The rise of the waters of the Roanoke River had inundated the lowlands more than a mile from the banks, and made the ferry altogether a wonderful sight. We came to our lodging about 9 o'clock, and found a plain, kind-hearted host. I preached a funeral sermon. My text, "The sting of death is sin." I spoke on the nature of the law, of sin, its guilt, power, nature, and punishment, and the victory through Christ. Does it not appear that those who live in sin, which is a breach of the law, wish to abolish the law, seeing they must know the necessary consequence of its violation? And if this postulation is just, what saves them from theft, murder, rape, self-preservation? Alas, poor world, is this all thy virtue? Wednesday, 6. Rode 20 miles and had the ice to break in 2 swamps. Preached at Lloyd's near Washington. Saturday, 9. I had a very unfeeling people at Mr. O's, to whom I preached with some freedom on Luke 4:18. Death, death, death in the lowlands. Sunday, 10. I had many to hear at S's, but it was an uncomfortable time. Thence I rode to Cox's on Neuse River, where we had an open time, and there is a prospect of good. We then had to move towards Trent. Our rides are still long, from 15 to 20 miles a day. Wednesday, 13. We had many dead souls at the quarterly meeting at Lee's. Thursday, 14. My heart melted for the people. They do not, will not pray, and if they so continue, must be undone. Friday, 15. Came to poor Jay's, where I spoke dreadful things to a lifeless people on Isaiah 53. Saturday, 16. We rode to T's, an old stand in Duplin County, where I was met by a few souls. We had naught to eat, nor where to lodge short of Colonel C's. We pushed for that shelter, and reached there about 9 o'clock at night. A poor place for religion it is, but we met with good entertainment. Sunday, 17. I had about 500 hearers at Sampson Courthouse, to whom I enlarged on Peter's denial of his master. 1. He was self-confident. 2. Followed afar off. 3. Mixed with the wicked. 4. Denied his discipleship, and then his Lord. Tuesday, 19. At Fayetteville, I was unable to preach. Wednesday, we pushed on for the South State, but being unacquainted with the way, we fell 10 miles too low. After riding as many in the night, we ended our blunders and our fatigue for that day at S's, who used us kindly. South Carolina, Thursday, 21. We rode 20 miles in the rain through the woods and sands, and had but a poor time at Colonel M's. Thence we descended to the Green Ponds, 15 miles, where we were very comfortable at C's. Saturday, 23. I attended the quarterly meeting at the Beauty Spot. The weather was cold, but I had great assistance on Isaiah 35, 1-6. Sunday, 24. I preached on Zechariah 11:12. We had a gracious, moving time. Monday, 25. We crossed Petey at the Long Bluff, and rode nearly 50 miles to Brother Gardner's. I preached at Black Creek on Psalm 145. I was much fatigued, and had a high fever, but my soul had peace, and was stayed upon God. Wednesday, 27. After preaching at D's, I had to ride 10 miles out of my way to cross Lynch's Creek. We moved forwards to our worthy friend Rembert's, who entertained us kindly, and supplied us with horses to ride to our appointments at Lenoir's and Moore's, where we had few hearers and dead times. After our meetings at these places, we returned to Rembert's, at whose house our quarterly meeting began, on Saturday the 1st of March, which was not without some life. In our love feast there appeared to be more feeling than speaking. Monday, March 3. We rode through the snow to Bradford's, and next day had no small difficulty in crossing the swamps in order to get to Santee Ferry. We made it a ride of about 50 miles to H's, and did not get in until about 9 o'clock at night. Wednesday, 5. I passed Dorchester, where there are the remains of what appears to have once been a considerable town. There are the ruins of an elegant church, and the vestiges of several well-built houses. We saw a number of good dwellings, and large plantations on the road leading down Ashley River. In the evening we reached the city of Charleston, having ridden about 50 miles. Sunday, 9. Brother Ellis preached in the morning. In the evening I felt some liberty in enlarging on Romans 10, 1-3. On Monday my soul and body enjoyed some ease and rest. Friday, 14. Our conference began, and we had a very free, open time. On Saturday night I preached on I have set watchmen upon thy walls, etc. On the Sabbath on the Lord turned and looked on Peter, etc. It was a gracious season, both in the congregation and in the love feast. While another was speaking in the morning to a very crowded house, and many outside, a man made a riot at the door. An alarm at once took place. The ladies leaped out at the windows of the church, and a dreadful confusion ensued. Again, whilst I was speaking at night, a stone was thrown against the north side of the church, then another on the south. A third came through the pulpit window, and struck near me inside the pulpit. I, however, continued to speak on my subject, How Beautiful upon the Mountains, etc. Upon the whole, I have had more liberty to speak in Charleston this visit than I ever had before, and am of opinion that God will work here. But our friends are afraid of the cross. Monday, 17. Preached in the morning, and took my leave of the city. When I reached Mr. Givham's, the congregation had been dispersed about 10 minutes. I preached at Ars, at L's, and at C.C. Church, in the Edisto Circuit. The people are insensible, and I fear are more in love with some of Christ's messengers than with Christ. I now changed my course, and went through Orangeburg by the Congarese to Saluda, and thence up to Broad River Quarterly Meeting. We rode till 1 o'clock on Friday, the 21st of March. I believe we have traveled about 200 miles in 5 days. Dear Brother Smith accompanied me. I was so unwell that I had but little satisfaction at the Quarterly Meeting. My service was burdensome, but the people were lively. Wednesday, 26. We rode from Finch's to Odell's new church, where we had a good time, whilst I enlarged on Titus 2:14, and administered the Lord's Supper. Thence to Smith's, 30 miles. After preaching, we had a night meeting that prevented our getting to bed until about 12 o'clock. We had a comfortable cabin, and were very well entertained. Thursday, 27. I had but little freedom on The Foundation of God Standeth Sure. Brothers Mason and Major spoke after me. I went alone into the woods, and found my soul profitably solitary in sweet meditation and prayer. Friday, 28. Rode about 30 miles to B's. My soul was tried, but it was also comforted in the Lord. I was much led out on Ephesians 6:18, and we were employed till nearly 12 o'clock at night. Sunday, 30. I had some liberty in preaching, but the people began to move about when they were pointedly dealt with. Brothers Mason and Major spoke after me. I found it good to be alone by the solitary stream and silent woods, to study the welfare of Zion, and to pray for her prosperity. Monday, 31. We rode within a mile of Savannah River. The land in general during our route is very fine. We were benighted, and moping in the woods made our journey a long one of about 50 miles. Tuesday, April 1. We crossed the Savannah at the Forks, and came where I much wanted to be, in Georgia. Nevertheless, I fear I shall have but little freedom here. Georgia, Wednesday, 2. I rested, and compiled 2 sections which I shall recommend to be put into our form of discipline, in order to remove from society by regular steps either preachers or people that are disorderly. Saturday, 5. I was led out in preaching at the Quarterly Meeting on Zechariah 12:10. Sunday, 6. There was a moving on the souls of the people, and I felt much life on Isaiah 45:22. I have been told that during the last rupture the Indians butchered nearly 100 people. Wednesday, 9. Our conference began at the Forks of Broad River, where 6 members and 4 probationers attended. Brother Major was sick, and could not meet us. Soon after, he made his exit to his eternal rest. Thursday and Friday, 10:11. I felt free, and preached with light and liberty each day. Many that had no religion in Virginia have found it after their removal into Georgia and South Carolina. Here at least the seed sprung up, wherever else it may have been sown. Our little conference was about 61 pounds deficient in their quarterage, nearly 1/3 of which was made up to them. South Carolina, Sunday, 13. I called at a Presbyterian meeting house, and heard Mr. Hall, the minister, preach a good sermon on Isaiah 55. After meeting, we rode to Brother Moore's, 20 miles on the Saluda. Monday, 14. Was almost entirely occupied with writing letters to the North. Tuesday, 15. I had many people at the widow Bowman's. While here we had a most awful storm. I was afraid the house would come down. We rode in the night to M. Moore's. I was seized with illness on the way, which continued during the night. Next day, however, I was able to pursue my journey. Friday, 18. We rode along crooked paths to Casey's, where we received the afflicting account of the death of dear Brother Major, who departed this life last Saturday. He was a witness of holiness, and died in peace and love. Saturday, 19. I preached at Wilson's with some liberty on Peter 3:7. Sunday, 20. I spoke with little enlargement. Our friends here on Tiger River are much alive to God, and have built a good chapel. We rode to Buffington's in the evening on Fair Forest Creek, and were kindly entertained. North Carolina, Tuesday, 22. Rode to Rutherford Courthouse, and the next day to Burke Courthouse. It being court time, we went on and reached Brother White's, on John's River, about 10 o'clock at night. Here I found both the saddles broke, both horses foundered, and both their backs sore, so we stopped a few days. I preached on Revelations 22:5-8, and had liberty in speaking to the people. Our souls were blessed in a near access to the Lord. Our preachers in the Yadkin circuit have been sick. They have had hard traveling the past winter, and the work has consequently suffered. I have read Dee's Study of Divinity. The catalogue of books at the end I thought of more value than all the rest of the work. Sunday, 27. I preached at the Globe, on the main branches of John's River, where there are a few who fear God. There was some stir, and I hope some good done. Monday, 28. After getting our horses shod, we made a move for Holstein, and entered upon the mountains, the first of which I called Steel, the second Stone, and the third Iron Mountain. They are rough, and difficult to climb. We were spoken to on our way by most awful thunder and lightning, accompanied by heavy rain. We crept for shelter into a little dirty house, where the filth might have been taken from the floor with a spade. We felt the want of fire, but could get little wood to make it, and what we gathered was wet. At the head of Watauga we fed, and reached Ward's that night. Coming to the river next day, we hired a young man to swim over for the canoe, in which we crossed, while our horses swam to the other shore. The waters being up, we were compelled to travel an old road over the mountains. Night came on. I was ready to faint with a violent headache. The mountain was steep on both sides. I prayed to the Lord for help. Presently a profuse sweat broke out upon me, and my fever entirely subsided. About 9 o'clock we came to Greer's. After taking a little rest here, we set out next morning for Brother Cox's on Holstein River. I had trouble enough. Our route lay through the woods, and my pack horse would neither follow, lead, nor drive, so fond was he of stopping to feed on the green herbage. I tried the lead, and he pulled back. I tied his head up to prevent his grazing, and he ran back. The weather was excessively warm. I was much fatigued, and my temper not a little tried. I fed at I. Smith's, and prayed with the family. Arriving at the river, I was at a loss what to do, but providentially a man came along who conducted me across. This has been an awful journey to me, and this a tiresome day, and now, after riding 75 miles, I have 35 miles more to General Russell's. I rest one day to revive man and beast. Friday, May 2. Rode to Washington, where I met Brother Tunnell on the way to Mr. C.'s. We have to put up in houses where we have no opportunity for retirement. Virginia, Saturday, 3. We came to General Russell's, a most kind family in deed and in truth. Sunday, 4. Preached on Philippians 2:5-9. I found it good to get alone in prayer. Tuesday, 6. I had many to hear at Eastley's on Holstein. I was much wearied with riding a strange horse, having left mine to rest. It is some grief that I cannot be so much in prayer on the road as I would be. We had a good time and a large congregation at Kay's. Tennessee. The people are in disorder about the old and new state. 2 or 3 men, it is said, have been killed. At Nelson's, I had a less audience than was expected, the people having been called away on an expedition against the new state men. My subject was Hebrews 6, 11, 12. Rode to Owens's and met our brethren from Kentucky, where I preached on Psalm 145, 17 through 19, with some fervor. Came to Half Acres and Keywood's, where we held conference 3 days, and I preached each day. The weather was cold, the room without fire, and otherwise uncomfortable. We nevertheless made out to keep our seats until we had finished the essential parts of our business. End of Section 3. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 4 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Thursday, 15. We came to General Russell's, and on Friday to I. Smith's on the South Fork of Holstein River. Sunday, 18. Rode to a chapel near New River, where I preached on How Beautiful Upon the Mountains Are the Feet, etc. After eating a morsel, we hasted on our way to F's. A 20 miles ride through the mountains brought us to our lodgings for the night at K's, near the Flower Gap. Monday, 19. We rode about 50 miles to S's. The weather was warm in the extreme. We had rain, thunder, and lightning, and were weary enough. Tuesday, 20. After riding nearly 30 miles, we came to M. Knight's Chapel in North Carolina. Here I preached on Peter's denial of Christ. Thence we went to Hills. After meeting, we proceeded to the neat and well-improved town of Salem, making a journey, besides the labors of the day, of nearly 40 miles. I came to the quarterly meeting at C's, where I spoke feelingly and pointedly, and the word appeared to have effect. Thursday, 22. Preached at P's Chapel. We then rode to C's, about 7 miles from Guilford Courthouse, where we had a good time. Friday, 23. Was a damp, rainy day, and I was unwell with a slow fever and pain in my head. However, I rode to Smith's Chapel and preached, and thence to Brother Harrison's on Dan River and preached. In the space of 1 week we have ridden, through rough, mountainous tracts of country, about 300 miles. Brothers Poitras, Tunnel, and myself have had serious views of things, and mature counsels together. Sunday, 25. Preached and had a love feast and sacrament. I then rode to the widow Dix's. Many were waiting here, and the power of God was felt by some, whilst I enlarged on Isaiah 55, 1-3. Monday, 26. We had a good time at Martin's. Leaving this, on our way to Stamfield, we were obliged to swim our horses across Dan River, and losing our road, made it late before we arrived. Riding 30 miles brought us to Hammond's. Here we had a serious, feeling time, while I spoke on Isaiah 61. Thursday, 29. Reached E.T.'s about 2 o'clock, and gave a short discourse on Happy is he that hath the God of Jacob for his help. Thence to Pope's, to Hill's, to Long's, and to Jones's Chapel. On our way to the latter place we got out of our route when within a mile of the chapel, and did not reach it till 2 o'clock. Sunday, June 1. At Clayton's there are 100 blacks joined in society, and they appear to have real religion among them. Here Ethiopia doth stretch out her hand unto the Lord. I suppose there were not less than 1,000 souls at preaching. North Carolina, Monday, 2. Preached at Moore's in Northampton, once a poor, dead people, but now revived, and increased from 11 to 60 members. We had much of the power of God at Clark's. 60 members, among whom are some children, are the subjects of this work. I feel life among these people. Preaching and praying is not labor here. Their noise I heed not. I can bear it well when I know that God and Christ dwells in the hearts of the people. Thence I passed through Southampton, where I also beheld the power of God manifested in several lively meetings. Virginia. Rode to and rested with Philip Davis. On Saturday I had a feeling, living time on Psalm 85, 9, 10. Sunday 8. We had a gracious season. It was a memorable day, and my soul was much blessed. After meeting, we hastened to Petersburg, where I preached on 2 Corinthians 5:20. Our elders and deacons met for conference. All things were brought on in love. The town folks were remarkably kind and attentive. The people of God in much love. The awful circumstance of B.C.'s losing his religion, and lately attempting to pull out R. Swift's eyes, may yet be sanctified to some, and explained by his conduct hereafter. Friday 13. I preached a pastoral sermon under a large arbor near the borders of the town on 1 Timothy 4, 13-16, with considerable consolation. Ordained Henry Ogburn and John Baldwin deacons, and Edward Morris and Ira Ellis elders. Sunday 15. I preached at the Manikin Town, then rode to Maxey's. Monday 16. Rode about 50 miles to Brother A.G.'s in Buckingham County, and thence to Bedford Circuit. In our route we were compelled to ford the James River, not without danger. We were hospitably entertained. Wednesday 18. At night I had some opening whilst I enforced, "Whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved." Heavy rains, bad roads, straying, bewildered in the woods. Through all these I worried to Murphy's. Great was the cross under which I spoke on, "The grace of God that bringeth salvation," etc. I had a high fever, and was otherwise distressed in body, and ill at ease in mind. I was afraid the medicine I had made use of would be injurious to me in consequence of my getting wet. Saturday 28. I had considerable liberty, though unwell, at Ayres's new chapel. Sunday 29. After preaching I went to V.'s, and after trying, had to silence him. Oh, my God, what awful subjects come before me. Monday 30. Crossed the high mountains, and came to H's in Greenbrier. Tuesday, July 1. I enlarged on Galatians 3:22. We then rode to McPherson's, a serious family on Sinking Creek, where I preached with some freedom. After crossing some considerable mountains, and preaching occasionally, on Friday we arrived at the Sweet Springs. Here I preached, and the people were very attentive. Saturday and Sunday, 5-6. I had large congregations at Rehoboth. I preached with some satisfaction. Monday 7. Our troubles began, it being the day we set out for Clarksburg. 30 miles brought us to W's on the great levels. Tuesday 8. Reached M. Neal's on the little levels, where almost the whole settlement came together, with whom I found freedom on Matthew 11:28-30. Our brother Phoebus had to answer questions propounded to him until evening. Wednesday 9. We rode to the Clover Lick, to a very remote and exposed house. Here we found good lodgings for the place. The former tenant had made a small estate by keeping cattle, horses, etc. on the range, which is fertile and extensive. Thursday 10. We had to cross the Allegheny Mountain again at a bad passage. Our course lay over mountains and through valleys, and the mud and mire was such as might scarcely be expected in December. We came to an old forsaken habitation in Tiger's Valley. Here our horses grazed about while we boiled our meat. Midnight brought us up at Jones's after riding 40 or perhaps 50 miles. The old man, our host, was kind enough to wake us up at 4 o'clock in the morning. We journeyed on through devious, lonely wilds, where no food might be found, except what grew in the woods, or was carried with us. We met with 2 women who were going to see their friends, and to attend the quarterly meeting at Clarksburg. Near midnight we stopped at A's, who hissed his dogs at us. But the women were determined to get to quarterly meeting, so we went in. Our supper was tea. Brothers Phoebus and Cook took to the woods. Old Blank gave up his bed to the women. I lay along the floor on a few deerskins with the fleas. That night our poor horses got no corn, and next morning they had to swim across the Monongalia. After a 20 miles ride we came to Clarksburg, and man and beast were so outdone that it took us 10 hours to accomplish it. I lodged with Colonel Jackson. Our meeting was held in a long, close room belonging to the Baptists. Our use of the house, it seems, gave offense. There attended about 700 people, to whom I preached with freedom, and I believe the Lord's power reached the hearts of some. After administering the sacrament, I was well satisfied to take my leave. We rode 30 miles to Father Hayman's, after 3 o'clock Sunday afternoon, and made it nearly 11 before we came in. About midnight we went to rest, and rose at 5 o'clock next morning. My mind has been severely tried under the great fatigue endured both by myself and my horse. Oh, how glad should I be of a plain, clean plank to lie on, as preferable to most of the beds. And where the beds are in a bad state, the floors are worse. The gnats are almost as troublesome here as the mosquitoes in the lowlands of the seaboard. This country will require much work to make it tolerable. The people are, many of them, of the boldest cast of adventurers, and with some the decencies of civilized society are scarcely regarded, 2 instances of which I myself witnessed. The great landholders who are industrious will soon show the effects of the aristocracy of wealth, by lording it over their poorer neighbors, and by securing to themselves all the offices of profit or honor. On the one hand, savage warfare teaches them to be cruel, and on the other, the preaching of antinomians poisons them with error in doctrine. Good moralists they are not, and good Christians they cannot be, unless they are better taught. Tuesday, 15. I had a lifeless, disorderly people to hear me at Morgantown, to whom I preached on, I will hear what God the Lord will speak. It is matter of grief to behold the excesses, particularly in drinking, which abound here. I preached at a new chapel near Colonel Martin's, and felt much life, love, and power. Rode to the widow R's, and refreshed with a morsel to eat. Thence to M. Hardin's, where, though we had an earth floor, we had good beds and table entertainment. Friday, 18. Rode 40 miles to quarterly meeting at Doddridge's, where we had a melting season. Sunday, 20. From 12 o'clock today we rode 40 miles, my soul in sweet peace. Tuesday, 22. Our conference began at Uniontown. We felt great peace whilst together, and our counsels were marked by love and prudence. We had 7 members of conference and 5 probationers. I preached on 1 Peter 5:7, and Brother Watcoat gave us an excellent discourse on, O man of God, flee these things. Friday, 25. We concluded our conference. Saturday and Sunday, 26, 27. Attended quarterly meeting. Monday, 28. Came over the mountains along very bad roads. Brother Watcoat and myself were both sick. We stopped at Simpkins's and were comfortably entertained. Virginia, Tuesday, 29. Reached Barrett's, where we had a little rest and peace. We had left our horses at Old Town on the other side of the river, but I thought it best to have them brought over, and so it was. For that night there were 2 stolen. On Monday we rested. On Tuesday rode down to Capon, and on Wednesday visited Bath. I took lodgings at Brother Williams's, was well fixed, and found the waters to be of service to me. Sunday, August 10. Preached at Bath. I received heavy tidings from the college. Both our teachers have left. One for incompetency, and the other to pursue riches and honors. Had they cost us nothing, the mistake we made in employing them might be the less regretted. I have read one volume of Church History by Mosheim, containing an account of the state of ecclesiastical matters in Germany and the different churches. Sunday 17. I attempted to preach at Bath on the lame and the blind. The discourse was very lame, and it may be I left my hearers as I found them, blind. I am now closely engaged in reading, writing, and prayer. My soul enjoys much of God. We have great rains and are obliged to keep close house, but we have a little of almost everything to improve the mind. The languages, divinity, grammar, history, and belles lettres. My great desire is to improve in the best things. Sunday 24. Preached at Bath on Isaiah 63:1, with little liberty and poor attendance. But we have some stir among the poor people in the country. Friday 29. We left Bath, and on the Saturday and Sunday following attended a quarterly meeting. I felt enlargement on Peter's case, and also in the love feast. Monday, September 1. I enlarged with some freedom on the case of the man who brought the child to our Lord. Wednesday 3. Rode from Eye Heights to the Blue Ridge. The weather was warm, and so were the hearts of the people. Thursday 4. I preached at Leesburg, and was very warm, on Thou wilt arise and favor Zion, and the people appeared to be somewhat stirred up. Today I received a letter from Brother Tunnell, informing of the spreading of the work of God in West New River, and several parts of North Carolina. Glory be to God for his great and glorious power. Maryland, Wednesday 10. Our conference began in Baltimore. I chose not to preach while my mind was clogged by business with so many persons, and on so many subjects. Sunday 14. I felt considerably moved at our own church in the morning, and in the Dutch church in the afternoon. The Spirit of the Lord came among the people, and sinners cried aloud for mercy. Perhaps not less than 20 souls found the Lord from that time until the Tuesday following. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday were spent at Cokesbury in examining and arranging the temporal concerns of the college. Pennsylvania, Sunday 21. I preached with some satisfaction, morning and evening, in Philadelphia. On Monday, our conference began and held until Friday 26. Saturday 27, we left the city. New Jersey, Sunday 28. Preached with some assistance in Elizabethtown. New York, Monday 29. Rode to New York. Next day, Tuesday 30, our conference began, and continued until Saturday the 4th of October. New Jersey, Sunday and Monday, October 5, 6. My soul was uncommonly led out in prayer and preaching. I found it a very gracious season. My return brought me through Elizabethtown, Amboy, Hydestown, Crosswex, and Burlington. Delaware, Sunday 12. I was much depressed in spirit whilst in Philadelphia. I left there on Wednesday and preached at Chester, where I had some energy, and had openings at Wilmington and Duck Creek, where I also administered the word of life. Monday 20. Our meeting in Dover was attended with some power. At Milford we had liberty and love. At Johnstown I was very unwell, and was under the necessity of going to bed, but our friends were alive. God is with them of a truth. Preached at Shankland's. My soul enjoys great peace and love. On Sunday I was under bodily affliction, but I went to the courthouse and spoke a few words on, Ye will not come to me, that ye might have life. We have a house now building, and I hope something will be done here. Monday was remarkably warm weather, and I was ready to faint whilst I rode to the Sound. We reached Powell's about 3 o'clock. Wednesday, 22. I was very alarming. Seldom, if ever, have I felt more moved. We came away and rode 25 miles, having nothing to eat from 8 o'clock in the morning till 6 at night. My body was weak, but my soul was kept in peace. Knowing the obligations I am under to pay money to several persons to whom the college is indebted, my mind is much exercised, and I feel very heavily the weight of such responsibility. The Lord opened the heart of , and I thankfully received the kindness as from God and man. Maryland. Preached at Bowen's, and I trust the Lord was present, as also at the Lord's Supper. We then hasted to the widow Paramore's, about 19 miles. The people were moved, whilst I exhorted them to come boldly to the throne of grace. On Friday, I met with an engaged people at Purnell's, and they appeared tender whilst I enlarged on, "My grace is sufficient for thee." After meeting, we rode to B's, 19 miles. Virginia, Saturday, November 1. Attended a quarterly meeting at Garretson Chapel. Oh, how changed! A preacher absent nearly 9 weeks from his circuit, failing to give proper notice of the quarterly meeting. Other persuasions are less supine, and their minister boldly preaches against the freedom of the slaves. Our brother Everett, with no less zeal and boldness, cries aloud for liberty, emancipation. Sunday, 2. Brother Watcoat preached, and I exhorted a little. My soul and body are deeply impressed. We rode 15 miles that evening, and held meeting again. Monday, 3. Myself and the people were comforted at S's. We had a meeting in the evening. Wednesday, 5. I preached at the schoolhouse on Peter's denial of Christ. It was a time of refreshing. There were few present that did not feel the word. Spoke again in the evening at S's to a very unfeeling people. Friday, 7. Preached at the courthouse to many people with liberty. We have had heavy riding, dust, heat, and fevers. Our meeting at Downing's almost overcame us with heat and fatigue. Maryland. At Anna Messick's quarterly meeting, I was at liberty on Revelations 3:20. Again I preached on "Fear not, little flock," etc. Most of our members in these parts have freed their slaves. Wednesday, 12. We had a precious season at the Line Chapel on Revelations 3:18. I counsel thee to buy of me gold tried in the fire, etc. After meeting, I rode to Broad Creek. We have traveled little less than 200 miles a week. Thursday, 13. At quarterly meeting, I preached on "Thy teachers shall not be removed into a corner." Friday, 14. My subject was, "Is my hand shortened at all that I cannot redeem, or have I no power to deliver?" There was some moving on the souls of the people. Rode 12 miles to L's, and preached at night on "Search the Scriptures." Delaware. After preaching at Northwest Fork, I rode 25 miles to quarterly meeting at E's. Here we had a good time. I preached at Johnson's, Todd's, and at the chapel. I feel myself weak, but the Lord is present. Friday, 21. I felt some power in speaking on Matthew 11:5-6 at Mr. K's. We came on to Hooper's, where we had a time of refreshing. Saturday and Sunday, 22-23. Attended quarterly meeting at William Frazier's. There was some quickening among the people each day. We crossed Choptank to Bolingbroke. Death, death. The second day of our meeting, a great power went through the congregation, and a noble shout was heard among the people. I was much led out at the Bayside. At Dr. Allen's I was greatly comforted after a wet ride of 30 miles. I preached at Queenstown to a few people who appear to be far gone in forgetfulness of God. Maryland. I went to Kent Island and found about 250 people, among whom were some of the rich and great. We had a good meeting. I then returned to Queenstown and gave the citizens another rally. There were more to hear than before. Saturday, 29. I felt some power in preaching at Bordley's. We had a little move among the people at Choptank. My soul is kept in peace. In times past I have felt some disagreeable impressions on my mind about the college being burnt. Now I have heard of an attempt to do it. But I trust the Lord will encamp about the house. We had a very good meeting at Dover, although the weather was very cold. We had meeting again that night in town, I hope not in vain. Next day I rode to Dudley's Church, Queen Anne's, and thence to Chestertown, and preached on "Let us have grace whereby we may serve God acceptably, with reverence and godly fear." End of section 4. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 5 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Saturday, December 6. I had some freedom in preaching at Still Pond Church on "Simon, Satan hath desired to have you, that he might sift you as wheat," etc. Sunday, 7. I preached at the widow Woodland's, was not in a good frame of body or mind. At Georgetown I felt still worse, and to crown all, I had a long dispute with Mr. B. about ordination and experimental religion. Monday, 8. Rode to Cecil Courthouse, and had, I trust, a profitable time. We crossed Elk River to Brother Ford's, and had a gracious meeting at his house. Tuesday, 9. We had a damp ride to Cokesbury, and found it was even as it had been reported to us. An attempt had been made to burn the college by putting fire into one of the closets, but some of the students made a timely discovery, and it was extinguished. I stayed 2 days and expended more than £100, and felt my spirit tried. I put the young men to board in the college. We have some promising youths among them for learning, but they want religion. I came to Baltimore, and found some tokens of the divine presence, at the quarterly meeting, on Chronicles 15:8. "Thou canst save by many, or by those that have no might." Monday, 15. Came to Cromwell's and preached with some satisfaction. Thence I hasted to Annapolis, where the Lord was present while I declared, "The Lord's hand is not shortened." Tuesday, 16. Rode to Weems's chapel and preached with fervor on "O Zion, that bringest good tidings," etc. Thence to Calvert quarterly meeting. The weather was very cold, but there was some spiritual heat among the people. Virginia, Friday, 19. Rode 30 miles to Hose Ferry, and thence to Pope's, about 30 miles more. The weather is still excessively cold. Sunday, 21. I preached to a few tender souls at Pease, on Isaiah 29:17. "Yet a very little while, and Lebanon shall be a fruitful field." Tuesday, 23. Had a few lively people at Woolard's. I read, write, pray, and ride, and hope to see much of the power of God on this journey. Christmas Day. I preached in the open house at Fairfield's on Isaiah 9:6. I felt warm in speaking, but there was an offensive smell of rum among the people. Saturday, 27. At the Presbyterian Church in Lancaster, there was a divine stir in the congregation. Envy and disputation have been injurious to the work of God in these parts. Oh, may the Lord yet help us and revive his work. I found our opposing the doctrine of final perseverance had given offense. A house of our own will alone fix us properly. January 1, 1789. After waiting about 2 hours, the wind suddenly calmed, and I crossed Rappahannock and came to Cheesecake. We had a comfortable meeting at R.M.'s in Kingston, thence to B.'s, and afterward to D.'s, where, although I had an unfeeling audience, I had satisfaction in my own soul. We came to James City, where God has wrought a glorious work, as also in New Kent County in the same circuit. A number of young people have been made the subjects of this grace. Thursday, 8. I had a most agreeable passage for the season across James River. Arrived at Moonings about 3 o'clock, and found a lively people. Christians here appear to stand faithful, but sinners are not brought in. Friday, 9. Was a good day at Ellis's. My soul felt peace, and I was happy to find our old friends standing fast. Saturday, 10. We had a happy meeting at Lane's Chapel. I went to the Widow Lane's. I felt uneasy, but I found it needful for me to be there. Sunday, 11. Preached on Kiss the Sun, etc., and afterward rode 15 miles to Moss's. They are a dear people at Lane's Chapel. Slavery is greatly on the decline among them. Tuesday, 13. An appointment had been made at Mabry's Chapel, but the sleet and rain hindered the people from attending. So I preached at Brother Theweet's to about 6 preachers and as many members. Wednesday, 14. I had about 300 hearers at the Low Ground Chapel. Our brethren shouted whilst I enlarged on Isaiah 63, 1. I felt very solemn for 2 or 3 days past, as though God would speak through me to the souls of the people. Thursday, 15. Rode to Moore's, had a dead, dull people, except those few who came from a distance. Crossed Roanoke, and arriving at the place of preaching a little after night, I spoke on, comfort ye, my people, etc. North Carolina, Saturday and Sunday, 17-18. Preached at Whitaker's Chapel, where we had a profitable time. I found God had been working, and that many souls had been awakened. We came to Jay's. In this neighborhood the Christians are singularly devoted, but sinners yet stand it out. The Lord has begun to work on Sandy Creek, in Franklin County, where 20 souls have been lately brought to God. Came to Bennett Hills, hungry and unwell. My soul enjoys much of God. We had a shaking time at H's, a sweet love feast and sacrament. Thence I went to Pope's Chapel. I came to G's. Saturday, 24. Rode to Kimborough's 20 miles, where there were many people, and but little engagedness among them. After attending a few appointments on Tuesday, 27, I crossed Haw River, and rode 20 miles to Brother Keenan's in Chatham County. I had not been in this county for 8 years. We had a meeting at night, but I was strangely shut up. Thursday, 29. Rode to W's, wet and water-bound. We found the poor antinomian drunk. However, as the rain was great, we made out to stay. Friday, 30. Rode through the rain to Bowdoin's. Deep River was very high, and we had an awful time in crossing it. Saturday, 31. Came to Fair Creek, which was nearly swimming high. Then to Little River, but we could not cross. We stopped at M.D.'s and ate our own morsel. Afterward we rode down the river and were thankful to be housed. Monday, February 2. I attended an appointment made for another preacher at Masks, where there were a few serious souls. Tuesday, 3. I stopped on my way at Dr. King's, and took dinner, and had my horse shod. By some means my appointments have not been published. South Carolina. Came to the Green Ponds, where there was an appointment for me. I felt a little comforted. I have ridden about 140 miles in the last 7 days, through a very disagreeable part of the country to travel when the waters are high. I have had various exercises, and have suffered hunger, fatigue, and fever, and have not had a comfortable bed for a week past. Wednesday, 4. I was much moved at the beauty spot on "Ye did run well," etc. I found it had been the case here, but the use of strong liquor. We rode to ours, a long stretch across a deep swamp. We came in late, and I preached with little liberty. I lodged at blank, a poor, kind man. Sunday 8. Notwithstanding the rain, we had many to hear at Flowers's. It was in due season that I was led out here on Peter's denial of his master, for there has been a great falling away, particularly by drunkenness. This was not told me till after preaching. Monday 9. Rode to Rule's meeting house. My soul was in peace, and uncommonly led out in preaching. Thence to Port's Long Ferry, 3 miles across P.D. The inundation of the river, occasioned by the rains, has made a mere sea. My mind has been variously tried and strongly exercised by dejection. Lord, give me faith and patience. Tuesday 10. Came, after a ride of 40 miles, to Georgetown, and lectured on Isaiah 40, 1-9. Friday 13. Rode 45 miles to Wapata, and next day arrived in Charleston in sweet peace of soul. Sunday 15. Preached in the morning with some light, in the afternoon on Matthew 11, 28-30. I preached again on Tuesday and on Wednesday. My heart was drawn out greatly for these people. Friday 20. I spoke very pointedly on Revelations 3, 20-22, but the people are of small spiritual understanding. Lord, stir them up. I was closely employed in making my plan and arranging the papers for conference. I made out a register of all the preachers on the continent who bear the name of Methodists. Saturday 21. I was very ill with a fever and colic, and it being rainy, I kept within doors. Sunday 22. Very rainy, but I had about 100 blacks and nearly 50 whites to hear me. I preached also in the afternoon and at night. Tuesday 24. I set out for Edisto Circuit, journeying up the south side of Ashley River. Here live the rich and great who have houses in the city and country, and go backward and forward in their splendid chariots. The land, however, with the exception of the rice fields, is barren. The weather is cold, but my soul has peace, full and flowing peace. After riding 36 miles, I was kindly entertained by Mr. Givham, but there was still something wanting. Wednesday 25. They were out of bread at Pease, and we found our own stores of use. We had to send one of our weary horses 8 miles to fetch the flour from the mill. Thursday 26. Rode to Bruton's and enjoyed uncommon happiness in God. Sometime in the night Dr. Coke came in. He had landed in Charleston about 3 hours after I left the city. Next day he and myself both spoke at Ridgell's. Sunday, March 1. We spent the day at Chester's. We had very few hearers, occasioned in part by a black man's preaching not far distant. Monday, 2. I was violently exercised. The doctor and myself both preached at Puckett's. Thence we set out with the design to reach Treadway's, but were greatly deceived, and went up the road that leads to 96. At last we thought we had gone far enough, and stopped at a house 21 miles from the place whence we started, and still farther from the place we aimed at. Georgia. Came to Dr. Fuller's at Beach Island, and next day arrived in Augusta, Georgia. Riding late 2 nights past has much disordered me, having taken a cold, attended with a fever and pain in the head. Thursday 5. I obtained a little rest at Brother Haynes's. Friday 6. Although it rained, we had a few people at Brownsboro. Next day there was some life at Scott's. Here they have built us a large chapel. Sunday 8. Our conference began at Grant's. Here we have a house for public worship, and one also at Meriwether's. On Thursday we appointed a committee to procure 500 acres of land for the establishment of a school in the state of Georgia. Conference being ended, we directed our hasty steps back to Charleston, calling at the several places we attended on our journey hither. South Carolina, Sunday 15. We reached the city, having ridden 200 miles in about 5 days and 2 hours. Here I received a bitter pill from one of my greatest friends. Praise the Lord for my trials also. May they all be sanctified. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, 17, 18, 19, were spent in conference. It was a time of peace and love. My mind was much hurried with book and other temporal concerns. We had an unkind attack published against us relative to our slave rules. It was answered to purpose. I had not much doubt who the author of this unworthy work was. Saturday 21 was spent in preparing to move on Monday next. Sunday 22. Dr. Koch preached an ordination sermon in the forenoon, and in the afternoon I felt lively in soul whilst I enlarged on Ezekiel 33, 5. Monday 23. We left the city and rode upwards of 40 miles. Tuesday 24. Crossed the Santee and came to Brother Broman's. Wednesday 25. Preached at Gibson's, then rode to Ramsey's near Statesburg, 16 miles. Thursday 26. I was hurried away to preach a funeral sermon. I have ridden about 150 miles, and preached 3 times since I left Charleston last Monday morning. I am at times tempted to lightness, yet, blessed be God, my soul has sweet communion with him. Saturday 28. At Bradford's Chapel I preached on Hebrews 11, 16, 17. At Rembert's on Isaiah 40, 1. My soul was blessed among the people. Sunday 29. I was led out in preaching and prayer. The people were melted, and the work of God progresses. I trust the Lord will get himself great glory here. Monday 30. We rode about 50 miles to Colonel Marshall's. The weather was very warm, and we were hungry and weary. North Carolina, Wednesday, April 1. The people came together at Jackson's at 12 o'clock. I did not reach there until 3. I enlarged a little on Zechariah 13:12, and was somewhat severe. I rode to Savannah Creek, and met with an Antinomian people. Reached Threadgill's, having been out 12 hours, and ridden nearly 40 miles, without food for man or beast. Friday 3. Preached by the way, and came to Randall's, 20 miles. We have ridden 300 miles in about 9 days, and our horses' backs are bruised with their loads. I want more faith, patience, and resignation to the will of God in all things. I wish to send an extra preacher to the Waxhaws to preach to the Catawba Indians. They have settled amongst the whites on a tract of country 12 miles square. Sunday 5. We had a move whilst I was speaking on Isaiah 33, 14, 15. Some souls were brought to experience peace with God. Here Dr. Koch came up with us. We expect to continue together for some time. We had a long ride to Jones's. I preached there and continued on to M. Knight's, on the Yadkin. Friday 10. We opened our conference and were blessed with peace and union. Our brethren from the westward met us, and we had weighty matters for consideration before us. Virginia. We left M. Knight's, having about 200 miles to ride in 4 days. We had a tedious ride to Almonds and a blessed season of grace. Set out from Almonds and reached Goods. Saturday 18. We rode 36 miles to Petersburg. On Sunday the doctor preached. I had nothing to say in public. We met the preachers on Saturday and Sunday evenings and brought our work forward. I had disagreeable feelings while here. There is a spiritual death among the people. I spoke a little on Monday and on Wednesday. Thursday, 23. We came to Manchester. My exertions, want of rest, and distress of mind brought on a violent headache. Instead of preaching, I found myself under the necessity of going to bed. Dr. Coke had gone over the river to Richmond and preached there. Friday, 24. We rode about 50 miles, and next day reached Fredericksburg, but found no door open. We met with one soul in distress. Sunday, 26. Having no appointment to preach, we pushed on and rode 45 miles and lodged in Prince William County. Monday, 27. Arrived at Leesburg and opened the conference. We found a little rest comfortable to man and advantageous to beast. Maryland, Thursday, 30. We crossed Potomac into Maryland. My soul cleaves to God, but I am again afflicted in my head. Reaching Brother Nicholson's in Montgomery, we were kindly entertained. Friday, May 1. I felt life in speaking. Saturday, 2. We attended quarterly meeting. Not being permitted to use the chapel, we went into a tobacco house. Many attended, and the young converts shouted aloud. Sunday, 3. Was a great day to saints and sinners. God has wrought wonderfully in Brother Pigman's neighborhood. 50 or 60 souls have been suddenly and powerfully converted to God. Came to Baltimore and had very lively meetings. Multitudes came to hear, and great cries were heard among the people, who continued together until 3 o'clock in the morning. Many souls professed to be convicted, converted, sanctified. On reaching Cokesbury, we found that here also God was working among the students. One, however, we expelled. We revised our laws and settled our temporal concerns. Tuesday, 12. We were detained at Susquehanna Ferry, so that we were compelled to ride in the night to reach Chestertown. We had a blessed work of God on our way. Loud shouting was heard in almost every meeting. At Sacrament especially, the Lord's power and presence were great indeed. At Duck Creek we had a good season. Saturday, 16. Dr. Coke preached in Wilmington. Sunday, 17. The doctor preached at Chester, and in Philadelphia in the evening. Wednesday, 20. In the evening the Lord's power came down among the people in the city, and I hope to hear he is doing great things. New Jersey, Thursday, 21. Rode to Burlington, in Jersey. In crossing the Delaware, we encountered an uncommon storm, but were providentially brought safely over. We were comfortable in our meeting, but we had a painful interview and explanation with L.H.H. Oh, my soul, keep near to God. Friday, 22. We rode to Trenton, and on Saturday, 23, opened our conference in great peace. We labored for a manifestation of the Lord's power, and it was not altogether in vain. Sunday, 24. We had abundance of preaching. Monday, 25. We rode through a heavy rain to Elizabethtown, and next day reached New York. I was under great travail of soul for a revival of religion. New York, Thursday, 28. Our conference began. All things were conducted in peace and order. Our work opens in New York State. New England stretcheth out the hand to our ministry, and I trust thousands will shortly feel its influence. My soul shall praise the Lord. In the midst of haste I find peace within. Sunday, 31. We had a gracious season to preachers and people, while I opened and applied Isaiah 25, 6-8. And in this mountain shall the Lord of hosts make unto all people a feast of fat things. a feast of wines on the lees, of fat things full of marrow, of wines on the lees well refined. Friday, June 5. Dr. Cope left us and went on board the Union for Liverpool. My soul retires into solitude, and to God. This evening I was enabled to speak alarmingly, and felt my heart much engaged for about 30 minutes on Isaiah 29, 17-19. The power of God and a baptizing flame came among the people. I have lately read Whiston's translation of the Apostolical Institutions, so called. Also Cave's Lives of the Apostles and Fathers. Sunday 7. Was a good day. I felt inwardly quickened towards the close of my morning's discourse, and the people were moved. In the afternoon many were divinely drawn, and my own soul was humbled and filled with the love of God. Several souls have been stirred up this conference. I trust the Lord will claim the people of York for his own. Tuesday 9. We left the city of New York and came to Kingsbridge. After refreshing ourselves and our horses, we pushed on to Eastchester. The appointment for us was to have been made at Dees. There came together about 200 people, among whom there was a considerable move. Wednesday 10. My horse was lamed, by fetters I suppose, so that I had to walk part of the way to New Rochelle. Proper notice of my coming not having been given, I had but 150 hearers. We have a good house here, a large society, and several of the old members, whom I formed into a society some years past, are still alive to God. End of section 5. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 6 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Thursday, 11. My horse continues lame. The journey is long, and the day unfavorable, yet I must go. I came on to Crum Pond, and expected to have preached at Oakley's church, but my appointment was made at Pease, where I had but few. Returned to F's. We had a comfortable time at Oakley's church at 7 o'clock. We rode 4 miles and stopped at K's for some refreshment. Then hasted on to Peekskill Hollow, where I found a poor, simple-hearted people, to whom I enforced, "Repent and be converted, that your sins may be blotted out." There was a power attended the word. We rode about 20 miles to Brother Jackson's, where Brother Cook lay sick. We had heard that he was dead. I labored under violent temptation. Vast consolation followed. Glory, glory to God. He bears me up, body and soul. In our way we stepped into a house, exhorted and prayed with the mother and daughter, who appeared thankful for our services. Sunday 14. Preached at Jackson's, in Dutchess County, to a considerable number of quiet hearers, I hope not in vain. Brother Cook is low in body, but his soul is solidly happy in God, who will be glorified in his life or death. The people here are a still kind of folks, but God can work in a storm or a calm. Monday 15. We rode about 20 miles to Dover. The settlers in this neighborhood are mostly Low Dutch. It is a day of small things with us, yet I trust there are a few feeling souls. We had very alarming meetings at noon and at night. Thence to Oblongs, where I found a dull people. I exerted myself, sick as I was, and had I been well, I should have made no little noise. After meeting, we rode to where an antinomian came, drunk as he was, to tell his experience. He gabbled strangely until I stopped his mouth. He then left us. Rode to L.S. and preached on "Seek ye first the kingdom of God," etc. The people appeared like rocks. Oh, that the hammer and fire of God's word and love might come down among them. Friday 19. I preached in a barn on the North River. My hearers were chiefly Low Dutch. Our congregations are small. The craft is in danger. We are therefore not to wonder if we meet with opposition. To begin at the right end of the work is to go first to the poor. These will, the rich may possibly, hear the truth. There are among us who have blundered here. I feel as if I wanted to get across the river. I am pressed in spirit and pity our preachers who labor here. It seems as if I should die amongst this people with exertions and grief. Sunday, 21. Preached at Latin Town to a poor, dull people. Some, however, appeared to be moved. At Allen's I was more enlarged, and many wept, and felt the word. We have had a trying, warm day to ride in, and preach twice. Monday, 22. Rain and business prevented most of the people from attending at Newburgh, except a few women. I felt moved while I spoke on Isaiah 63. I hope the Lord will water the word sown. New Jersey, Thursday, 25. I was sick. Brother Watcoat gave them a sermon at Warwick on the wages of sin, and I gave them a finishing exhortation. I have no desire to see them again until there is some change. Friday, 26. The power of God came down among the people at B's, and there was a great melting. After meeting, we rode through the heat 15 miles to Pepper Cotton. Saturday, 27. Rode to the Stone Church, and found stony hearts. The Methodists ought to preach only in their own houses. I have done with the houses of other people. Brother Watcoat bore the cross, and preached for me here. When I see the stupidity of the people, and the contentiousness of their spirit, I pity and grieve over them. I have hard labor in traveling amongst the rocks and hills. Sunday, 28. My body is weak, my spirits are low, and I am burdened under the spiritual death of the people. Yet, O my soul, praise the Lord. I spoke a few words with freedom at Sweezy's to insensible people. We then drove through the heat to Axford's, where I found life and liberty amongst my hearers. Monday, 29. We had a heavy ride to C's, where Brother W. preached, while some of the audience slept. Thence we came to McCulloch's. I had no small trial with A.C., who was once a preacher amongst us and disowned. He had, in some instances, fallen short of his quarterage during his ministry, and now insisted on my paying him his deficiencies. I did not conceive that in justice or conscience this was required of me. Nevertheless, to get rid of him, I gave him 14 pounds. Pennsylvania, Wednesday, July 1. I had a good time at Newman's, near Hunt's Ferry. We crossed the ferry on Thursday, about 6 o'clock, got some refreshment at Inkletown, whence we proceeded to Clymer's, where we had a good meeting. Friday, 3. Came to Philadelphia. Here I found enough to do. My soul longs for more religion in this city. I am distressed for these people. 20 years have we been laboring in Pennsylvania, and there are not 1,000 in society. How many of these are truly converted, God knows. Sunday, 5. We had a dead time. Oh, that the Almighty would bless and stir up this people. Rode to Randon, where there were a few feeling souls. Tuesday, 7. It being harvest home and short notice, we had few hearers. I love God supremely, and feel myself greatly weaned from earth. I have a glorious victory, sweetly resting and suffering in Christ. Yesterday I felt so unwell that I could scarcely sit on my horse. My soul was so filled with God that it appeared as if all sense of pain was suspended by the power of faith. I was so let out in speaking at the Valley Church that all my sufferings were forgotten. I spoke very loud a part of the time. We had a gracious season. Wednesday, 8. After riding 30 miles, I preached at Rodfong's at night, with satisfaction, and souls were brought to God. Friday, 10. I called on Mr. H., a Dutch Presbyterian minister. He and his wife were both very kind. I believe they are children of God. I had an interview with Mr. M., a Lutheran minister and teacher of languages. He is a childlike, simple-hearted man, and has a considerable knowledge of the arts and sciences. We came to York, but I felt no desire to preach. I proceeded on to Carlisle. In the morning I was permitted to preach in the church, but in the evening this privilege was denied me. It was said, the reason was, because I did not read prayers, which I had forborne to do because of my eyes. I apprehend the true cause might be found in the pointed manner in which I spoke on, Blessed is he whosoever shall not be offended in me. I went to the courthouse and called them to repentance, from Look unto me, and be ye saved, all ye ends of the earth, to the great offense of all who set themselves up for judges, and who declared it was no preaching. Wednesday, 15. Came to Juniata River. We were well nigh being lost in the woods, but kind Providence brought us safe in company with Brother W. to I.C.'s, and we lodged there. Thursday, 16. Came to G.'s, 9 miles from Bedford, and being informed that the people thereabouts were willing to hear, we yielded to the persuasion of some who desired us to stay and preach. Friday, 17. We rode on to Wells's, a place visited by our preachers. Here we had a good night's rest. Saturday, 18. We passed Greensburg, stopping at Hanover Davis's, a man who has had trouble and conviction. His 3 sons were killed by the Indians, his wife and 2 children taken prisoners, and detained from him 18 months. Sunday, 19. Came to Rowlett's and dined. Thence we set out and reached Pittsburgh, 25 miles. I preached in the evening to a serious audience. This is a day of very small things. What can we hope? Yet, what can we fear? I felt great love to the people, and hope God will arise to help and bless them. Monday, 20. I preached on Isaiah 55, 6, 7. Had some zeal, and the people were very attentive. But, alas, they are far from God, and too near the savages in situation and manners. We were not agreeably stationed at Blank, who was continually drunk, and our only alternative was a tavern. Tuesday, 21. I spoke on The Son of Man is come to seek, and to save that which was lost. We were crowded, and I felt more courage. The night before, the rude soldiers were talking and dancing about the door, but now they were quiet and mute. This, I judged, might be owing to the interference of the officers or magistracy. Wednesday, 22. We left Pittsburgh and came by the Allegheny River to Wilson's, who was formerly an elder in the Presbyterian Church. Brothers Green, Willis, and Conway were my companions on the road. Thursday, 23. We had a number of poor, attentive people at M.G.'s. The weather was excessively warm, and we were in a close log house, without so much as a window to give us air. Saturday, 25. We rode through a heavy rain to Yohogany, to Brother Moore's quarterly meeting. We had a shout amongst the people, and I felt much liberty of soul in speaking. In the love feast the Lord manifested his power. One woman in particular was so wrought upon that she fell to the ground. We came to Uniontown, where there appeared to be some melting love among the people. Now I believe God is about to work in this place. I expect our circuits are better supplied than formerly. Many of the people are alive to God, and there are openings in many places. I wrote a letter to Cornplanter, chief of the Seneca Nation of Indians. I hope God will shortly visit these outcasts of men, and send messengers to publish the glad tidings of salvation amongst them. I have constant consolation, and do not feel like my former self. Maryland, Friday, 31. I crossed the mountain and lodged, I trust for the last time, at S's. Preached at Barrett's to a dry, unfaithful people. The number of candidates for the ministry are many, from which circumstance I am led to think the Lord is about greatly to enlarge the borders of Zion. Monday, August 3. Preached at Cumberland. It is partly fulfilled. None cared to give us aught to eat. My poor countrywoman, who sometimes heard and trembled, was absent this time. In her sickness she cried out, "It is too late," and rejected prayer. It was a time of refreshing at Oldtown, in Maryland. The Lord is among this people. Brother Willis preached the funeral sermon of Mrs. Sprigg, a blooming, fair woman. At her own desire she was interred in our burying ground. She died greatly lamented by her family, to whom her death is one loud call to turn to God. I trust she died in peace. Virginia, Friday, 7. Came to Bath. I took lodgings with our Virginia friends, Adams and Summers. Saturday, 8. My soul has communion with God, even here. When I behold the conduct of the people who attend the springs, particularly the gentry, I am led to thank God that I was not born to riches. I rather bless God that I am not in hell, and that I cannot partake of pleasure with sinners. I have read much, and spoken but little since I came here. The water has been powerful in its operation. I have been in great pain, and my studies are interrupted. August 19. I left Bath, which was much sooner than I expected. God was powerfully present at Hendrick's, where there were 12 or 1500 people. Many professed to be converted to God. Glory be to his name. My body enjoys better health, and blessed be God, my soul is wholly kept above sin. Yet I blame myself for not being more watchful unto prayer, and I sometimes use unnecessary words. We made a tour through Berkeley Circuit, where I had some freedom, and where we found not a little living affection in the congregations. Sunday, 23. We had alarming words at Winchester, from Ezekiel 33:11. I feel the worth of souls, and their disobedience gives me sorrow of heart. O Jehovah, work for thine own glory. Saturday, 29. Our quarterly meeting began in the woods near Shepherdstown. We had about 700 people. I felt energy and life in preaching, and power attended the word. Brother Willis spoke, and the Lord wrought powerfully. Sunday, 30. Was a high day. 1,000 or 1,500 people attended. Sinners began to mock, and many cried aloud, and so it went. I was wonderfully led out on Psalm 145, 8-12, and spoke first and last nearly 3 hours. Oh, how the wicked contradicted and opposed. Maryland, Wednesday, September 2. I came to Brother Phillips's in Maryland, and had a quickening time. God has preached to the whole family by the death of his daughter, and the fire spreads throughout the whole neighborhood. We must needs go through Samaria. I called at Fredericktown and had a number of wild, unfeeling hearers. Thence to Liberty, where the Almighty is working among the people. I preached in the day and again at night, I hope not in vain. Friday, 4. I wrote to Seneca. Oh, what hath God wrought for these people! Many precious souls have been brought to the knowledge of salvation. Monday, 7. Preached at Rolls. Here 50 or 60 souls profess to have been brought to God in a few weeks. We had a shout, and a soul converted to God. I preached in the evening at Baltimore on Lord, increase our faith. Tuesday, 8. Preached in town and at the Point. The last quarterly meeting was a wonder-working time. 50 or 60 souls, then and there, appeared to be brought to God. People were daily praying from house to house, some crying for mercy, others rejoicing in God, and not a few, day after day, joining in society for the benefit of a religious fellowship. Praise the Lord, O my soul. I spent some time in visiting from house to house, and begging for the college. The married men and the single men, the married women and the single women, I met apart, and was comforted. Many of the children of the Methodists are the happy subjects of this glorious revival. We have more members in Baltimore, town and point, than in any city or town on the continent besides. Sunday 13. I preached 3 times, baptized and administered the sacrament twice, and ordained A.F. and W.L. deacons. I trust it was a profitable time to many. I took cold and was much hurt by labor, so that I could hardly move my body. Monday 14. Came to Daniel Evans's, one of our oldest members, and his house one of our oldest stands. To this day he has continued to be steadfast. The Lord has now made bare his arm, and brought in 40 or 50 young people, among whom are some of his own children, for whom so many prayers have been offered up to God. The fire of the Lord spreads from house to house, and from heart to heart. Tuesday 15. I had but few hearers at Hunt's Chapel, but the Lord was present, and I am persuaded there was not an unfeeling soul in the house. I spent the evening with one of the great. The Lord and his own conscience will witness that I did not flatter him. Oh, that his soul were converted to God. Friday 18. At G's we had a solemn time. The power of the Lord has been displayed here to great purpose. Sunday 20. Was an alarming time at the Forks Church. A number of serious people. No trifling here now. How many dead souls restored from a backsliding state, and their children converted too. Monday 21. Rode in the evening to Cokesbury. I found I. Stewart had gone to his final rest. He was a pious lad who kept too close to his studies. He praised God to the last, even when he was delirious. It made the students very solemn for a season. Sunday 27. Preached at Gunpowder Chapel in the forenoon, and at Abingdon at 3 o'clock. Monday 28. After a long absence, I preached at Bush Forest Chapel. This was one of the first houses that was built for the Methodists in the state of Maryland, and one of the first societies was formed here. They had been dead for many years. Of late the Lord has visited this neighborhood, and I suppose from report 50 souls have been converted to God. I preached at Havre de Grace with divine illumination and authority. Thence I went to . I was hardly welcome. Perhaps I wrong him. I shall know when I call again. Called at I. and S. Hersey's, and found the Lord had not departed from these houses. I hope their children will all come to God. Wednesday 30. At Wilmington I was warm in spirit. Thence I rode to Philadelphia, where I gave a short discourse on another man's appointment. My subject, Jacob's wrestling with God. On Friday night I spoke on Who May Abide the Day of His Coming. Sunday, October 4. We were not without the presence of the Lord at our love feast and sacrament this day. Brother Willis spoke feelingly in the afternoon. Monday 5. We had a meeting of the principal members in order to consult about the incorporation of our church. New Jersey, Tuesday 6. After 20 years preaching, they have built a very beautiful meeting house at Burlington, but it is low times there in religion. At New Mills, both preachers and people appeared to feel, and the watch night was attended with some breathings after God. Thursday 8. We had a poor dry meeting at Mount Holly. Some were alarmed with fear, lest we should make a noise as we had done in Philadelphia. Some dear country friends felt the Lord powerfully, and carried home the flame. Friday 9. I felt inward strength at Bethel, on Isaiah 63:12. The power was present, but there is not as much religion amongst them as formerly. Saturday 10. My ride to Bethel was 30 miles, and 30 miles more brought me to Deerfield. I spoke very alarmingly, and to little purpose, at the Methodistico-Presbyterian Church. Sunday 11. At the glass house I felt myself, and the Lord made others feel, to purpose, I hope. Thence to Salem, at 3 o'clock. It was leveling work, storm and thunder, whilst I opened and applied Isaiah 30, 20-21. Monday 12. I returned to Philadelphia, where there were 5 criminals hanged. One of them professed conversion. Tuesday 13. Was the day of election for representatives. Preaching in the evening was to little purpose, on Arm of the Lord Awake. O Lord of life, when shall it be? Delaware. I preached at Wilmington on the dedication of our new chapel. Thus far are we come after more than 20 years' labor in this place. Thursday 15. I preached at Dickinson's. Here we have a good house built, and a blessed foundation of living stones fixed on the chief cornerstone. After preaching at Severson's and Duck Creek Crossroads, we came on Saturday to Dover Quarterly Meeting. Here the congregation was large and serious. Sunday 18. Preached on The Lord whom ye seek shall suddenly come to his temple. Ordained W.I. and I.B. elders. We have had encouraging intelligence of an opening in New England. We shall send Jacob Brush to assist Jesse Lee, who has been some time visiting those parts. Reached Judge White's in the evening, and rested there on Monday. Tuesday 20. Rode to Milford, where we had a great move and noble shouting. I felt myself very unwell. We had a very comfortable love feast next morning. I was taken with a sore throat, and Brother Watcote supplied my lack of service. I was laid up 4 days. A violent headache and fever attended the inflammation in my throat, with little or no perspiration. I made use of flaxseed tea, and a very great expectoration followed. Wednesday 28. I came to Lowry's at the head of Nanticoke. I still feel much pain, with a fever and hoarseness. I must take blame to myself for riding sometimes in the night and cold evenings without an upper coat. I am growing old, and I live much in southern climes. I lodged at Brother H.'s, who was ill with a bilious and nervous complaint. Thursday 29. Came to W. and was kindly entertained. End of Section 6. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 7 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Friday 30. We rode in the rain. It was almost enough to kill healthy men. After steeping our feet in warm water, we came to Brother Downing's. Next day we rode 28 miles to Paramore's. My rest being interrupted, I rose early and rode through the cold to the love feast, where we had great shouting. Although very weak in body, I rode 30 miles. A dish of tea and a biscuit and a half was all my food till 6 o'clock in the evening. Monday, November 2. I rode 40 miles to Magotty Bay, and preached to a few people. The antinomians pleased them and gained them. Alas for us! Oh, that the Lord would send an earthquake of his power among them. Tuesday 3. We had an open time at Brother J's. The school for the charity boys much occupies my mind. Our annual expenditure will amount to £200, and the aid we get is but trifling. The poverty of the people and the general scarcity of money is the great source of our difficulties. The support of our preachers, who have families, absorbs our collections, so that neither do our elders nor the charity school get much. We have the poor, but they have no money, and the worldly, wicked rich we do not choose to ask. I have ridden about 100 miles from Sunday morning till Tuesday night. At the same time very unwell with a cold and influenza, which spreads in almost every family. Wednesday, 4. We had many people at Accomack Courthouse, and Power attended the word whilst brothers E and W spoke. Thursday and Friday, 5, 6. We held quarterly meeting at Downing's. The first day the Lord was powerfully present, and the people were greatly agitated. On the second day at the love feast and sacrament there was a shout, and I believe 200 souls praised God at one time. My soul was happy among them. Maryland, Saturday, 7. At Animessex quarterly meeting the Lord was amongst the people on the first day. On Sunday at the love feast the young were greatly filled, and the power of the Most High spread throughout. It appeared as if they would have continued till night if they had not been in some measure forced to stop that we might have public worship. I stood near the window and spoke on Isaiah 64, 1-5. There was a stir, and several sinners went away. There were very uncommon circumstances of a supernatural kind said to be observed at this meeting. The saints of the world are dreadfully displeased at this work, which, after all, is the best evidence that it is of God. The preachers urged me to preach at Princess Anne. I did so, and many poor, afflicted people came out. I trust some will be able to say of Christ, "He is altogether lovely." I felt uncommon power in preaching at Thomas Garretson's. Surely the Lord will work. At the quarterly meeting I did not speak the first day. The second, I preached on Romans 10, 14, 15. There was a little stir, yet this is said to be the dullest, or one of the dullest places in the peninsula. Thursday, 12, was a warm day, and we had a heavy ride to the Line Chapel. There were but few hearers, owing to the great affliction that prevails. The influenza and other complaints carry off many people, and it is an awful time. Friday, 13. Came to Broad Creek Chapel, where some of the wicked had broken the windows. There had been a stir at the quarterly meeting, and a testimony borne against their revelings, and it was judged that on this account the injury was committed on the house. My throat was sore, and my testimony feeble, on 2 Corinthians 6, 1. I rode to the head of Nanticoke, where Brother Watcoat preached a warm sermon. Saturday, 14. Preached at Brown's Chapel. The general affliction hindered many from attending, but we were happy together, and it was a strengthening, confirming time to many tried souls. Sunday, 15. The people were shouting the praises of God when I came. After the noise and fervor had subsided, I preached on the men of Nineveh's repenting at the preaching of Jonah, and the word sunk into some hearts. Monday, 16. We had a noble shout, and the people rejoiced in the Lord. Friday, 20. Being the day of our quarterly meeting fast, we strove to keep it as well as our feeble bodies would admit. Saturday and Sunday, 21, 22. There was a shaking among the people. Some were alarmed, some professed to be justified, and others sanctified, whilst the wicked brought with them much of the power of Satan. I received some relief for my poor orphans. For some days past I have been kept in a humble, living, holy, conquering frame. Monday, 23. Although the northwest wind blew very strong, we crossed Choptank River and came to Bolingbroke. Here we had loud shouts and living testimonies from many of our oldest members, whilst some of our gay young Methodists were mute. Being a day of public thanksgiving, I rode to Y, where there is a good new chapel. The rain hindered, so that we had but few hearers. Came through the rain to Tuckahoe. Friday, 27. There was a good move at Choptank Bridge. I ordained 5 persons to the office of deacons. Saturday, 28. Preached with some freedom at Dover. Sunday, 29. I preached at Duck Creek, stopped and gave them a discourse at Middletown, and spent the evening with a worthy, kind friend. A number of dear old brethren accompanied me to Cokesbury, where we had an examination of the boys, and stationed 11 on Charity. Thence we hastened on to Baltimore. Thursday, December 3. Our council was seated, consisting of the following persons, viz. Richard Ivy from Georgia, R. Ellis, South Carolina, E. Morris, North Carolina, Phil Bruce, North District of Virginia, James O'Kelly, South District of Virginia, L. Green, Ohio, Nelson Reed, Western Shore of Maryland, J. Everett, Eastern Shore, John Dickens, Pennsylvania, J. O. Cromwell, Jersey, and Freeborn Garretson, New York. All our business was done in love and unanimity. The concerns of the college were well attended to, as also the printing business. We formed some resolutions relative to economy and union, and others concerning the funds for the relief of our suffering preachers on the frontiers. We rose on the eve of Wednesday following. During our sitting we had preaching every night. Some few souls were stirred up, and others converted. The prudence of some had stilled the noisy ardor of our young people, and it was difficult to rekindle the fire. I collected about £28 for the poor suffering preachers in the West. We spent one day in speaking our own experiences and giving an account of the progress and state of the work of God in our several districts. A spirit of union pervades the whole body, producing blessed effects and fruits. Thursday, 10. This and the 2 following days were spent in writing and other necessary business. I also preached at Town and Point. Sunday, 13. I delivered some alarming truths at our meeting house with some life. I preached at the German church in the afternoon, and in the evening I spoke on "The men of Nineveh shall rise up in judgment against the men of this generation, and condemn it," etc. Monday, 14. To my comfort, I found one of Thomas Cromwell's children under deep distress. When I formerly frequented the house, she was a child. Came on to Annapolis and found the work rather dead. Tuesday, 15. I preached with more liberty than the evening before. Wednesday, 16. Set out for Herring Bay. It rained, and our ride was heavy. I lodged with William Weems, once a great zealot for the old church. Thursday, 17. We rode to Childs's. It was an awfully stormy, rainy day, and we had no meeting. The Lord has made bare his arm since my last visit here, and souls have been converted and sanctified. Friday, 18. Rode to Gray's. Here also the Lord hath wrought powerfully amongst the children. Virginia, Saturday, 19. Rode through Charles County to Hoe's Ferry. Death, death. We had prayer at our lodgings. Mr. H. treated us very kindly. Sabbath morning, 20. I read part of the 33rd chapter of Ezekiel's prophecy and gave an exhortation. We then rode 25 miles through the snow to Pope's, where I spoke with some liberty. We found ourselves not at home, so we went to our friend S.'s. My spirit has been wounded, not a little. I know not which to pity most, the slaves or their masters. Thence we went on to the widow Hutt's. I am ill and have little to do, which makes me worse. On Christmas Eve I made a visit to Counselor Carter, a very social gentleman, a Baptist. After preaching we had 15 miles to ride to Sister W.'s, and 20 miles the next morning to Lancaster Quarterly Meeting. Sunday, 27. Feeling myself unwell, Brother Watcoat preached, and our public and society meeting occupied 6 hours and a half. Notwithstanding the rain, we had many to hear, both white and black. I was very sensible that the work of grace was deepened in the souls of the people. Several spoke of the pure love of God. Monday, 28. I felt much enlarged in spirit. It seemed to me as if the Lord was only beginning to work, but the antinomians oppose. Nevertheless, I have growing hopes that the glory of Zion will shortly appear. Tuesday, 29. After waiting at the ferry about 4 hours, we made an attempt to cross in an old boat, with tattered sails, which gave way near the middle of the river. Through mercy, we got safe over. Thence directing our course to Turk's Ferry, a poor old negro made out to get us across in a little flat. About 8 o'clock we arrived safely at Sister D's, where we found 3 of the preachers waiting for us, preaching having been appointed for the morrow. We had the presence of God with us in the meeting and at the sacrament. Thursday, 31. We had a few attentive people at Brother Bellamy's. "Oh, Gloucester, Gloucester, when will it be famous for religion?" Finding my appointments not made, we crossed York River and came once more to my dear old friend Weldon's. I was much indisposed. January 1, 1790. No appointment for preaching. We are bound to the south and shall proceed on as fast as we can. Saturday, 2. We were refreshed in the evening. Next day, Sabbath, I preached at Chickahominy Church once more. Sinners, Pharisees, backsliders, hypocrites, and believers were faithfully warned. And of all these characters there were, doubtless, a goodly number in the large congregation which attended. Brother Bruce went to Brown's, and Brother W. and myself to Weldon's. At both these places the Lord was powerfully present in our meetings. Monday, 4. We crossed James River with a fresh wind ahead, and only 2 poor blacks, where 4 ferrymen are necessary. 2 brigs under sail came down full upon us, and we had hard work to get out of their way. These large ferries are dangerous and expensive. Our ferriages alone have cost us £3 since we left Annapolis. Tuesday, 5. Rested, and next day preached at Brother Mooring's. I felt some power among the people, but the glory is measurably departed. The imprudent haste of the young people to marry unbelievers, and divisions excited by other causes, have done much injury. Thursday, 7. Was an ameliorating time at Ellis's church. The next day at Lane's I had many people, although it rained. I felt comfortable in speaking to them. Saturday, 9. Was a cold time in a cold house at Brother M's. I felt unwell, and much dejected at the situation of the people, whom I found divided about the merits of a certain character, once a preacher among the Methodists, but now disowned, and striving to make a party. This man, and the disputes for and against slavery, have been hurtful. Sunday, 10. Came to Jones's church, and was much lifted up in spirit. Monday, 11. I had many to hear at Mabry's. Tuesday, 12. From Mabry's we came to Brunswick Quarterly Meeting, where there was a considerable quickening and manifestation of the Lord's power. We had a good meeting at Roanoke Chapel. I rejoiced that the society had increased to more than 100 souls. I received a letter from the presiding elder of this district, James O'Kelly. He makes heavy complaints of my power, and bids me stop for 1 year, or he must use his influence against me. Power, power. There is not a vote given in a conference in which the presiding elder has not greatly the advantage of me. All the influence I am to gain over a company of young men in a district must be done in 3 weeks. The greater part of them, perhaps, are seen by me only at conference, whilst the presiding elder has had them with him all the year, and has the greatest opportunity of gaining influence. This advantage may be abused. Let the bishops look to it. But who has the power to lay an embargo on me, and to make of none effect the decision of all the conferences of the Union. North Carolina, Friday, 15. Crossed Roanoke, and was met by several preachers at Sister Pegram's, where the Lord was with us. Saturday, 16. I had a long ride to R. Jones's. We had a good season at the sacrament. Several spoke powerfully of the justifying and sanctifying grace of God. 100 souls have been brought to God. Thus the barren wilderness begins to smile. I found it a time to speak from Isaiah 52:1. We had to ride 16 miles, and here, oh, what my spirit felt! It is a day of very small and feeble things, and but little union among the people. I found it needful to enforce that prayer, O Lord, revive thy work. One poor black fell to the ground and praised God. Tuesday, 19. I had some freedom in preaching at B's, but I fear there is too much vanity and antinomian leaven amongst them to permit much good to be done. Rode to Tomlinson's, but here they made no appointment. At Merritt's Chapel, on New Hope Creek, Chatham County, I enforced, How shall I give thee up, Ephraim? There was some feeling among them, but they are not a united people. Thursday, 21. I rode to the Widow Snipes, 20 miles, and preached on Isaiah 45:22. Then crossed Haw River and came to Ems, about 2 hours in the night, where I found a congregation waiting, to whom I spoke on, I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, etc. The people were tender. Friday, 22. Came to Rainey's in Orange County to a quarterly meeting, where 7 of our preachers met together. The first day the people were dull. The second, our congregation was large. My subject was, We will give ourselves to prayer and the ministry of the word. I ordained Thomas Anderson to the office of an elder. We rode through a heavy rain 16 miles to our friend Bird's. Here they have built us a complete house of the heart of oak. Proceeded 12 miles to Rocky River, and preached at M. Master's Chapel. Afterward we had a night meeting, and upon the whole I believe we were speaking about 4 hours, besides nearly 2 spent in prayer. We came to our friend Kay's, and were kindly entertained. Thence we went to Mr. Bell's, on Deep River, and were received in the kindest manner. Before I left the house I felt persuaded that that family would come to experience the power of religion. Tuesday, 26. We had to make our way through a dreary path, and rode about 50 miles. We were favored by only getting a sprinkling of rain, which became very heavy after we were housed at Thomas C.'s, about 11 o'clock. Rode to Dr. King's 25 miles, and performed the funeral rites of Captain C., who was sick when I was here last year. I then prayed for him, and felt as if his sickness was unto death. Now I preached his funeral sermon. My text was, It is appointed unto men once to die, etc. I felt some enlargement in speaking, and a few people appeared to be moved. I read an account of the wonderful revolution in France. May the good of Protestantism and the glory of God be advanced by it. Since we crossed Roanoke River, we have passed through Warren, Granville, Wake, Chatham, Orange, Randolph, and Richmond counties in North Carolina. After passing Hedgecock Creek, I preached at Knight's Chapel on My Grace is Sufficient for Thee. There was some quickening, and I was blessed. It is no small exercise to ride 20 miles or more, as we frequently do, before 12 o'clock, taking all kinds of food and lodging, and weather too, as it comes, whether it be good or bad. I saw the hand of the Lord in preserving my life and limbs, when my horse made an uncommon start and sprung some yards with me. It was with difficulty I kept the saddle. South Carolina. We had a severe day's ride, and called at the beauty spot. The beauty here has somewhat faded. The society is disjointed, and in a poor state. We made it a 50 miles ride or thereabouts, to Priors. Sunday 31. There were some signs of remaining life seen under preaching, and a little spirit and feeling in the love feast. I felt great enlargement on "How shall I give thee up, Ephraim?" etc. I found it heavy work. Monday, February 1. Brother W. preached at the Grove. I.E. and myself spoke after him, and there were gracious signs of tenderness among the people. An elderly Baptist preacher attended, whose heart the Lord touched, and he acknowledged the power of the Most High to be present. We lodged at old friend Jay's, having ridden 25 miles. We were weary and hungry, having breakfasted on tea at 8 o'clock and taken nothing more till 6 o'clock at night. Lord, help me to bear all things without murmuring or disputing. At Flowers's there was a living stir. One soul found peace, and I had freedom in preaching. After riding 15 miles to Sweet's Meeting House on a cold day, we had about a dozen people. Of these few, some were drunk, and began to laugh and trifle round the house. After 3 exhortations and prayers, we came to Port's Ferry, and had to cross in the night, and wade the low places. Came to Sister —, and had a comfortable table spread before us, which to us, who had ridden 30 miles through heavy rain, without eating or drinking, was almost necessary. I think our kind hostess has several of the marks St. Paul gives of a widow indeed. I have lately read Thomson's Seasons, containing upwards of 200 pages. I find a little wheat and a great deal of chaff. I have read great authors, so-called, and wondered where they found their finery of words and phrases. Much of this might be pilfered from the Seasons, without injury to the real merit of the work, and doubtless it has been plucked by literary robbers, and my wonder may cease. My own soul has peace, but I feel a death amongst the people. I hope the Lord will come and visit them in power. If they do not turn to God, I expect they will be cut off, and that soon. Saturday 6. Rode to Georgetown, and on the Sabbath Brother W. preached on "In all places where I record my name, I will come in to thee, and I will bless thee." Monday 8. I gave them a close and serious address on rightly dividing the word of truth. Tuesday 9. Came to Wapata and preached on 1 John 4, 16, 17. Wednesday 10. Came to Charleston. Here I received good news from Baltimore and New York. About 200 souls have been brought to God within a few weeks. I have been closely occupied in writing to Europe and to different parts of this continent. We feel a little quickening here. Brother Watcoat preaches every night. Saturday 13. The preachers are coming in to the conference. I have felt fresh springs of desire in my soul for a revival of religion. Oh, may the work be general. It is a happy thing to be united as is our society. The happy news of the revival of the work of God flies from one part of the continent to the other, and all partake of the joy. End of section 7. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 8 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Sunday 14. I preached twice. Next day, Monday, our conference began. Our business was conducted in great peace and love. The business of the council came before us, and it was determined that the concerns of the college and the printing should be left with the council to act decisively upon, but that no new canons should be made, nor the old altered, without the consent of the conference, and that whatever was done on this head should come in the shape of advice only. We had some quickening seasons and living meetings. Several young people came under awakenings. Wednesday 17. I preached on, "If thou take forth the precious from the vile, thou shalt be as my mouth." It was a searching season. Several spoke and prayed, and we had noise enough. The evening before, an extract of sundry letters from New York and Baltimore was read in the congregation, at which saints and sinners were affected. But we have not a sufficient breastwork. Our friends are too mute and fearful, and many of the outdoors people are violent and wicked. I have had a busy, trying time for about 9 days past, and I have hopes that some hundreds in this city will be converted by this time next year. Our conference resolved on establishing Sunday schools for poor children, white and black. Friday 19. We rode to Edisto. At Guam's I preached on The Great Salvation. There appeared to be attention, and some were affected. Saturday 20. Was a dry time at Linder's. Brother Watcoat preached. I was very unwell with a headache. Sunday 21. We had a better season at Cattle Creek on Malachi 3:1. May God arise to help these people, and revive and work mightily for and amongst them. Monday 22. We had a heavy ride to B's. It was still more so when we came to preaching. Poor souls, the antinomian leaven brings forth death here. Some appeared hardened, others nevertheless appeared a little melted. May God help these people. I was unwell, could eat but little. I was not at home. I felt as if God had departed from this house, and was miserable until I left it. Tuesday 23. We rode to R's. Here we found people of another spirit. We had a large congregation, but very blind, deaf, and dumb. O Lord, can these dry bones live? I spoke very close, but to little purpose. May the Lord help and stand by the poor preachers who labor on this side Edisto. Wednesday 24. At Chester's and next day at P's there was a small stir. Some here have been awakened, but they lean to Calvinism, and the love of strong drink carries almost all away. My spirit was bowed down amongst them. I spoke a little, and so did Brother Watcoat. We appointed a night meeting. There came only 2 men, and they were drunk. Friday 26. There came about a dozen people to hear us at Treadwell's, to whom Brother Watcoat preached on the works of the flesh and the fruits of the Spirit. After riding 30 miles through heavy sands, we came to Dr. Fuller's. I am strongly inclined to think I am done with this road and people. They pass for Christians. A prophet of strong drink might suit them. I was clear in not receiving anything without paying for it. Saturday 27. Rode to Campbelltown and stopped at Brother G's. Since Friday the 19th, we have ridden about 160 miles. I have been under various trials and exercises, and have some dejected hours. This also shall tend to my humiliation, and work for my good. Sunday 28. I preached on 1 Timothy 1:15. I had a very still and unfeeling congregation. The inhabitants of this little town, Campbelltown, seemed to be sober and industrious, but even here I found some drunkards. Georgia, Monday, March 1. We crossed at Augusta, in Georgia, and rode to S.C. Church. I had some enlargement on Luke 4:18-19. Thence we proceeded to Briar Creek. Tuesday 2. I preached in an old church near Waynesboro, at Wyke's in the evening, and next day at Golfin's, Old Town. The house was open, and the day cold. Thursday 4. I preached with liberty in a new church near Fan's Bridge. We have been exercised in public night and day. Frequently we have not more than 6 hours' sleep. Our horses are weary, and the houses are so crowded that at night our rest is much disturbed. Jesus is not always in our dwellings, and where he is not, a pole cabin is not very agreeable. Provisions for man and horse we have plenty of. Our journeys are about 30 miles, day by day. But under all these trials I enjoy peace and patience, and have much of the love of God. Sunday 7. We had a crowded congregation at H's. Brother W. attempted to preach, but soon concluded. We lodged with Brother S. above the forks of Ogeechee. My mind has been much tried under so much bodily fatigue. I went to view 400 acres of land and found it not suitably situated for a seminary of learning. Came to S's, a cold place, and cold congregation there. Wednesday 10. Our conference began at Grant's. We had preaching every day, and there were some quickenings amongst the people. Our business was conducted in peace and unanimity. The deficiencies of the preachers, who receive a salary of $64 per annum from this conference, amounted to £74 for the last year. Thursday 11. We had a rainy day, yet a full house, and a living love feast. Some souls were converted, and others professed sanctification. I had some opening in speaking from Ezekiel 2:7. We have a prospect of obtaining 100 acres of land for every £100 we can raise and pay, for the support of Wesley and Whitfield School. On Monday we rode out to view 300 acres of land offered for the above purpose. My soul has been much tried since conference began. I must strive to keep from rising too high or sinking too low. Tuesday 16. We set out on our journey and came to the new chapel at Bibb's Crossroads. I preached with some life and liberty, and ordained Brother Bennett Maxey to the office of deacon. I spent the evening at Brother Herbert's, where lie interred the remains of dear Brother Major. I was told that a poor sinner was struck with conviction at his grave, and thought he heard the voice of God calling him to repentance. I was also told of a woman who sent for Brother Andrew to preach her funeral sermon while living. She was blessed under the word and died in peace. South Carolina, Wednesday 17. We were kindly entertained at P.C.'s, and next day, after riding 22 miles to P.'s, we had an evening meeting and were happy with a few living souls. The Presbyterians are very kind, giving us freely whatever is needful for man and horse. I have great consolations and severe trials. Friday 19. We had some stir, especially amongst the young people, at the Widow Bowman's, on Reedy River. Saturday 20. Rode to M's, and finding Brother Ellis was to be at C's, we hasted to see him, and rode 20 miles, crossing Enory River, near the slaughter ground where a battle was fought in the last war. Sunday 21. Preached to a quiet people and had a small stir. We had a meeting in the evening at Brother Smith's. Monday 22. I feel myself unwell with a sick and nervous headache, which returns once a month, and sometimes oftener. We have traveled about 600 miles in about 3 weeks, besides the time taken up in conference. Thou, Lord, wilt have mercy, and save both man and beast. I expect Providence brought us this way, to pity and to help the people. Dear Brother and Sister S. are unspeakably kind. North Carolina, Friday, 26. Rode about 22 miles. Stopped at Colonel Graham's, dripping wet with rain. He received us, poor strangers, with great kindness, and treated us hospitably. We had awful thunder, wind, and rain. I was still unwell with the complaints that terminated the life of my grandfather Asbury, whose name I bear. Perhaps it will also be my end. We were weather-bound until Monday morning, the 29th of March. For several days I have been very sick and serious. I have been enabled to look into eternity with some pleasure. I could give up the church, the college, and schools. Nevertheless, there was one drawback. What will my enemies and mistaken friends say? Why, that he hath offended the Lord, and he hath taken him away. In the afternoon I felt somewhat better. Brother Watcoat preached a most excellent sermon on "The kingdom of God is not in word but in power. Not in sentiments or forms, but in the convincing, converting, regenerating, sanctifying power of God." I am making close application to my Bible. Reading the prophets at my leisure whilst on my journey, I met with a pious Baptist. Glory to God for what religion there is still to be found amongst all sects and denominations of people. Wednesday 31. Rode to Gilberttown and preached at H's with some freedom, but was very unwell in the afternoon. Thursday, April 1. Rode about 50 miles through Rutherford and Burke counties. It is a day of small things here. Crossed Catawba River at Greenlee's Ford and came to our good friend White's on John's River about 8 o'clock at night. When I set off in the morning, it seemed as if I should faint by the way. I was so ill with a mixed internal complaint to which I am subject. We arrived in the very nick of time, Friday being a very rainy day, and there being no necessity that day to ride. I feel happy in the prospect of death and rest. Yet am I willing to labor and to suffer the Lord's leisure. Saturday, 3. Quarterly meeting began. Brother W. and myself both preached, and there was a reviving among both white and black, and I trust some souls were blessed. Sunday, 4. Was a serious day. None were admitted to our private meeting but members. Many spoke, and most felt the power of God. We then hasted to the Globe Chapel, where the people met, but had not patience to wait. We had a rough road and John's River to cross 20 times. I was desired to preach Sister B's funeral. She was formerly a Presbyterian, then a Methodist, and last of all a Christian, and there is good hope that she died in the Lord. I was resolved to fulfill her desire, and preached on 1 Corinthians 15, 56, 57, to about 8 souls. Monday, 5. We made an early move. After worming the stream for a while, we took through the Laurel Hill and had to scale the mountains, which in some places were rising like the roof of a house. We came to the head of Watauga River, a most neglected place. Here the people have had their corn destroyed by frost, and many of them have moved away. It was thus we found it in Tiger's Valley. We passed by W's, a poor lodging, and slept at the Beaver Dam in a cabin without a cover, except what a few boards supplied. We had very heavy thunder and lightning, and most hideous yelling of wolves around, with rain, which is frequent in the mountains. Tennessee, Tuesday, 6. We were compelled to ride through the rain and cross the Stone Mountain. Those who wish to know how rough it is may tread in our path. What made it worse to me was that while I was looking to see what was become of our guide, I was carried off with full force against a tree that hung across the road some distance from the ground, and my head received a very great jar, which, however, was lessened by my having on a hat that was strong in the crown. We came on to the dismal place called Roan's Creek, which was pretty full. Here we took a good breakfast on our tea, bacon, and bread. Reaching Watauga, we had to swim our horses and ourselves to cross in a canoe. Up the Iron Mountain we ascended, where we had many a seat to rest, and many a weary step to climb. At length we came to Greer's, and halted for the night. Wednesday, 7. We reached Nelson's Chapel about 1 o'clock, after riding about 18 miles. Now it is that we must prepare for danger in going through the wilderness. I received a faithful letter from Brother Poythress in Kentucky, encouraging me to come. This letter I think well deserving of publication. I found the poor preachers indifferently clad, with emaciated bodies, and subject to hard fare. Yet I hope they are rich in faith. Friday, 9. After receiving great kindness from dear Sister Nelson, we came on to Brother Bull's, who wrought for us, gratis, what we wanted in shoeing our horses. Thence we went on to Brother Gott's, and to Brother P.'s, and thence, groping through the woods, to Brother Easley's, depending on the fidelity of the Kentucky people, hastening them, and being unwilling they should wait a moment for me. We crossed Holstein at Smith's Ferry, and rode 30 miles to Amy's, where we were well entertained for our money. Coming along, I complained that the people would take no pay for their food or services. That complaint has ceased. Very unwell as I was, we pushed down Holstein to the last house. Here we had no hope of company from the eastern or western side. We turned out our horses to graze, and they strayed off, so here we are anchored indeed. The unsettled state of my stomach and bowels makes labor and life a burden. We are now in a house in which a man was killed by the savages. And oh, poor creatures! They are but one remove from savages themselves. I consider myself in danger, but my God will keep me whilst thousands pray for me. Sunday 11. My soul is humbled before God, waiting to see the solution of this dark providence. The man of the house is gone after some horses supposed to be stolen by Indians. I have been near fainting, but my soul is revived again, and my bodily strength is somewhat renewed. If these difficulties, which appear to impede my path, are designed to prevent my going to Kentucky, I hope to know shortly. I spent the Sabbath at Robert Beans's. In the evening, a company of 11 came to go forward. Our horses were not to be found without a great sum. Monday morning, 12. We loaded Brother Anderson's little horse with my great bags and 2 pairs smaller, 4 saddles with blankets and provender. We then set out and walked 10 miles, and our horses were brought to us, and those who brought them were pleased to take what we pleased to give. Brother A. sought the Lord by fasting and prayer, and had a strong impression that it was the will of God that I should not go with that company. Tuesday 13. We came back to A's, a poor sinner. He was highly offended that we prayed so loud in his house. He is a distiller of whiskey, and boasts of gaining 300 pounds per annum by the brewing of his poison. We talked very plainly, and I told him that it was of necessity and not of choice we were there, that I feared the face of no man. He said he did not desire me to trouble myself about his soul. Perhaps the greatest offense was given by my speaking against distilling and slaveholding. Having now been upon expenses from Friday until this day, for 4 horses and 3 men, I judged it high time to move. Thursday 15. We rode 50 miles, and next day preached at Owens's. Saturday 17. We rode on with great violence, which made me feel very serious. Sunday 18. Brother W. preached at General Russell's on the birth, character, and office of John the Baptist. Monday 19. I resolved on taking a proper dose of tartar emetic. This has wrought me well, and I hope for better health. From December 14, 1789, to April 20, 1790, we compute to have traveled 2,578 miles. Hitherto hath the Lord helped. Glory, glory to our God. Virginia. We had a good prayer meeting at General Russell's. This family is lavish in attentions and kindness. I was nursed as an only child by the good man and woman of the house, and indeed by all the family. God Almighty bless them and reward them. Thursday 22. We had a lively prayer meeting at Keywood's. Come, Lord, like thunder, and break in upon these dear young people. Friday 23. We had a very lively prayer meeting and exhortation. We trust the Lord will do something for these people before we leave the rich Holstein Valley. I feel for their state. They are settled and dwindling. I have been happy in my own soul, and have gained bodily strength. 2 weeks are now spent, one in waiting on the Kentucky business, and one, illness has prevented my improving, except that it has furnished time to publish my appointments on Clinch and Nolachucky. Saturday 24. Many attended a prayer meeting at M. Henry's, but there was little life. Sunday 25. Preached at General Russell's on Ezekiel 33:11. I saw, I felt, I knew that some of my congregation were touched. Monday 26. We rode through the poor valley, calling on F., who had been sick and frightened with convictions and the fear of death. We prayed, fed our horses, and rode on to Clinch River. Tuesday 27. We had a house well crowded, but there was but little stir among them. I felt for these dear souls, and judged that Providence was about to open a way for a circuit to be formed here in Russell County, for one preacher. Wednesday, 28. I preached at Brother B's, a frontier house, and a station. In time past, a person was killed here by the Indians. The people showed their zeal in purchasing 2 magazines and several hymn books. Some say nothing but whiskey will bring money, but I prove the contrary, and I give them credit. We have had cold weather and severe frosts for 2 nights past. We had a dreary ride down to the ford of Clinch, through a solitary plain. Many attended at L's. We rode down to Blackmoor Station. Here the people have been forted on the north side of Clinch. Poor Blackmoor has had a son and daughter killed by the Indians. They are of opinion here that the Cherokees were the authors of this mischief. I also received an account of 2 families having been killed, and of 1 female that was taken prisoner and afterward retaken by the neighbors and brought back. Friday, 30. Crossed Clinch about 2 miles below the fort. In passing along, I saw the precipice from which Blackmoor's unhappy son leaped into the river, after receiving the stroke of a tomahawk in his head. I suppose by the measure of my eye it must be between 50 and 60 feet descent. His companion was shot dead upon the spot. This happened on the 6th of April, 1789. We came a dreary road over rocks, ridges, hills, stones, and streams, along a blind, tortuous path, to Moccasin Gap and Creek, thence to Smith's Ferry across the north branch of Holstein. Here I found some lies had been told on me. Feeling myself innocent, I was not moved. Saturday, May 1. Rested. Next day, Sabbath, I preached to a hardened people. Monday, 3. I preached at Brother Payne's, and had some encouragement among our Maryland people. Sabbath night, I dreamed the guard from Kentucky came for me, and mentioned it to Brother W. In the morning I retired to a small stream, for meditation and prayer, and whilst there saw 2 men come over the hills. I felt a presumption that they were Kentucky men, and so they proved to be. They were Peter Massey and John Clark, who were coming for me with the intelligence that they had left 8 men below. After reading the letters and asking counsel of God, I consented to go with them. End of Section 8. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 9 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Tuesday, 4. We prepared ourselves and horses for our journey, and the next day came once more to Amy's. Thursday, 6. Came to Crab's at the lower end of the valley, and were occupied in collecting our company. Friday, 7. We formed the whole of our company at the valley station. Besides Brother W.T. and myself, we were 16 men, having 13 guns only. We moved on very swiftly, considering the roughness of the way, traveling by my computation 35 miles today. Next day we reached Richland Creek and encamped on the road about 9 o'clock at night, having made by computation 45 miles. Kentucky, Sunday, 9. We traveled about 50 miles, and next day 45 miles, and reached Madison Courthouse, passing the branches of Rockcastle River. On our journey we saw the rock whence the river derives its name. It is amazing and curious, with appearances the most artificial I've ever seen. It is not unlike an old church or castle in Europe. We stopped at M's, whose wife, now a tender, gracious soul, was taken prisoner by the Indians during the last war and carried to Detroit. Tuesday, 11. Crossed Kentucky River. I was strangely outdone for want of sleep, having been greatly deprived of it in my journey through the wilderness, which is like being at sea in some respects, and in others worse. Our way is over mountains, steep hills, deep rivers, and muddy creeks, a thick growth of reeds for miles together, and no inhabitants but wild beasts and savage men. Sometimes, before I am aware, my ideas would be leading me to be looking out ahead for a fence, and I would, without reflection, try to recollect the houses we should have lodged at in the wilderness. I slept about an hour the first night, and about 2 the last. We ate no regular meal, our bread grew short, and I was much spent. I saw the graves of the slain, 24 in one camp. I learned that they had set no guard and that they were up late, playing at cards. A poor woman of the company had dreamed 3 times that the Indians had surprised and killed them all. She urged her husband to entreat the people to set a guard, but they only abused him and cursed him for his pains. As the poor woman was relating her last dream, the Indians came upon the camp. She and her husband sprung away, one east, the other west, and escaped. She afterward came back and witnessed the carnage. These poor sinners appeared to be ripe for destruction. I received an account of the death of another wicked wretch who was shot through the heart, although he had vaunted, with horrid oaths, that no Creek Indian could kill him. These are some of the melancholy accidents to which the country is subject for the present. As to the land, it is the richest body of fertile soil I have ever beheld. Wednesday, 12. I preached for the first time at Ars on Jeremiah 50:4-5, and the Lord was with me. Thursday, 13. Being court time, I preached in a dwelling house at Lexington, and not without some feeling. The Methodists do but little here. Others lead the way. After dinner I rode about 5 miles in company with poor C.W. Ah, how many times have I eaten at this man's table in New York! And now he is without property and without grace. When about to part, I asked him if he loved God. His soul was in his eyes. He burst into tears, and could scarcely speak. He did not love God, but he desired it. Our conference was held at Brother Masterson's, a very comfortable house, and kind people. We went through our business in great love and harmony. I ordained Wilson Lee, Thomas Williamson, and Barnabas M. Henry elders. We had preaching noon and night, and souls were converted, and the fallen restored. My soul has been blessed among these people, and I am exceedingly pleased with them. I would not, for the worth of all the place, have been prevented in this visit, having no doubt but that it will be for the good of the present and rising generation. It is true, such exertions of mind and body are trying, but I am supported under it. If souls are saved, it is enough. Brother Poythress is much alive to God. We fixed a plan for a school and called it Bethel, and obtained a subscription of upwards of £300 in land and money towards its establishment. Monday, 17. Rode to Coleman's Chapel, about 10 miles from Lexington, and preached to an unengaged people. We thence rode to I. Lewis's on the bend of Kentucky River. Lewis is an old acquaintance from Leesburg, Virginia. I was pleased to find that heaven and religion were not lost sight of in this family. Brother Lewis offered me 100 acres of land for Bethel, on a good spot for building materials. We rode through mire and rain 21 miles to Francis Clark's, near Danville, where we had a numerous congregation. Saturday, 22. We had a noble shout at Brown's, and 4 souls professed to be converted to God. Reached the crab orchard and lodged under a tree, very feverish and unwell. A poor beginning, this. Monday, 24. We set out on our return through the wilderness with a large and helpless company. We had about 50 people, 20 of whom were armed, and 5 of whom might have stood fire. To preserve order and harmony, we had articles drawn up for and signed by our company, and I arranged the people for traveling according to the regulations agreed upon. Some disaffected gentlemen, who would neither sign nor come under discipline, had yet the impudence to murmur when left behind. The first night we lodged some miles beyond the hazel patch. The next day we discovered signs of Indians, and some thought they heard voices. We therefore thought it best to travel on, and did not encamp until 3 o'clock, halting on the east side of Cumberland River. We had gnats enough. We had an alarm, but it turned out to be a false alarm. A young gentleman, a Mr. Alexander, behaved exceedingly well, but his tender frame was not adequate to the fatigue to be endured, and he had well nigh fainted on the road to Cumberland Gap. Brother Massey was captain, and finding I had gained authority among the people, I acted somewhat in the capacity of an adjutant and quartermaster amongst them. At the foot of the mountain the company separated. The greater part went on with me to Powell's River. Here we slept on the earth, and next day made the grassy valley. Several of the company who were not Methodists expressed their high approbation of our conduct, and most affectionately invited us to their houses. The journeys of each day were as follow: Monday 45 miles, Tuesday 50 miles, Wednesday 60 miles. Tennessee, Thursday 27. By riding late we reached Captain Amy's, where I had a bed to rest on. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 28, 29, 30. I spent at General Russell's, whose wife is converted since I left the house last. I thought then that she was not far from the kingdom of God. I found myself dispirited in public preaching. I afterward ordained I. Reagan and B. Van Pelt, local preachers, to the office of deacons. Monday 31. Rode to New River 45 or 50 miles. Here I saw John Tunnell, very low, a mere shadow, but very humble and patient under his affliction. North Carolina, Tuesday, June 1. I rode about 45 miles to Armstrong's, and next day about 4 o'clock reached M. Knight's on the Yadkin River in North Carolina. Here the conference had been waiting for me nearly 2 weeks. We rejoiced together, and my brethren received me as one brought from the jaws of death. Our business was much matured, the critical concern of the council understood, and the plan with its amendments adopted. Saturday and Sunday, 5-6. Were days of the Lord's presence and power. Several were converted. We had an ordination each day. We have admitted into full connection some steady men, with dispositions and talents for the work. Monday 7. Rode through Salem town. The Moravian brethren have the blessing of the Nether Springs, and houses, orchards, mills, stores, mechanics' shops, etc. I rode about 300 miles to Kentucky in 6 days, and on my return about 500 miles in 9 days. Oh, what exertions for man and horse! Virginia, Wednesday 9. Came 45 miles to I.C.'s, and next day 30 miles to Sister Jones's. Friday 11. Rode to Brother I.'s, and next day late in the evening reached Petersburg. Sunday 13. I preached on Psalm 85:6. I was weak and unwell with excessive labor and want of rest. Monday 14. Our conference began. All was peace until the council was mentioned. The young men appeared to be entirely under the influence of the elders, and turned it out of doors. I was weary, and felt but little freedom to speak on the subject. This business is to be explained to every preacher, and then it must be carried through the conferences 24 times, that is, through all the conferences for 2 years. We had some little quickenings, but no great move among the people at our public preaching. Mr. Jarrett preached for us. Friends at first, our friends again at last. There were 4 elders and 17 deacons ordained. 10 young men who offered to travel, besides those who remained on trial. We have good news from a far country. Jersey flames with religion. Some hundreds are converted. The work of God does revive here, although not in the same degree as it did 2 years ago. In the midst of all my labor and trouble, I enjoy peace within. Saturday 19. Ended my week of business. I am crowded with letters, have much reading and writing, and the temporal concerns of the college, and the printing to attend to. Sunday 20. I spoke melting words on Hosea 11:8. Many felt. One found peace with God. In the afternoon, I believe the power of God was felt in the hearts of some of my congregation. I did not wonder that there was not a greater work of religion in this place, when I learned that they were sometimes 3 or 4 weeks without preaching. Thus, Satan tries to keep preachers and people asunder. Yet some cry out, "We have no faith for Petersburg." My dear old friend and fellow traveler W. is smitten with boils, so that he cannot go on. Stopped at Brother G's. Monday, 21. We had the divine presence in our worship at Sister Stringer's. I am often blessed at the houses of the fatherless and widows. Now, I say to my body, return to thy labor. To my soul, return to thy rest, and pure delight in reading, meditation, and prayer, and solitude. The shady groves are witness to my retired and sweetest hours, to sit and melt and bow alone before the Lord, whilst the melody of the birds warbles from tree to tree. How delightful! Tuesday, 22. The Lord was with us at Finney's church, and God's dear children praised his name, whilst sinners felt and looked serious. Wednesday, 23. I preached at Payne's, an ancient and almost worn-out place. At Ryle's the next day, I was quite unwell, and what made the matter worse was that I imprudently walked out and sat upon the ground and took fresh cold. From Ryle's I proceeded to the old courthouse, where I spoke with great pain. From head to foot was pain. All perspiration appeared to be quite stopped. I lodged at Jones's, a whole family snatched as brands from the burning. Saturday, 26. I was so unwell that I could not preach at Pride's church. Sunday, 27. Rode to Brother Strong's, where, as there were many who had come expecting to hear me, I made a feeble attempt in the woods on 2 Thessalonians 1, 5-9. My head was greatly afflicted. Monday morning, 28. I took a strong decoction of rue and wormwood. My fever breaks, and I feel a little better. I found perfect patience in great misery of body. Lord, make me perfect through suffering. Monday, 28. I had a few Christians and a few sinners at the widow Lackland's, and there was a small reviving among the people. The leaven of antinomianism prevails here, and the Methodists talk much about persons and opinions when they should be looking to God. Tuesday, 29. I am very weak and low in body. Lord, sanctify affliction, and make it a mean of health to my soul. Brother W. preached on, He that believeth shall not make haste. I have felt grieved in mind that there is a link broken out of 12 that should form a chain of union. I hope God will sanctify some providence to the explanation of this matter and heal the whole. Wednesday, 30. Brother W. gave us a weighty discourse on the prophetic, priestly, and kingly offices of Christ. In great weakness, I enlarged on 1 Peter 3:15, and showed that it is not enough to sanctify the Lord God in his name, word, Sabbath, ordinances, ministers, people, and worship, but that the heart must be filled with a holy, constant fear of, confidence in, and love to God. But how common is it for different denominations to ask each other of their distinguishing peculiarities? And how very rare it is for them to talk closely of the dealings of God with their own souls. As we rode on, there was a great appearance of immediate rain. I prayed that it might pass, fearing its effects in my very weak state. I was mercifully preserved. A few drops fell on me only, and I found as I proceeded that it had rained very heavily ahead. We had a few unfeeling souls at Swiney's. One man appeared to be hardened to an extraordinary degree. I thought I felt his spirit as soon as I came. Thursday, July 1. I preached in a schoolhouse near Brother M's with some enlargement, but I fear to little purpose. One woman appeared to be under conviction. Friday, 2. I had a painful ride of 25 or 30 miles to Brother C's. Saturday, 3. My mind was afflicted and my body weak. I was led to speak on Be Ye Also Ready, and some felt the word. Sunday 4. I was set at liberty, and there was a little shaking and breathing after God, while I opened and explained, and there is none calleth upon thy name that stirreth up himself to take hold of thee. Afterward I rode to Brother Murphy's. I felt very weak, but patiently happy in God. Monday 5. We had some move at Ayres Church. Brother W. was much led out in exhortation and prayer. I spent the afternoon in reading and spiritual exercises. Tuesday 6. We rode to Liberty, the county town of Bedford. We set out towards Bodetort and reached Brother Mitchell's about 10 o'clock the next day, and found some zeal amongst the people. Next day at E. Mitchell's, on Craig's Creek, one soul found the Lord. Friday 9. We had a tedious, tiresome journey over hills and mountains to Potts Creek. After a melting season at Brother C's, we came to Brother W's, where we were informed of the death of dear Brother John Tunnell. Saturday 10. Brother Tunnell's corpse was brought to Dew's Chapel. I preached his funeral. My text, For me to live is Christ, and to die is gain. We were much blessed, and the power of God was eminently present. It is 14 years since Brother Tunnell first knew the Lord, and he has spoken about 13 years, and traveled through 8 of the 13 states. Few men, as public ministers, were better known or more beloved. He was a simple-hearted, artless, childlike man. For his opportunities, he was a man of good learning, had a large fund of Scripture knowledge, was a good historian, a sensible, improving preacher, a most affectionate friend, and a great saint. He had been wasting and declining in strength and health for 8 years past, and for the last 12 months sinking into a consumption. I am humbled. Oh, let my soul be admonished to be more devoted to God. Sunday 11. The morning was rainy. About noon I set out for the Sweet Springs, and preached on 1 Corinthians 1, 23 through 29. A few of the gentry were kind enough to come and hear, and some were enraptured with the sermon, for it was very like the subject. The 3 following days I rested, and was very unwell. I had no place to preach but under the trees, and preaching here seems unseasonable with the people, except on Sundays. Thursday 15. Rode to Rehoboth, where Brother W. preached, and Brother A. and myself spoke after him, and the people appeared somewhat affected. Friday 16. We had 20 miles to Greenbrier Courthouse. Here some sat as critics and judges. We had to ride 31 miles without food for man or horse, and to call at 3 houses before we could get water fit to drink. All this may serve to try our faith or patience. Saturday 17. Some very pointed things were delivered relative to parents and children from Genesis 18:19. After being in public exercises from 10 till 2 o'clock, we rode in the afternoon 20 miles to the Little Levels of Greenbrier. On my way I premeditated the sending of a preacher to a newly settled place in the Kenhoe County. Sunday 18. We had a warm sermon at M. Neal's, at which many were highly offended, but I trust their false peace is broken. There are many bears in this part of the country. Not long since, a child in this neighborhood was killed by one. Monday 19. Rode to Drinnan's, whose wife was killed, and his son taken prisoner by the Indians. Tuesday 20. I believe I never before traveled such a path as I this day rode over the mountains to reach Mr. Nelson's, in Tiger Valley. Wednesday 21. I preached at Wilson's. Here many careless people do not hear a sermon more than once in 1 or 2 years. This one of them told me, and that he and his wife had not been to preaching since I was here on my last visit. I endeavored to apply, My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Thursday, 22. My horse lost a shoe on a bad road, and next day on the mountains dropped 2 more. So I rode my old baggage horse along a most dreary, grown-up path to Brother C's. Saturday, 24. Attended quarterly meeting at Morgantown. I spoke on superstition, idolatry, unconditional election, and reprobation, antinomianism, universalism, and deism. Sunday, 25. Preached on Matthew 25:31 to the end. Brother W. also gave us a sermon, and a Presbyterian minister, too. So here we had it in abundance. Monday, 26. Preached at B's, and the next day at H's. Our conference began at Uniontown on Wednesday, the 28th of July. It was conducted in peace and love. On Thursday, I preached. Pennsylvania, Saturday, 31. I spoke on education from Proverbs 22:6. I was led to enlarge on the obligations of parents to their children, and the nature of that religious education which would be most likely to fit them for this, and which alone could qualify them for the next world. Sunday, August 1. I ordained C.C., I.L., and G.C. elders, and 4 deacons. Here there is a revival among preachers and people. Some of the societies are much engaged with God, and after we have had a few more conferences in Uniontown, I hope we shall drive Satan out, and have a glorious work. Tuesday, 3. Rode to B's, and next day came to Cressup's, where I rested the following day, and was employed in reading, meditation, and prayer. I had very solemn thoughts of God and His work. I want a closer walk with God, and to be more alone, and in prayer. Friday, 6. We had divine breathings at the chapel. Saturday, 7. We held a quarterly meeting at the widow Colson's. There was much rain. We had many people, and but little room. These circumstances rendered the meeting in some respects uncomfortable, yet I trust it was profitable. Many souls felt the divine power, among whom were some poor backsliders. Tuesday, 10. I had an attentive, well-behaved congregation at Squire Van Meter's. Oh, that they may feel the truth and effects of godliness on earth and in heaven. At Dr. Knaves's, formerly Hyder's, I applied, O Ephraim, how shall I give thee up? I felt a vast weight upon my spirits for these people. End of section 9. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 10 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Wednesday, 11. We had about 40 miles to ride to G and Brock's Gap over a severe mountain to cross. The weather was extremely warm. I viewed and pitied the case of the people on the South Fork of the South Branch of the Potomac. They are Germans, and have no preaching in their own language, and English preaching is taken from them. None careth for them. I am of opinion that if a preacher would come and continue amongst them for 1 year, riding up and down the river, preaching from house to house, it would answer a very good purpose. Virginia. Came to Brother Baker's, a pious German, well settled on a branch of Shenandoah River. I had an attentive congregation of his countrymen. Saturday and Sunday, 14-15. I preached at Rockingham, where there is the beginning of a good work. We have a church built on a hill that cannot be hid. People came as far as 30 miles to preaching, and some found the Lord during my stay. We have some very respectable friends here. Tuesday, 17. We had a crowd of people at Bethel who appeared very insensible. Rode on to Millerstown, properly Woodstock. Here I was permitted to preach in the Episcopal Church. Many attended and behaved well, and I had light and liberty in speaking. Wednesday, 18. we had 22 miles to Newtown. Here they have built us a spacious chapel. Our horses are stiff and lame and sore, and the weather is oppressively warm. We have many sick, hungry, weary rides through the heat, and over hills, rocks, and mountains. Saturday and Sunday, 21-22. We held our quarterly meeting at Newtown. Many felt the power of God, particularly at the love feast. Some were of opinion that 20 were converted. Tuesday, 24. We had a melting time while I opened these words, "Neither is there salvation in any other," etc. I feel a persuasion that these people will come home to God. One was deeply distressed under preaching. I rode about an hour after night in order to reach Brother Donaldson's, by which I found I had taken cold. Wednesday, 25. Our conference began at Leesburg, and we continued together until the Sabbath following, and had a happy time of peace and union. To conciliate the minds of our brethren in the South District of Virginia, who are restless about the council, I wrote their leader a letter informing him that I would take my seat in council as another member, and in that point at least waive the claims of episcopacy. Yea, I would lie down and be trodden upon, rather than knowingly injure one soul. Maryland, Monday 30. Preached at the Sugarloaf Mountain with great freedom on "For Zion's sake I will not hold my peace," and found the work of God had been greatly furthered. Here I preached 16 years ago. Tuesday, 31. I had a blessed season at Pigman's Church, where the Lord hath wrought wonders. Wednesday, September 1. There was an appearance of good at I. Holland's, and the work goes on there. Thursday, 2. At the widow H's I put them in mind of my first labors amongst them from house to house, and some sinners felt and shook. Next day at Rose there was a shaking. Friday, 3. At night I preached in Baltimore. O Ephraim, how shall I give thee up? Monday, 6. Our conference began, was conducted in great peace and union, and ended on Wednesday, 8. Thursday, 9, I rode to Cokesbury. Friday, 10. In the morning, philosophical lectures were delivered, and in the afternoon the boys delivered their orations, some parts of which were exceptionable and duly noticed. Saturday, 11. We made some regulations relative to the order and government to be observed in the college. Sunday, 12. I preached in the college hall on Matthew 25:31 to 46 scholars. Brothers D and C spoke after me. Monday, 13. Set out and next day reached Duck Creek Crossroads, where we held our conference for the eastern shore of Maryland and Delaware. One or two of our brethren felt the Virginia fire about the question of the council, but all things came into order, and the council obtained. While in session, I preached twice, first on Joshua 3:5, and the second time on Psalm 137:6. We had a solemn, uniting, melting season, and great power attended our last meeting. Saturday, 18. At noon I set out for Philadelphia, but my saddle horse being lame, I was compelled to ride my old horse, which is only fit to carry my baggage. Sunday, 19. Dined with Brother Bond and came on to Wilmington. Whilst preaching, we had Satan inside and outside of the house, and through the windows. I believe good was done, at which he was not well pleased. A daughter of my old friend Stedham had not forgotten me. She invited me with much affection to her house. She remembered the living and dying monitions of her father, and was mindful of his friends. Pennsylvania, Monday, 20. I reached the city of Philadelphia. Our brethren have built a new chapel, 30 feet square, at the south end of the city. I feel myself fatigued and unwell, occasioned by riding a rough-going horse. Tuesday, 21. This day was spent in reading, writing, and visiting. Wednesday, 22. The conference began in poor Pennsylvania district. All was peace and love. Our printing is in a good state. Our society in the city of Philadelphia are generally poor. Perhaps it is well. When men become rich, they sometimes forget that they are Methodists. I am weak and have been busy, and am not animated by the hope of doing good here. I have therefore been silent the whole week. I must needs go through Samaria. Friday, 24. There was some feeling and profitable speaking. We also had a love feast. Next day, Saturday, I was closely employed in writing. Sunday, 26. Many felt and wept, whilst I enlarged on "The Lord is in his holy temple." At the new chapel, called Ebenezer, in the afternoon, my subject was 1 Samuel 7:12. I first explained the text, then showed the Methodist doctrine and discipline, and the work God had wrought by them in this country. New Jersey, Monday, 27. Rode to Burlington, the place appointed for our next conference. Here I preached on "Searching Jerusalem with Candles," and it was a searching season. On Tuesday night we had a shout. Then came the bulls of Bashan and broke our windows. It was well my head escaped the violence of these wicked sinners. I hope the strong power of Satan will feel a shake this conference. The session has been in great peace. Harmony has prevailed, and the council has been unanimously adopted. Wednesday, 29. We had a love feast, and a genuine sweet melting ran through the house. S. Stratton stood up and declared he had followed the work of God for 6 months, and that he believed 600 souls had professed conversion in that time. There is a most genuine work in several places, viz., in Flanders, Trenton, Burlington, Salem, and Bethel circuits. Glory to our wonder-working God. All hail, Eternal Father, co-equal Son, and everlasting Spirit, in time and forever. Amen and amen. I delivered a discourse on Psalm 122:6. On Friday I rode through Cross Weeks, and Allentown, and Cranberry, lodging at Dr. Jakes's. Friday, October 1. As we could not reach York, I stopped and gave them a discourse at Elizabethtown. We afterward had a safe, although a long passage, by water to New York, and found all in peace. New York, Sunday, 3. I preached at the Old Church, and in the afternoon at the New, on Matthew 25:31-46. The New Church is commodious, elegant, yet plain. Monday, 4. We began our conference and sat with close application to business until Thursday morning. All was peace, order, and unanimity. On Thursday evening I returned to Elizabethtown. Friday, 8. Rode 25 miles to Trenton and preached at night. Next day I rode through a heavy rain to Philadelphia. Pennsylvania, Sunday morning, 10, was rainy. I, however, preached at St. George's Church, and again in the evening. H. Willis is come hither to settle himself in life, and will probably go into trade. The church has thereby lost, in part, a faithful servant. Thursday, 14. I left the city, dined at Chester, and here I saw one whose soul was made dear to me by long acquaintance, now feeble in body, and deeply affected in mind. Reached Newcastle in Delaware, and once more preached there, and had a few serious hearers. Delaware, Friday, 15. I did not reach Dickinson's in time. However, I spoke a little. I found Sister Dickinson wrapped in clay, whom I left sick about 3 weeks ago. She has been an attentive, devoted woman, has washed the saints' feet, and kindly served the dear servants of God, and I trust her soul is now in peace. I spoke a little at Duck Creek Crossroads, where nearly 30 members have been added to the society since last conference. Sunday, 17. We had a gracious love feast and a very powerful meeting. Many bore a living testimony. There was great life and shouting among the people of God. In the evening I rode to Brother White's. Monday, 18. At Thomas White's, my soul has been made to feel very solemn. A view of the remarkable work of God, the death of some, and the deep spirituality of others, the sending out young men for the ministry, and the providing for the fatherless and widows. These are all weighty matters, and greatly occupied my mind. In the midst of all, my soul panteth after God. Wednesday, 20. We rode 20 miles to Milford Quarterly Meeting. They have sealed the chapel and put the galleries in order, and what is still better, there were many living souls among them. Thursday, 21. At the love feast many spoke of the dealings of God with their souls. I once more visited B. Williams, and felt my soul powerfully drawn out towards the children. The people are alive, but I fear they are not as much engaged as they were this time last year. Friday, 22. Came once more to Sister Sharkley's. Now my dear old friend is gone. Perhaps the gospel must go out of the house. I trust the dear woman is gone to heaven. I then visited the fatherless and the widow, Sister Abbott. I felt sweet peace and a solemn sense of the presence of God. Saturday, 23. Came to Lewistown. There being no preaching appointed, we rode to the lighthouse. I could but praise God that the house was kept by people who praise and love Him. No drinking or swearing here. Brother H. is a Christian and a preacher, and God has owned his labors. An Irish vessel had been cast away with 300 souls on board, all of whom perished but about 40. I asked him concerning it, and I learned that they were within sight of land, and that if they had timely thrown themselves into the sea, they were nigh enough the land to have been washed ashore, so that many more would have probably been saved. So much for a drunken captain who threw these precious lives away. Brother H. told me that he did not go near the wreck until after his return from Lewistown with a guard, that it was reported some of the crew were as ready to plunder the goods on board as others. Stricter laws are now made, and the people on this shore are greatly reformed, for which they may thank the Methodists. We have a chapel built at Lewistown, and we had an agreeable Sabbath day. The people, however, have their prejudices. Mr. W., a minister of 30 or 40 years' standing, has gone, since I was here last, to give an account of his stewardship, as we must all shortly do. Tuesday, 26. I preached at the Sound Chapel. Brother Everett then spoke of the sin of unbelief as the chief sin that keeps people from the blessings of the gospel. We administered the sacrament, and in the afternoon rode to Buckingham. I rejoiced in the account Brother Powell gave me of the state of religion at the Sound. He said that the Lord had owned and blessed their prayer meetings, that he thought 100 souls had been affected and shaken, and perhaps 18 or 20 converted, in the space of 18 or 20 months. That Brother Williams, a local deacon, was in the spirit of the work. Formerly he pleased all with his smooth speaking, but that now they cry out against him. Wednesday, 27. I felt glad in my soul, notwithstanding Brother Lee is on forbidden ground, and, in spite of prejudice and antinomianism, that souls are awakened by his ministry. I feel myself under some temptation, but I fight and conquer in the strength of Christ. Thursday, 28. I finished reading the second volume of the Arminian magazine. Notwithstanding its defects, I am persuaded it is one of the best and cheapest books in America. The life of Mr. Fletcher, the tracts, letters, and sermons are good. The poetry might be better. Saturday, 30. I feel the weakness and infirmities of flesh and blood, having ridden 70 miles the 2 last days. At the quarterly meeting at Garretson's I was unwell, but felt divine assistance in preaching. Virginia, Sunday, 31. We had a powerful love feast, and I believe it would have been more so had God's dear children had time to speak. We had a vast crowd of people. Brother F. preached first, and I after him. I had a solemn sense of God, and sinners were serious. Monday, November 1. Preached at Accomack Courthouse on Romans 1:16. We had a weighty season. A poor man who had lately professed religion appeared to be somewhat distracted. He has been a vile sinner, but I hope he will recover his right mind. The family is subject to derangement. There are some unreasonable things among the people here, but we are afraid of gathering out the tares, lest we should root up the wheat also. We must continue to observe the order of God in our own discipline. Attend to preaching, prayer, class meeting, and love feast. And then, if they will shout, why, let them shout. Wednesday, 3. I preached on education from Come Ye Children, Hearken to Me. I will teach you the fear of the Lord. The word was felt by the parents. After preaching, I rode to Littleton Long's. This neighborhood is supplied with preaching by the Episcopalians, Presbyterians, Baptists, and Methodists. All is well if the people are saved. Maryland, Thursday, 4. We had but few hearers, and an uncomfortable time, at our quarterly meeting in the Animessex Chapel. Next day we had a full house, and I preached on education. My text, Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old he will not depart from it. After meeting we rode 18 miles without our dinner, which, with the disagreeable weather, made me sick. Rode 25 miles to Broad Creek quarterly meeting, and preached on Matthew 10:37-38, and the next day on Hosea 6:4. It was a searching time. We came off and found the wind blowing fiercely, but when we had entered the boat, we had a sudden calm. If this were not an answer to prayer, it was as I prayed. I reproved myself for a sudden and violent laugh at the relation of a man's having given an old Negro woman her liberty because she had too much religion for him. Monday, 8. We held a quarterly meeting in Dorset, in a new, unfinished house. Tuesday, 9. We had a gracious love feast, and I addressed parents very seriously on Deuteronomy 6:67. I lodged with Brother Henry Ennalls, who, with his wife, has been powerfully brought to God. His slaves were freed immediately. His sister, Nancy Bassett, has gone to rest. The other two have followed the example of a dear brother. God has heard their prayers. Wednesday, 10. I came to Fraser's Chapel. My spirits were very low, and I felt that there was death amongst the people. Thursday, 11. Our love feast was living and powerful. I have seen a wonder of grace in Captain B. This has been the wish of my heart, the desire of my soul, and the answer to prayer, for which I am thankful to God. Friday, 12. I preached at Bolingbroke to a full house on Ephraim's mixing himself among the people. Saturday, 13. We had a gracious season at the love feast. In the evening I came to Allen's. The next day being rainy, we had but 100 hearers at Tuckahoe, whereas we expected that, had it been a clear day, we should have 500 or 600. I preached in the evening at Choptank Bridge to a few people. Monday, 15. I see the wonders of grace, and have had severe conflicts. My soul is more and more established in God. But so many persons and things occupy my time that I have not as much leisure and opportunity for prayer and communion with God, and for drinking into the Holy Spirit of life and love, as I could wish. We had a seasonable time at Brother White's. I was very pointed on 2 Peter 2:9. Perhaps I have spoken my last admonition to some who were present. Thursday, 18. Rode to Dover, and next day we had quarterly meeting at Dudley's Chapel. Saturday, 20. At Duck Creek Crossroads, a spirit of prayer prevails amongst the people, and God is with them. Sunday, 21. At Cecil quarterly meeting, held at Dickinson's, we had many people, and some life. On Monday I rode to Dr. Clayton's, and next day to Cokesbury, where I continued until Monday the 29th. We then examined the students relatively to learning and religion, paid debts, and put matters in better order. We have 45 boys. The charitable subscriptions to the establishment amount to £300 per annum. December 1. The council was seated in Philip Rogers's chamber in Baltimore. After some explanation, we all agreed that we had a right to manage the temporal concerns of the church and college decisively, and to recommend to the conferences, for ratification, whatever we judged might be advantageous to the spiritual well-being of the whole body. For the sake of union, we declined sending out any recommendatory propositions. We had great peace and union in all our labors. What we have done, the minutes will show. Sunday 5. I preached a funeral discourse on the death of Mrs. Murray, on 2 Corinthians 15, 29 through 31. It was, I hope, not altogether in vain. In the afternoon I preached in Mr. Otterbine's church. I have kept no journal during the sitting of the council. I enjoy peace of soul, but such a variety of persons and subjects agitates my poor mind. Lord, keep me in perfect peace. Thursday 9. The council rose after advising a loan of £1,000 payable in 2 years for Cokesbury, and giving directions for proper books to be printed. Friday 10. I left Baltimore and reached my old friend S. Turner's. The girls who were babes when I first visited this house are now grown up, and, I trust, possess religion. Virginia, Saturday 11. We rode through heavy rain to Alexandria, in Virginia. Sunday 12. I preached morning and evening, but the streets being muddy and but few friends attending from the country, we had a thin congregation. Monday 13. We set out for Stafford. The weather being uncomfortable and the roads deep, we turned in at 20 miles to Mr. Dawning's, who treated us kindly. Tuesday 14. We hasted to Mrs. Waller's, where we found a few people, to whom I spoke on Romans 2, 7 through 9. Finding Tommy, a son of Mrs. W.'s, had genius, I gave him a pass to Cokesbury. It may be that he may serve himself, his family, and his country. Oh, that he may serve his God! Wednesday 15. Came to King George, and, cold as it was, I found nearly 100 people had assembled at the Widow Bombay's. Saturday 18. Attended the quarterly meeting at Brother Edwards's. The weather was extremely cold, and we had but few hearers. Sunday 19. After preaching at the quarterly meeting, I visited Councillor Carter, and spent the evening in much peace and love. He has the manners of a gentleman, the attainments of a scholar, and the experience of a Christian. Monday 20. The weather softening, I made haste to get across the Rappahannock, and reached Brother B.'s, about 25 miles. I found myself much chilled by my ride. My soul has been kept in great peace, and almost in constant prayer. I wish to feel so placid as to not have any acid in my temper, nor a frown or wrinkle on my brow. To bear all things, do all things, suffer all things, from the ignorance or weakness of the children of God, or the wickedness of the sons and daughters of Satan. I think my soul momently pants after more of God. End of section 10. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 11 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Thursday 23. I preached at Brother C.S., and was very pointed. I hope it will have the good effect of preventing the sin and vanity that too often prevail at Christmas. Friday 24. Came to the Widow Clayton's, where there has been a work of God. I preached with liberty from Put ye on the Lord Jesus Christ, and make no provision for the flesh to fulfill the lusts thereof. I cautioned the people against the sins of the times. Christmas Day. I had 30 miles to Hanover. William Glendenning began before I came. When he had done, I went into the tavern keeper's porch, but I afterward judged it best to withdraw and speak in another place. I stood in the door of a public house, and with about half of my congregation out of doors, preached on, Behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy. The people behaved exceedingly well, and the town was very still. Sunday, 26. I had a large congregation at Newcastle, to whom I spoke on, Thou shalt call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins. William Glendenning spoke after me. I am clear he is not right in his head or heart, and am therefore resolved he shall speak no more at my appointments. Monday, 27. Preached at Colonel Clayton's. The people hereabouts are wealthy, and few attend preaching. Nevertheless, I was favored with their company, and had great liberty and sweetness in speaking to them. I feel as if God would yet work among them. It was in this neighborhood I was laid up 4 years ago. Tuesday, 28. I had many people at the widow A.S., but they did not appear to be in a good frame to receive instruction. Their Christmas company, sinful worldly joy, full feeding, together with the severity of the weather, all appeared to make against a profitable meeting. Wednesday, 29. Preached in James City, crowded with company. I was informed of some painful circumstances relative to our dissatisfied brethren. I leave these things to God, who will bring all things to light. Contrary to my expectations, I found there was an appointment made for me to preach in Williamsburg, being the day I had intended to cross the river. Thursday, 30. I preached in the city of Williamsburg, according to appointment. I felt much liberty, and had some hope that Providence was about to open the way for a work in this place. Friday, 31. I came on to the ferry, chilled with the cold. We had to ride 7 miles. The wind was high about the time we embarked. Presently a snowstorm came on, and although wind and tide were in our favor, we had rough work in crossing. Our horses were smooth, the bottom of the boat icy, so that it was with difficulty they could keep their feet. However, kind Providence brought us safe to Cobham, whence we hasted along to Brother M's, and found Brother Pop speaking, and the people shouting. I preached on Ephesians 5, 17 through 19. I afterward had an interview with Brother Pop, and a more full account of matters relative to our disaffected brethren. Thence I rode on to Brother Blunt's, but there were none to preach to. Sunday, January 2, 1791. Notwithstanding the snow was deep, we rode to Brother Cowling's. Few people attended, but we had a comfortable meeting, especially at the sacrament. Monday, 3. We rode hard to get to Craney Island, and came within 3 miles by 2 o'clock. The people being dispersed, we came back to Brother Jolliffe's. Tuesday, 4. I had a few to hear, to whom I spoke on Romans 13:11. I engaged R.I. as a French teacher for Cokesbury. Wednesday, 5. We had a blessed time at Norfolk, whilst I applied Zechariah 12:10. Many praised the Lord aloud. I was closely employed until the moment I left town. I find the Lord has wrought in Norfolk, Portsmouth, and the country round about. North Carolina, Thursday, 6. I did not reach chapel until 3 o'clock. Next day I reached Colonel Williams's, Currituck, North Carolina. Here we had a quickening time. I possess peace of mind, and feel no murmuring nor discontent. My horse is very lame, and the roads in this country are very deep. Saturday, 8. After preaching at B's, I hasted to S's Ferry, on Pasquotank River, where I waited about 3 hours. The negroes were dancing. I stayed behind until all the company were over, and then crossed about 8 o'clock, and about 9 reached Brother P.S. Sunday 9. Preached at New Begun Church in the morning and at Nixonton in the evening, in the courthouse, which was nearly filled. Tuesday 11. Yesterday I rode to Brother B.'s, within 5 miles of Gates Courthouse. My fare is sometimes poor, my rides are long, my horse is lame. Yet, while Christ is mine, I feel nothing like murmuring or discontent. I have passed through Winton, Wickhocon, Campbell, and Hardy counties, preaching as I journeyed, and found a few living souls. Sunday 16. Came to Gardiner's to quarterly meeting, where I enlarged on Peter's fall, and it was a serious, powerful meeting. I thence rode to our late brother F.'s, whose funeral rites I performed. Although the weather was cold, the congregation was large. I was importuned to visit the town, but found there were but few who really wished me to go. I, however, went and preached to them at candlelight, and many of them laughed at the foolish old prophet. Perhaps when I next come to see them, they will be more serious. Thence we hastened to Brother Jones's, whose wife lately departed this life in the full triumph of faith, and his son is engaged in horse racing. This brought to my mind young P., who, after the death of his pious father, turned away the preachers, and sinned with a high hand. But the Lord followed him, and after he had spent a good deal of the substance left him by his father, he was made a happy subject of the grace of God. I will not give up all hope for young Jones. Saturday 22. Crossed Neuse River at Smith's Ferry, and came to the dwelling of the late General Hardy Bryan, a man I had often heard of and wished to see, but death, swift and sudden, reached the house before me. His son H. died the 18th of last November, his daughter Mary, December 28th, and himself the 10th instant. Each of them feared the Lord, and were happy souls. I felt strangely unwilling to believe the general was dead, until I could no longer doubt it. At the graveyard I had very solemn feelings. There was some melting among the people, whilst I enlarged on Psalm 12:1. Sunday 23. I had very great opening on 1 Thessalonians 4:13-14. It was on the occasion of the late lamented deaths. Surely this is loud preaching. It is one of the most awakening scenes of my life. How soon were these dear souls justified, sanctified, and called home to glory. Hail, happy dead. We toil below, but hope ere long with you to sing God's praise above. Lord, help us to improve this providence, and always be looking and longing for glory. Monday 24. I had a most dreary ride to Trenton, Jones Courthouse. Here I met with Louis Bryan, brother to the late general. His heart and house are open. After getting some refreshment, we went to the chapel, where I preached with great freedom. There were brethren present who came to meet us from a great distance. In the evening, brothers C and L and A held meeting. Tuesday 25. I preached at Lee's Chapel. There is a very great change for the better since I was here 3 years ago. They have now built a very decent house for worship. I was unwell in my body, but happy in my God, and resigned to his will. Wednesday 26. Preached to a large congregation at Brother D's on White Oak River. I baptized and administered the sacrament. After dinner I rode 12 miles to L's and found the people waiting. About 6 we began exhortation and prayer, and about midnight laid ourselves down to rest. Thursday 27. I had many to hear at Swansbury. The people were attentive. Oh, that God may bless his word to them. Surely all shall not be in vain. I returned to Brother T's, a mile out of town, but the people found where I was and came out. Sometimes I am tried when I cannot enjoy my hours of retirement, but we must bear all things, if thereby we may do good, and gain the more souls to Christ. Friday, 28. We rode 16 miles to an old chapel on the way to Richlands. The people and myself suffered from the weather. However, I spoke a little and administered the sacrament, after which I rode, cold and hungry, 16 miles more to Brother C. Ballard's. Sunday, 30. The truth was delivered sharply and pointedly, but the people were wild and unfeeling. Tuesday, February 1. I had a large congregation at the Sandhills. Feeling myself enlarged in spirit, although weak in body, I entered very extensively into the nature and excellencies of the gospel. We administered the Lord's Supper and had a shaking among the people. Brothers L. and B. were there, and we rejoiced in the Lord together. We were honored with a little cabin at a distance from the other houses about 8 feet wide and 9 feet long, and were as happy as princes in a palace. Wednesday, 2. We had our difficulties in getting along an unknown path. Arrived at D.V.'s ford. We met with a very kind man, who gave us and our baggage a passage on a broken canoe, then led us part of our way and sent a servant to conduct us on. We reached Anderson's about 2 o'clock, and found many people waiting, but they appeared to be unfeeling. We were most kindly treated. The people are about to settle a newly introduced minister, so we may go off for a year or two, and by that time the way may be open for our return. I am charged with dreadful things about the council, but I believe the Lord will make it appear where the mischief lies. Crossed Cape Fear River, and rode 30 miles to Sister Turner's. Here I spoke to some assembled people, some of whom felt, and my labor was not in vain in the Lord. My own soul was blessed. I was awfully impressed with the conviction that the interests of religion had been injured by backsliders and loose walkers. Saturday, 5. We had many at the quarterly meeting for that part of the country. My subject was, "And Peter went out and wept bitterly." Sunday, 6. We had a little melting among the people at noon and in the evening. Ah, my God, how few there are who truly love thee. Monday, 7. Rode to Lockwood's Folly and preached at Charlotte River to not less than 100 people. A vast congregation for so lonely a part of the world. The soil is very barren, and the country, consequently, but thinly settled. We were recommended for lodging to a certain squire's, but Providence so ordered it that we came to a simple-hearted Brother S.'s, where we were kindly received, and abundantly supplied with everything necessary for man and horse. As our time would admit, I was disposed to indulge a desire I had of going by Piraway, about 12 miles distant. We crossed Waccamaw River. It is about 150 yards wide. Our horses ferried themselves over by swimming. I preached in the evening on "The Son of Man is come to seek and to save that which was lost." South Carolina, Tuesday, 8. We came a long, dreary way, missed our road, and at last reached Brother S.'s, a distance of 25 miles, which our wandering made 30 miles. I rejoice to find that this desert country has gracious souls in it. Oh, how great the change in the flight of 6 years! We have now many friends, and some precious souls converted to God. Glory be to the Lord Most High. I feel power to bear all things, and leave events to God. The misconduct of other men is my grief, but not my sin, so I will trust God with his own cause. Friday, 11. We set out for Black River from about 6 miles above Kingston, having Bull Run, Bramble Island, and Great Peedy to cross. Reaching Black River, we were compelled to turn aside to Mr. S.'s rice plantation, where we procured provender for our horses, and breakfasted on our own tea. Saturday, 12. Came to Georgetown through the rain. Felt myself unwell and very low in spirits. Sunday 13. I preached a plain, searching sermon, and some felt the word, but it is a day of small things. In the afternoon I enlarged on How Shall I Give Thee Up, O Ephraim? The wicked youths were playing without, and inattention prevailed amongst those within. I was, and continued to be, under great dejection during my stay. Monday 14. Rode 45 miles to Brother Sinclair Capers's, under depression of spirits, and here I received letters not at all calculated to relieve me. Charleston, Tuesday 15. I went to church under awful distress of heart. My drooping spirits were somewhat revived in the house of God. We grow here but slowly. Thursday 17. I had a small congregation of whites. I feel the want of religion here. Indeed, the gross immoralities of the place are obvious to every passenger in the streets. I learned that in Georgia, preachers of other denominations have had high disputes with ours. I am clear that controversy should be avoided, because we have better work to do, and because it is too common that when debates run high, there are wrong words and tempers indulged on both sides. Sunday 20. I read prayers in the morning, and Brother Ellis preached. In the afternoon, Brother Askew preached his farewell sermon. And at night I was very pointed to young people on Remember now thy Creator in the days of thy youth, etc. Wednesday 23. Long looked for Dr. Coke came to town. He had been shipwrecked off Edisto. I found the doctor's sentiments, with regard to the council, quite changed. James O'Kelly's letters had reached London. I felt perfectly calm, and acceded to a general conference, for the sake of peace. Sunday 27. Dr. Coke preached to a very large audience in the evening. The poor sinners appeared to be a little tamed. I was much blessed in meeting the married and single men apart. I also met the married and single women. I trust there has been good done in Charleston this conference. I want to be gone into the country to enjoy sweet solitude and prayer. I have been reading 300 pages of Taylor's sermons, where I find many instructing glosses on the Scriptures. Tuesday, March 1. At night I made my last effort for this time, and the people were more attentive. I let out freely against the races. I am somewhat distressed at the uneasiness of our people, who claim a right to choose their own preachers, a thing quite new amongst Methodists. None but Mr. Hammett will do for them. We shall see how it will end. Wednesday 2. I left the city something grieved in mind. I crossed the toll bridge over Ashley River, came to Jacksonsboro, and lodged at Bonham's. Thursday 3. Came to Allen's Tavern. My host, a Yorkshireman, and his wife are attentive, obliging, and cleanly. They want nothing but religion to make them superior, in their way, to almost any I have met with in America. I proceeded on to the Salt Catchers, and thence to Coosonhatchee, where I was kindly entertained by Mr. Lambrights. Friday 4. I had a very well-dressed, serious, attentive congregation at the district courthouse. I had not much liberty. However, I endeavored to speak plainly on godliness is profitable, etc. An attentive, pious, old man thanked me for my discourse. Our horses are much hurt by long rides, having traveled 100 miles in 2 days. Saturday 5. I read critically Mrs. Rowe's Devout Exercises of the Heart. I wrote nearly 20 pages to Dr. Cope on the concerns of the church. Sunday 6. Notwithstanding the heavy rain, we had many to hear at Brother Stafford's, where I enforced, Let this mind be in you which was also in Christ Jesus. Georgia, Monday 7. I preached at Hudson's Ferry with some freedom, but the people appeared wild and stupid. I was alarmed at hearing a man talking large and loud, thinking he was drunk, and would come in and disturb the congregation. But he was, as I afterwards learned, an antinomian. I came in a heavy storm to Brother H.'s. This day I passed Savannah Swamp, parts of which are not unlike the Santee and Kentucky lands. Tuesday, 8. We had nearly 400 people at ours, and I trust the Lord in some good degree breathed upon the souls present. We then rode 16 miles and had a comfortable evening exercise at Brother R.'s. Wednesday, 9. Preached at an old church. I was much fatigued and felt unwell. At the invitation of Mr. C., I came to Waynesboro. I lodged with Mr. Henry, a Jew. We read Hebrew part of the night, and I should have been pleased to have spent the night thus occupied with so good a scholar. Thursday, 10. I preached at C.'s church. My body was wearied with labor and want of sleep. Sunday, 13. Came to Georgetown at Ogeechee Shoals, and found Satan was there. I leveled away on the parable of the sower. I came to Brother H.'s, heard heavy tidings. My soul is calm. Let the Lord look to his own house. I hasted to Scott's. Dr. Koch came in time enough to preach, and then we opened a conference. We sat very closely to our work, and had some matters of moment to attend to in the course of our deliberations. I have ridden about 250 miles in Georgia, and find the work in general very dead. The peace with the Creek Indians, the settlement of new lands, good trade, buying slaves, etc., take up the attention of the people. Sunday, 20. There was a shaking amongst the people whilst I spoke on Romans 10:21. South Carolina. After meeting, I came away and rode 20 miles to Brother Herbert's that evening. Whilst Dr. Koch stayed behind to preach at 96 Town, I came on and made an appointment and preached at Finch's, and some, I know, felt the word. Wednesday, 23. We crossed the Enoree, Tiger, and Broad rivers. Saturday, 26. We had white and red Indians at Catawba. The doctor and myself both preached. I had some conversation with the chiefs of the Indians about keeping up the school we have been endeavoring to establish amongst them. I asked for one of their children, but the father would not give consent, nor would the child come. My body is weak, but my mind has heaven and peace within. We closely employed our intervals of leisure in preparing different tracts for the press. Lord's Day, 27. We found the people insensible at the Waxhaws Church. Some few seemed alarmed whilst Isaiah 33:14 was opened and enforced. Wednesday, 30. We came to Salisbury. I felt unwell and no freedom to speak. Dr. Koch gave them a sermon, and we then rode 5 miles to B's. Next day we reached Jones's, and the day after, 1st of April, M. Knight's, where we opened conference in great peace. Many of the preachers related their experience, and it was a blessed season of grace. End of section 11. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 12 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Monday, 4. We rose after sitting each night, Sabbath excepted, until 12 o'clock. Several of our brethren expressed something like the perfect love of God, but they had doubts about their having retained it. Tuesday, 5. We rested a while at Salem on our way, and came in the evening to Brother W.'s, and had a meeting there. I believe trouble is at hand, but I trust God with his cause, and Christ with his church. My soul drinks into holiness. Friday, 8, I observed as a day of abstinence and prayer, reading and meditation. Oh, for more of heaven! Poor Minters's case has given occasion for sinners and for the world to laugh and talk and write. Saturday, 9. We had a large congregation at A's. I felt life in speaking, although weak and weary in body. We rode 7 miles to the banks of Dan River, but knew not where to cross. At length we came to the fishery, crossed in a canoe, and walked 2 miles in the night to T. Harrison's. Thus ended the labors of the day. Virginia, Sunday, 10. Dr. Koch and myself both preached at Watson's Church, and there was some little effect produced. I spent the evening with George Adams, a true son of his worthy father, Sylvanus Adams, for kindness to the preachers. I am constantly weak and feverish in body, but my soul is uncommonly happy and calm. We moved from G. Adams's to the widow Dix's, and thence next day to Brother Martin's. Wednesday, 13. Came to Difficult Church, where we were honored with the company of some of the great. The doctor preached a noble sermon on the divinity of Christ, and I urged, "It is time to seek the Lord." Afterward we preached in Charlotte and Mecklenburg, and on Sunday following came to quarterly meeting at Sister Walker's in Brunswick. Dr. Koch went to the barn, and I preached in the house. The rain rendered our meeting uncomfortable. Monday, 18. Near Dinwiddie Courthouse I waited, it being the day of the election, until our brethren returned from the courthouse, and then preached in the new church on 2 Corinthians 6, 17, 18. Tuesday, 19. We rode to Petersburg. We agreed to take different lodgings during the sitting of the conference, the doctor at Brother Davis's, and myself at Brother Harding's. Wednesday, 20. I preached on Our Light Afflictions Which Are But For a Moment, etc., and there was some warmth amongst the preachers and people. The business of our conference was brought on in peace, and there was a blessing attended our speaking on our experiences and in prayer. The affair of the council was suspended until a general conference. Friday, 22. Late in the evening, our conference rose. Saturday, 23. I preached at E. West's to a large congregation and had a little spring of power. Sunday, 24. Came to Colonel Clayton's, who was very ill. We had a large collection of people and a good meeting. We were to have held our conference at the Colonel's, but his illness prevented. We sat at his son, B. Clayton's, and were amply provided for. The son is not a member, but he was very kind. Monday, 25. Dr. Koch and Brother I. Ellis preached, and there was some power attended the word. I found the doctor had much changed his sentiments since his last visit to this continent, and that these impressions still continued. I hope to be enabled to give up all I dare for peace sake, and to please all men for their good to edification. We hastened our business, and on Tuesday 26th came to Newcastle. Here I preached on How often would I have gathered thy children together, as a hen gathereth her brood under her wings, and ye would not. I have no doubt but the people felt the word. We came on to Hanover Town, where the doctor preached in the afternoon. Wednesday, 27. We rode 30 miles to the widow Collins's, Caroline County, much wearied in body, but greatly comforted in God. Thursday, 28. At 11 o'clock at Pope's Chapel, the doctor preached on Pray Without Ceasing, myself on By Grace Are Ye Saved Through Faith. I was long and very close. We hasted to Port Royal, where a number of fine people were waiting, to whom the doctor preached on Ye are dead, and your life is hid with Christ in God. They expressed a desire for me to preach also, but it being late, I declined it. Friday, 29. The solemn news reached our ears that the public papers had announced the death of that dear man of God, John Wesley. He died in his own house in London, in the 88th year of his age, after preaching the gospel 64 years. When we consider his plain and nervous writings, his uncommon talent for sermonizing and journalizing, that he had such a steady flow of animal spirits, so much of the spirit of government in him, his knowledge as an observer, his attainments as a scholar, his experience as a Christian. I conclude his equal is not to be found among all the sons he hath brought up, nor his superior among all the sons of Adam he may have left behind. Brother Coke was sunk in spirit, and wished to hasten home immediately. For myself, notwithstanding my long absence from Mr. Wesley, and a few unpleasant expressions in some of the letters the dear old man has written to me, occasioned by the misrepresentation of others, I feel the stroke most sensibly, and I expect I shall never read his works without reflecting on the loss which the Church of God and the world has sustained by his death. Dr. Coke, accompanied by Brother C. and Dr. G., set out for Baltimore in order to get the most speedy passage to England, leaving me to fill the appointments. I had a large congregation at Sister Bombrey's. In the afternoon I rode to Sister Waller's, making a journey of 40 miles for this day. Next day I overtook Dr. Coke and his company at Colchester. Brother Cox's horse being sick, I put my old horse in his place to carry them to Alexandria, where we arrived about 3 o'clock after riding 40 miles by our reckoning. At Alexandria, Dr. Coke had certain information of Mr. Wesley's death. On Sabbath day he reached Baltimore and preached on the occasion of Mr. Wesley's death, and mentioned some things which gave offense. Maryland, Thursday, May 5. This day and the 2 following days we held conference in Baltimore, and great love and sweetness prevailed throughout the sitting. I preached to a large congregation on the Sabbath, and we had a gracious time. Monday, 9. Came to Cokesbury. I found there was a vast demand for money for the establishment, there having been an expenditure of £700 in 5 months. Tuesday, 10. Crossed Susquehanna and came to Cecil, and next day reached Duck Creek. Our conference began, and was conducted in much peace and harmony amongst preachers and people. Our meetings in public were attended with great power. Sunday, 15. 2 elders and 3 deacons were ordained. After the ordination, I rode to Middletown, Delaware, and preached to a large congregation. Pennsylvania, Monday, 16. I rode to Newcastle and had the last interview with Dr. Coke. Surely the time to favor Newcastle is swiftly coming. In the evening I came to Chester, and next day, the 17th, arrived in Philadelphia and opened conference. We had a tender, melting account of the dealings of God with many souls, and settled our business in much peace. Mr. Hammett came from Charleston with a wonderful list of petitioners desiring his return. To this, as far as I had to say, I submitted, but, I see and hear many things that might wound my spirit, if it were not that the Lord bears me up above all. Wednesday, 18. I preached on The Lord liveth, and blessed be my rock, and let the God of my salvation be exalted. Friday, 20. We had a fast day, and in the afternoon a feast of love. It was a time to be remembered. Some precious souls were converted. Saturday, 21. I left Philadelphia for New Jersey. On the road I felt much of the spirit of prayer. New Jersey, Sunday, 22. I preached in Trenton on Joel 2:17. Several preachers exhorted, and the Lord made sinners tremble. 18 years ago, I often slipped away from Philadelphia to Burlington 1 week, and to Trenton another, to keep a few souls alive. I had then no conferences to take up my time and occupy my thoughts, and now, what hath God wrought? We attended to the business of the conference with a good spirit. In the course of our sitting, we had some pleasing and some painful circumstances to excite our feelings. Tuesday, 24. I set out for New York. At Princeton I preached, and I trust a few felt the word. Passing through Kingston, I proceeded on to Mr. Jakes's, near Brunswick, making 32 miles. My soul is in peace, my body weak and weary. Wednesday, 25. Rode to Elizabethtown. After dinner, I went by water to New York, and found all in peace. New York, Thursday, 26. Our conference came together in great peace and love. Our ordinary business was enlivened by the relation of experiences and by profitable observations on the work of God. Nothing would satisfy the conference and the society but my consenting to preach on the occasion of Mr. Wesley's death, which I did on Sunday, May 29. My text was 2 Timothy 3, 10, 11. I took the same subject at the old church in the morning, and in the afternoon at the new church, varying but retaining the substance. Monday, 30. Our conference rose, and after love feast, the preachers dispersed. We had had about 30 preachers at this conference, and not a frown, a sign of sour temper, or an unkind word was seen or heard amongst us. But I am sick, and quite outdone with constant labor. Mr. Hammett's preaching was not well received. It was supposed to be aimed at our zealous men and passionate meetings. At the new church, his preaching was still more exceptionable to those judicious persons who heard him. I expect some things will be retailed to my disadvantage. Be it so. I trust the Lord. Wednesday, June 1. I preached at New Rochelle Church. The weather was unfavorable, but we had a living meeting. Thursday, 2. We had a decent, lifeless congregation at the courthouse on the plains. In the afternoon, I preached at Northcastle on Philippians 2:12. My clay is heavy, and my spirits low. Friday, 3. I very sensibly feel the cold I had taken on my way to New Rochelle by riding in the rain. However, I rode to Bedford and preached in the townhouse to about 200 serious and deeply attentive hearers. Rode on to Brother H's and was much indisposed. Connecticut, Saturday, 4. I rode over rocks and hills and came to Wilton, and preached to a serious, feeling, well-behaved people at Squire R's. In the evening I went on to Reading. Surely God will work powerfully amongst these people, and save thousands of them. We have traveled about 24 miles this day over very rough roads. The weather is cold for the season. My horse is very small, and my carriage is inconvenient in such rocky, uneven, jolting ways. This country is very hilly and open, not unlike that about the peak of Derbyshire. I feel faith to believe that this visit to New England will be blessed to my own soul, and the souls of others. We are now in Connecticut, and never out of sight of a house, and sometimes we have a view of many churches and steeples, built very neatly of wood, either for use, ornament, piety, policy, or interest, or it may be some of all these. I do feel as if there had been religion in this country once, and I apprehend there is a little in form and theory left. There may have been a praying ministry and people here, but I fear they are now spiritually dead, and am persuaded that family and private prayer is very little practiced. Could these people be brought to constant, fervent prayer, the Lord would come down and work wonderfully among them. I find my mind fixed on God and the work of God. Lord's Day 5. About 10 o'clock, we assembled in a barn at Reading, where we had perhaps 300 serious, attentive people to hear. My subject was Ephesians 2, 8, 9. I felt freedom, and the truth came clearly to my mind. Rode in the evening 12 miles over rocks and uneven roads to Newtown. I found multitudes of people in a Presbyterian meeting house, many of whom appeared wild in their behavior, the young laughing and playing in the galleries, and the aged below seemed to be heavy and lifeless. I was sick and weary. Nevertheless, I attempted to preach on Acts 5, 31, 32, and endeavored to enlarge on 1. The humiliation of Christ, 2. His exaltation in his resurrection, ascension, glory, head of the church, a prince to give repentance and pardon to rebels. I felt the power of Satan, and soon ended my feeble testimony. Brother L. preached at 6 o'clock. I felt much weakened and wearied. My impressions relative to the people in these parts are unfavorable. Monday, 6. Came to Stepney and found a few people waiting for us at Brother O.'s, to whom I gave an exhortation, and we had an awakening and melting time. Came on to Chestnut Hill, about 20 miles from Newtown. The people here had not had proper notice of our coming. A few, however, being informed of it, let others know, so that by the time I had exhorted and prayed, many joined them. I exhorted again about 40 minutes in as pointed a manner as I well could. After meeting, we called at E.H.'s, and obtained refreshment for man and beast. After conversing and praying with the family, we set out and reached J.H.'s in the evening, where we had a small family meeting, at which I spoke on Hosea 10:12. Break up your fallow ground, for it is time to seek the Lord, till he come and rain righteousness upon you. Today I felt weary and heavy, and yesterday I was agitated in mind, and sorely buffeted by the enemy. But I have peace with God. Tuesday, 7. Body and mind more tranquil and serene. Time was when I should have thought the prospects here were very great. The people attend in great multitudes. I find it necessary to guard against painful anxiety on the one hand, as well as against lukewarmness on the other. I judge that the spirits of men must be stirred up to expect more than in former times, and pray, preach, and converse accordingly. We came to Stratford. Good news. They have voted that the town house shall be shut. Well, where shall we preach? Some of the select men, one at least, granted access. I felt unwilling to go, as it is always my way not to push myself into any public house. We had close work on Isaiah 55, 6, 7. Some smiled, some laughed, some swore, some talked, some prayed, some wept. Had it been a house of our own, I should not have been surprised had the windows been broken. I refused to preach there any more, and it was well I did. 2 of the esquires were quite displeased at our admittance. We met the class and found some gracious souls. The Methodists have a society consisting of 20 members, some of them converted. But they have no house of worship. They may now make a benefit of a calamity. Being denied the use of other houses, they will the more earnestly labor to get one of their own. The Presbyterians and the Episcopalians have each one, and both are elegant buildings. Wednesday, 8. We rested at Stratford, and had meeting in Brother P.'s house. Finding that most of those who attended were serious people, I spoke on our blessed Lord's words, Matthew 11:28-30. It was a time of comfort to the few seekers and believers present. Thursday, 9. Came to New Haven and found my appointment to preach had been published in the newspapers. Everything was quiet. We called on the sheriff. He was absent. We then put up our horses at the Ball Tavern, near the college yard. I was weary and unwell. I had the honor of the President S., Dr. W., and the Reverend Mr. E. to hear me, and several of the collegians, with a few scattering citizens. I talked away to them very fast, telling them some little stories, whilst the sun shone full in my face. The judges looked very grave, while I endeavored to show, 1. What we must be saved from, 2. What has been esteemed by the men of the world as the wisdom of preaching, 3. What is meant by the foolishness of preaching. When I had done, no man spoke to me. I thought today of dear Mr. Whitefield's words to Mr. Boardman and Mr. Pillmore at their first coming over to America. Ah, said he, if ye were Calvinists, ye would take the country before ye. We visited the college chapel at the hour of prayer. I wished to go through the whole, to inspect the interior arrangements, but no one invited me. The divines were grave, and the students were attentive. They used me like a fellow Christian, in coming to hear me preach, and like a stranger in other respects. Should Cokesbury or Baltimore ever furnish the opportunity, I, in my turn, will requite their behavior, by treating them as friends, brethren, and gentlemen. The difficulty I met with in New Haven for lodging, and for a place to hold meeting, made me feel and know the worth of Methodists more than ever. My body is fatigued and listless, my spirit tried and tempted. Infirmities cleave to me. From New Haven, through a poor country, we passed on to Northbury, where there is a large independent church. In Wallingford, the meeting house of the Separatists supplied a place for our preachers. We have also used a neat Episcopal church, small indeed compared with others. I am reminded of England in traveling here. This country more resembles my own than any I have yet seen on this side the Atlantic. I preached at 5 o'clock in the meeting house of the Separatists, a large room and small company. My subject was 2 Corinthians 6:20. I alarmed the town by the excessive noise I made, and thereby enlarged my congregation. I felt more assisted than I expected. Saturday, 11. At Wallingford Farms. Here has been some stir about religion, but the people say new divinity has put out the fire, Methodists, Baptists, Separatists, etc. I felt somewhat warmed while I opened and applied, "Strait is the gate, and narrow is the way that leadeth unto life." Some were tender, and some appeared a little alarmed. I then came to Middlefields and lodged at the house of a niece of David Brainerd. Here we enjoy the quiet use of a meeting house. Lord's Day 12. Very unwell, but had to preach 3 times. I began at 10 o'clock on "Blessed is he whosoever shall not be offended in me." I had the attention of the people much more than I expected. In the afternoon I enlarged, under very great weakness, on "How shall I give thee up, Ephraim?" Came in haste to Middletown, where the committee favored me with the meeting house belonging to the Standing Order. I felt exceedingly low in body, while I spoke to a very large, serious, and attentive congregation, and I had liberty in preaching on 1 John 3:23. After meeting we rode a mile out of town to get lodging. It was to the poorer classes of people that this preaching on love and charity was anciently blessed. Monday, 13. Rode to Haddam, where David Brainerd was born. We came through dreadful rocky ways to Captain Lee's. A congregational minister had just finished his sermon as we came in. As we did not wish to force ourselves on anyone, we went forward to Lyme, and found a free, open-hearted Baptist minister, who rose from his bed and received us kindly. By this time we were weary and sleepy. I trust the Lord had a dwelling in this man's heart and house. His wife is a kind, loving soul, their children obliging, and ready to serve us cheerfully. Tuesday, 14. We came over rocks, and through heat and dust, to New London. My mind has felt but little temptation to impatience until yesterday and this day. But, through grace, I do not yield thereto. It is both unreasonable and unchristian to murmur. It betters nothing. To deny ourselves and to take up our cross daily is our duty. Let us not flee from it. New London stands upon the River Thames, almost newly built since the war. This town suffered in the general burning carried on by Arnold in this quarter. The new meeting house stands on an eminence. The Episcopal Church is a pleasant, well-formed building. The New Light Baptists were very kind, and some of them appeared like Methodists. My church was the courthouse. My subject, 2 Peter 3:15. I was not happy in speaking. Brother L. gave them a sermon at 8:30 o'clock. I understood there was a work of religion in this place last year. Little of it now remains. I came on to Stonington, properly so called, a distance of 10 miles, over a most dreadful road for a carriage. I would almost as soon undertake to drive over the Allegheny Mountain. From Stonington I came on to Westerly, crossing the line bridge between Connecticut and Rhode Island. I dropped a few words to the woman of the house where we dined, and saw very clearly that she felt them. I had some life in speaking to about 100 people at Mr. Blank's, in Charlestown, on Revelations 3:20. One said I had fitted the people well. Another said that I had the signs of the times. End of section 12. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 13 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Rhode Island, Thursday, 16. Came to Newport. The roads were comparatively good. The ferry 3 miles wide, which, however, we safely crossed in a spacious open boat, excellent in its kind. In Newport are 2 Presbyterian meeting houses, one New Divinity, so called, 3 others, regular Baptists, New Lights, and Sabbatarians, 1 Friends Meeting, and 1 Episcopal Church. We stayed 2 nights at our kind friend's Brother Green, a New Light Baptist. I lectured the second night from Isaiah 64, 1-7. There was some life amongst the people, although it was late, and the congregation like our Lord's disciples before his passion. There is also a Jews' synagogue and a Moravian chapel. I expect before many years the Methodists will also have a house for worship here. I feel the state of this people. They are settled upon their lees, and want emptying from vessel to vessel. My soul enjoys peace. Saturday, 18. We go hence to Providence, attended by our kind friend for guide. Blessed be the Lord for a refreshing rain the last night. On this journey I feel much humbled. I am unknown, and have small congregations, to which I may add a jar in sentiment, but I do not dispute. My soul is brought into close communion. I should not have felt for these people and for the preachers as I now do, had I not visited them. Perhaps I may do something for them in a future day. We came to Bristol, and should have gone farther, but Captain G. saw us, and took us to his house. At the request of a few persons, I preached in the courthouse to about 100 people, and enforced, "The Son of Man is come to seek and to save that which was lost," and found a degree of liberty. Some time ago, there was the beginning of a work here, but the few souls who began are now discouraged from meeting together. I fear religion is extinguished by confining it too much to church and Sunday service, and reading of sermons. I feel that I am not among my own people, although I believe there are some who fear God, and I find reason to hope that souls have gone to glory from this town. Sunday, 19. Came to Providence. I attended the ministry of Mr. M., a Baptist, in the forenoon, and Mr. S., a New Light, in the afternoon. In the evening I preached with some life on Isaiah 61, 1-3. There are Presbyterians, Episcopalians, Independents, or Congregationalists here, but the Baptists appear to be the leading people. I found a few gracious souls and some seeking. It has been a season of deep exercise with me while here. I have had some weighty sensations. I think the Lord will revive his work in Providence. Monday, 20. I visited some serious families that truly love and fear God. The afternoon I spent very agreeably with the old prophet Mr. Snow, aged about 70 years. He was awakened by the instrumentality of Gilbert Tennant, whose memory I revere. He told me much about Mr. Whitefield, and old times, and of the ministers of old times, of himself, his awakening, and conversion to God, of his riding 30 miles to Newport, in exceeding cold weather, to bring Mr. Tennant to Providence. Having obtained more knowledge of the people, my subject was Galatians 6:14, plain and pointed. My audience was serious and attentive. I endeavored to show, 1. What it is for a man to glory in a thing. 2. What men glory in, which is not the cross of Christ. 3. What it is to glory in the cross of Christ. 4. How a person may know when he glories in the cross of Christ, namely, by the world's being crucified to him, and he unto the world. The people here appear to be prudent, active, frugal, cultivating a spirit of good family economy, and they are kind to strangers. They have had frequent revivals of religion. I had faith to believe the Lord would shortly visit them again, and that even we shall have something to do in this town. We rested a day at Easton, and appointed meeting at 5 o'clock. I had good freedom on Acts 17:27, and the people felt the word. We have had a solemn, happy, and solitary retreat, and my soul entered into renewed life. Massachusetts, Thursday, 23. We rode through dust and heat to Boston. I felt much pressed in spirit, as if the door was not open. As it was court time, we were put to some difficulty in getting entertainment. It was appointed for me to preach at Murray's church, not at all pleasing to me, and that which made it worse was that I had only about 20 or 30 people to preach to in a large house. It appeared to me that those who professed friendship for us were ashamed to publish us. On Friday evening I preached again. My congregation was somewhat larger, owing perhaps to the loudness of my voice. The sinners were noisy in the streets. My subject was Revelations 3:17-18. I was disturbed and not at liberty, although I sought it. I have done with Boston until we can obtain a lodging, a house to preach in, and some to join us. Some things here are to be admired in the place and among the people. Their bridges are great works, and none are ashamed of labor. Of their hospitality I cannot boast. In Charleston, wicked Charleston, 6 years ago, a stranger, I was kindly invited to eat and drink by many, here by none. There are, I think, 9 meeting houses of the establishment. Friends' Meeting House 1, Sandemanians 1, Universalists 1, Roman Catholics 1, Baptists 2, Episcopalians 2. The Methodists have no house, but their time may come. I preached at Slade's Tavern on my way to Lynn on If Our Gospel Be Hid, It Is Hid to Them That Are Lost. I was agreeably surprised to find a house raised for the Methodists. As a town, I think Lynn the perfection of beauty. It is seated on a plain, under a range of craggy hills, and open to the sea. There is a promising society, an exceedingly well-behaved congregation. These things, doubtless, made all pleasing to me. My first subject was Romans 8:33, in the afternoon Acts 4:12. Here we shall make a firm stand, and from this central point, from Lynn, shall the light of Methodism and of truth radiate through the state. Our brother Johnson is simple-hearted, and hearty in the cause. We owe our entertainment and house for worship chiefly to him. Tuesday, 28. Rode to Marblehead. When I entered this town, my heart was more melted towards its inhabitants than to any in those parts, with the exception of Lynn. After consultation, and some altercation among themselves, the committee invited me to preach in Mr. Story's meeting house, which I did accordingly at 4 o'clock, on Acts 26:17-18. I was led to speak alarmingly, whilst I pointed out the gospel as descriptive of their misery and need of mercy. Brother Lee preached in the evening to a great number of people in and about Mr. Martin's house. Next morning, weak as I was, I could not forbear speaking to them on Seek Ye First the Kingdom of God. Wednesday, 29. Rode to Salem. Here are 5 meeting houses, 2 of them on the New Divinity plan, that is, regeneration the first work. No prayer, repentance, or faith until this is accomplished. The other 3 belong to the establishment, 1 Episcopalian and 1 Friends' Meeting House. I found no access to any. I lectured in the courthouse on Romans 5:6-9. I looked upon the greater part of my congregation as judges, and I talked until they, becoming weary, began to leave me. I have done with Salem until we can get a better stand. I had the curiosity to visit the Calvary of the witches, that is, those who were destroyed on the charge of witchcraft. I saw the graves of many innocent good people who were put to death, suffering persecution from those who had suffered persecution. Such and so strangely contradictory is man. I felt weakness of body, and deep exercise of mind, and at times good liberty in speaking. I am now convinced that the Methodists as a body have the most religion, and am more and more confirmed in my choice. We rode to Manchester. Mr. Foster received us with great kindness. The select men granted us the privilege of the meeting house. I lectured on Malachi 3:13 at 5 o'clock. Here are some feeling and understanding souls. This place has been visited for many years, and a society kept up, although the ministers did not favor the stir. Of this work, Father Lee's ministry, an aged man of that country and town, has been the principal means. For a long time he has faithfully stood his ground, praying with and exhorting the people. We were invited to lodge at a place where provision is made for the entertainment of ministers, and in the morning money was offered. I declined accepting their invitation and refused their money. Friday, July 1. Came to L's to dinner. After praying with them and speaking to each in the family, I left them to God. Thence I proceeded to T's and preached at Brown's Folly to many people. My subject, Luke 2:10. Saturday 2. I returned home to Brother J's in Lynn. Sunday 3. My first subject was The Great Salvation. In the afternoon I spoke on Titus 2:11-12 and had liberty. In the evening my subject was Matthew 11:28-30. The congregation was attentive, and my mind enjoyed sweet peace. Although, outwardly, we were uncomfortable, the meeting house being open, and the weather very cool for the season. I feel as if God would work in these states, and give us a great harvest. My intervals of leisure have been spent in close application to my Bible, and reading Baxter's Call to the Unconverted. Monday 4. I took the benefit of the sea air, and began visiting. Tuesday 5. My soul is in great peace and love. Here it is a day of small things. The people have been neglected, but now the Lord has opened their eyes. Oh, what skill and patience and wisdom are needful to deal with souls. I was happy in meeting the women in class. I found but few believers, but I do believe that God will bring them all into full liberty. Wednesday 6. Found my mind stayed upon God. In the evening I had a large, attentive congregation. Thursday 7. I was engaged closely in reading. I visited and conversed freely with two families. I am informed that Lynn and Linfield afford upwards of 2,200 souls, 1791. This day Brother Jesse Lee put a paper into my hand, proposing the election of not less than 2 nor more than 4 preachers from each conference, to form a general conference in Baltimore, in December 1792, to be continued annually. Saturday 9. I preached a sacramental sermon on Let a man examine himself, and so let him eat of that bread and drink of that cup. Sunday 10. Preached on the Great Supper, Luke 14, a very solemn, baptizing, and sacramental season. The people chose to receive the elements sitting, as is the practice amongst Presbyterians. In the afternoon I enforced, What shall the end be of them that obey not the gospel of God? At night I spoke on, These shall go away into everlasting punishment. The Lord was among the people, and I hope and trust some real good was done. Monday 11. I labor under deep exercises of soul. The sea bath I found to strengthen me. In the evening I met the men's class in Lynn, and was led to hope that a glorious work of God will be wrought here. Several people are under awakenings at this time. My staying so long among them may be of the Lord. Tuesday, 12. We had a blessed rain after nearly a month's drought. Wednesday, 13. We came through Waltham, Sudbury, and Marlborough. At this last place there is a grand meeting house, and one not less elegant in its kind for the minister. Thence we proceeded on through Northbury and Shrewsbury, to Worcester, through rain, and with pain and weariness. Mr. Chandler received us with kindness more than common, and courtesy anxious to please, calling his family together with softness of address, and in all things else being agreeable, perhaps more so than any man I have met with in America. This reception shall comfort us a little in our toil. From Worcester we journeyed on, passing through Leicester, Spencer, Brookfields, and another town. We dined at a place where the people are united and do not wish to divide the parish. Their fathers, the Puritans, divided the kingdom and the church too, and when they could not obtain liberty of conscience in England, they sought it here among wild men and beasts. At Greaves's tavern I saw a man from Vermont, who said the number of their inhabitants was 90,000. He invited me to send preachers among them. Friday, 15. My mind has been dejected. Satan has assaulted me. I could not be fixed in prayer as I desired. We have made it 108 miles from Lynn to Springfield. I want to be with the Methodists again. Oh, how unworthy of such fellowship! Yet am I seated among the princes of thy people. At 6 o'clock I delivered a discourse in Mr. C.'s house on "It is time to seek the Lord till he come and rain righteousness upon you." The people were a little moved, and one sister under deep conviction. This place is a haunt of soldiery, the armory being kept here. There appears to be little religion among the inhabitants. Connecticut, Sunday, 17. Passed through Suffield to Turkey Hills, where I had a large and very criticizing congregation, to whom I preached my first discourse on John 7:17. My second subject was Hebrews 6:1. There were some feeling hearts present. The Lord will work here. On Monday I had a crowd at Proquinac, in a schoolhouse, to whom I preached on 2 Corinthians 4:1-2. Some were frightened, some melted, and some were offended. We came to Windsor. Mr. S. received us kindly, but did not fail to let us know how lightly he thought of us and of our principles. Here my feelings were very gloomy, and I secretly wished myself out of the way. I went to the schoolhouse and found it crowded with people. The Lord lifted me up whilst I opened and applied Galatians 3:22. I think I was given to see and feel the true state of these people. Some of them were melted and praised God for the gospel. Tuesday, 19. I came to the city of Hartford. At Mr. S.'s meeting house I was attended by 3 ministers. I was clear not to keep back any part of the truth, whilst I enforced Luke 7:23. The people were mostly serious and attentive. I had an interview with Dorcas Brown, who was converted 40 years ago, and in the history of whose experience there were some remarkable manifestations of the power of God, and of the interposition of his providence in answer to prayer in times of persecution and violence. Her son's case was also remarkable. He had been captured by the Indians and was returned killed. In contradiction to this account, and the general belief, she pronounced that she should again see him in the flesh. Contrary to the expectation of all but herself, he did return, after an absence of 3 years and 8 months. Wednesday, 20. At East Hartford, I felt more than usually assisted on Luke 19:10. I had an attentive, feeling congregation. On Thursday, we had a gracious shower at the quarterly meeting at West Farmington, where I delivered a pointed discourse on Acts 16:31-32, which was blessed to some souls. Friday, 22. the Episcopal Church was open at Litchfield, where I preached with very little faith on the love of Christ. I think Morse's account of his countrymen is near the truth. Never have I seen any people who would talk so long, so correctly, and so seriously about trifles. Saturday, 23. By a rocky, mountainous way, we came to Cornwall in the midst of the harvest home. We had about 150 hearers. I had openings of mind whilst I spoke on 1 Peter 3:15. Sunday, 24. Came to Keenan after preaching at a new meeting house. Here naught would satisfy but my going to the ancient Presbyterian church. I reluctantly complied, and made a feeble attempt on Luke 11:13. I offended and was offended. The people seemed uneasy, and wished to be gone. This is the first, and I expect will be the last time I shall speak in that house, if not in that place. 25 years ago, the people in this place had religion. At present, it is to be feared there is little or none. How it is, I know not. But at such places I feel dreadfully, as if such people were the worst of all under the sun, and at the greatest distance from God. Wednesday, 27. Although under considerable affliction of body and mind, I rode over rough ways to New Britain, where, in general, the people appeared unfeeling. Nevertheless, I found a few among them who felt the need of Christ. I was led to exhort them, and to pray with them. I am persuaded some are not far from the kingdom of God. New York, Thursday, 28. I felt some freedom at teas while speaking on 2 Timothy 3:16. The length of the ride and the languor of my bodily powers had not enfeebled my mind. We found some gracious souls in the society. Friday, 29. Came to Albany. My mind felt impressed with the value of the souls in this place. By the curves I have made in my course from Hartford to this place, I suppose I have not traveled less than 150 miles. Perpetual motion is no small trial to my body and mind, but I must cast my care upon the Lord. I am led to think the Eastern Church will find this saying hold true in the Methodists, namely, I will provoke you to jealousy by a people that were no people, and by a foolish nation will I anger you. They have trodden upon the Quakers, the Episcopalians, the Baptists. See now if the Methodists do not work their way. The people will not pay large money for religion if they can get it cheaper. I preached to about 300 people in a barn at Cayman's Patent, the new stone church not being ready. Our society is promising in this place. Tuesday, August 2. Came to Hudson. I felt disagreeable sensations, a chill, hoarseness, headache, and fever. Wednesday, 3. The day was unusually warm, and I was sick and felt like Jonah. I was ready to faint in my carriage. At last, through mercy, I arrived safe at kind Sister L's. I went to bed, took some chicken broth, and after a comfortable sleep felt revived. No more rest. I took the road again, and arrived at Rhinebeck by noon. My soul is in peace. I want more prayer, patience, life, and love. I walk daily, hourly, and sometimes minutely with God. Saturday, 6. I had a few serious people at the mountain meeting house. I lodged at C's, who was formerly a shaking Quaker. Sunday, 7. We received the sacrament, and then went to a small grove, where we had a green carpet of nature spreading underneath, and an umbrella of variegated leaves above us. I preached on Zechariah 12:10 to about 1,000 or 1,200 people, as it was judged. I felt solemn and recollected, and was assisted in speaking. I had some faith to believe it would be the beginning of days, and of a revival of religion. Connecticut, preached at Salisbury on Acts 5:31-32. My mind is in peace. I came to Sharon time enough to preach at 3 o'clock. The women crowded the house, whilst the men stood at the door, with patient attention, in the rain, which indeed many seemed scarcely to perceive. I spoke with life and freedom on Ephesians 2:8-10. Here are some praying souls. I read, much to my comfort, Corbett's memoirs of the secrets of his heart, brought to public view after his death. End of section 13. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 14 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. New York, Friday, 12. I preached at B's on Luke 19:10 to a number of simple-hearted people. Rode to Brother J's to attend quarterly meeting. I felt weak and unwell, yet happy in God. My soul enters into deeper union with God, and into a sweet resignation and confidence in Him for His work and church. I judge that my journey to Lynn and my rides through the country thereabouts have made a distance of little less than 500 miles, and thence to Albany nearly the same, and from Albany to New York not much less, with occasionally very rough roads for a carriage. Well, it is all for God, and Christ, and souls. I neither covet nor receive any man's silver or gold. Food, raiment, and a little rest is all I want. Saturday and Sunday, 13-14. We began our meeting in a barn at Jackson's. I had freedom whilst enlarging on Joshua 24:15. There was a large collection of people from far to our sacrament and love feast. Among these there was life, but the people about this place are dead. Dead. There is a curse somewhere. I doubt if one soul has been converted to God since I was here 2 years ago. Monday, 15. I feel great power to trust God with His church and work, and am resolved on more frequent access to the throne of grace, not continuing so long as heretofore. I feel greater sweetness in so doing, and it tends more to an hourly and momently walk with God. Tuesday, 16. This is a day of rest from public labor. I have uncommon trials and great liberty of spirit. My addresses to a throne of grace are frequent today. Wednesday, 17. Felt a good degree of liberty at B's on Colossians 1:28. Christ formed in you the hope of glory, perfect in Christ Jesus. Ours is not the perfection of God, of Christ, of angels. Such perfection must be ours as excludes evil tempers from the heart, and yet supposes us liable to ignorance and error, while in tenements of clay. As I came along to P's, I was ready to complain of the roughness of the roads, but I was suddenly stopped when I beheld a poor Irishwoman with a heavy child on her shoulders, and without covering for head or feet. She said she was from Canada, and thus far had begged her way. Pity for her at once stilled all murmur of complaint for myself. On Thursday we had a gracious season at Stony Street, amongst sinners, seekers, and believers, while I applied Galatians 6:10. Saturday, 20. Quarterly meeting at North Castle. It began well. I was happy in mind, although unwell, whilst I spoke to many who attended on 1 Samuel 7:3. Sunday, 21. Our congregation became unwieldy and restless. My subject, Luke 23:3, was new, to me at least. Although my mind enjoyed some degree of peace, my frame was agitated, and my spirits hurried. I received the olive branch from Virginia. All is peace. It was obtained by a kind letter from me to O'Kelly. Saturday, 27. Quarterly meeting in Newtown. I felt freedom of mind whilst treating on Deuteronomy 5:26. Sunday 28. We had a good sacramental time and a melting love feast. There are 4 houses of worship in this place, but I fear the Church of Christ is very small. I have lately been led into great depths of God, and sight of my danger and constant need of prayer. Monday 29. Came to New York. The weather is warm, and here is an awful season of affliction. I preached at the new church on Hebrews 5:12. We had an acceptable time and some gracious movings. Wednesday 31. We had a serious, heart-affecting time. Many were ready to break out in praises to God. I respect the kindness of the dear people here, and leave New York in faith that the Lord will return to visit them. Thursday, September 1. I visited my old friends on Staten Island. Many whom I have preached to and prayed for still keep at a distance. Friday 2. I preached in our new chapel to a large congregation on "Ye that have escaped the sword, go away, stand not still. Remember the Lord afar off, and let Jerusalem come into your mind." Jeremiah 51:50. It was a gracious season. After preaching, the society met, and several declared the Lord's dealings with their souls. New Jersey, Monday 5. I rode through much rain to Monmouth, New Jersey, where I preached to a considerable congregation on "The just shall live by faith. But if any man draw back, my soul shall have no pleasure in him." There is some stir among the people. At Long Branch, within 18 months, as I am informed, nearly 50 souls have professed conversion. Tuesday 6. I found the Lord had not left himself without witnesses at Kettle Creek. Wednesday 7. At Pease Church I learned some were offended. Blessed be God, my soul was kept in great peace. Friday 9. At Little Egg Harbor I endeavored to speak very pointedly on Acts 13:46. My spirit was much moved, and I think, as a preacher and visitor, I am thus far free from the blood of saints and sinners. Saturday 10. Rode a dreary mosquito path, in great weakness, to Batstow Works. Sunday 11. Preached on Luke 19:10. I advise the people to build a house for the benefit of those men so busily employed day and night, Sabbaths not excepted, in the manufacture of iron, rude and rough, and strangely ignorant of God. Thursday 15. Having exerted myself more than my strength would well bear last evening, I feel faint, yet pursuing. I gave an exhortation to a house full of people. The evening was spent with S.H., gracious souls, mother and children. Friday 16. Preached at C's. Here are some under awakenings, and the prospect is pleasing. Many attended the word on the Lord's Day. Several of our sisters and of our brethren on this day and on Monday at Bethel, after sacrament, testified to the goodness of God. Pennsylvania, Tuesday 20. Rode to Philadelphia. Here, as usual, I was closely employed in writing. I had several meetings and some awful seasons that will be remembered in eternity. This city abounds with inhabitants. It is the London of America. Wednesday 28. We rode to Strasburg 30 miles, where I preached at night in a respectable tavern on Acts 3:19. I was very plain, and had some energy in preaching, although unwell in body. I have faith to believe we shall have a house of worship, and that the Lord will have a people in this place. Thence to M.B.'s. Hitherto the Lord hath been our helper in spite of sin and Satan. We had a good time, whilst I spoke on Zechariah 12:10. After sacrament, several bore their testimony for the Lord. My soul is much humbled, and brought into close communion with God. Yea, I rejoiced greatly to find so much religion among the people. We went hence to Brother M's, where for 2 days we had a gracious season. I preached on Acts 2, 37, 38. I had openings, and was made to feel after the souls of the people. How will Satan take advantage to raise prejudice in the minds of many? At first the cry was, "They are enemies to the country." That tale worn out, it is said, "They will pull down the churches. They hold erroneous doctrines." Aye. We will labor to raise a true spiritual church. And if in doing this we injure wolves in sheep's clothing, let unfaithful ministers look to it. We shall deliver our own souls. Delaware. Came to Wilmington. Alas for poor Wilmington! When will this people open their eyes? We rode in haste 30 miles to D's, but the people had met 3 hours before our arrival, and Brother E. had preached to them. I preached at the crossroads, but the minds of the people were so occupied by the approaching election that I fear there was little room for things of more importance. Finding there were no more appointments published for me, I rode through the dust 32 miles to Judge White's. O Lord, help me to watch and pray. I am afraid of losing the sweetness I feel. For months past, I have felt as if in the possession of perfect love, not a moment's desire of anything but God. I have an awful view of the Reformed churches, and am determined to speak to the very hearts of the people. After attending a quarterly meeting at B's chapel, I came to W's. We had a large congregation. After public service, we had a meeting for the local preachers, leaders, and stewards. Next morning, we had love feast for the colored brethren at sunrise, and at 9 o'clock for the whites. We find new members are added every year. Many living experiences and miracles of grace in this society. Friday, October 14. Came to Brother L's. Hail, happy souls! 3 out of 4 in this family love God. Saturday, 15. Came to Downing's chapel. Had a blessed love feast. Most of those who spoke professed sanctification. My soul was filled with God. I did what I could to put those in band who had witnessed perfect love in love feast. There is a great work of God in the lower counties of Virginia. But the antinomian doctrines, so liberally set forth by some, greatly hinder. We have rough weather. Thursday, 20. The storm continued. It was thought no one could go out. We, nevertheless, ventured through heavy rains and came to P's. At night we reached D's, making a journey of nearly 40 miles. We were wet and uncomfortable. But the Lord preserves our goings out and our comings in. Maryland, Friday, 21. Preached at Brother L's on Hebrews 8, 10-12. I think the Lord will work in this neighborhood, and take away the covering and the veil that are spread upon the minds of the people. Temptations have oppressed my soul, and disease afflicted my body. It is the Lord's power alone that can help me. I fear I am not so constant in prayer as I should be. I made an effort to establish a female school under Sister G and Sister B, and endeavored to impress the necessity and expediency of band meeting on men and women, both married and single. Tuesday, 25. At M's, there was a living stir among some who came to the quarterly meeting from a distance. My soul is bowed down for this neighborhood. Wednesday, November 2. We crossed Choptank River and came to Talbot quarterly meeting. My subject on the first day was, "Oh, let the wickedness of the wicked come to an end." We had a close love feast and some living souls. Sunday and Monday, 6-7. Attended quarterly meeting at Greensburg, commonly called Choptank Bridge. We had a strict and living love feast and powerful testimonies. Wednesday, 16. Came to Havre de Grace, and thence hurried to Cokesbury, where I found all in peace. Thursday, 17. Came to the old meeting house at Bush, and preached on Enoch Walked with God. The meeting house at Bush is the second house built for the Methodists in the state. It is a poor building, remaining unfinished to this day, and likely so to continue. Friday, 18. We had a powerful melting time at Deer Creek. My subject was Jeremiah 14, 8-10. Sunday, 27. I preached at Baltimore a searching discourse on Zephaniah 1:12. In the afternoon I preached at the Point to some unfeeling souls, and in the evening performed the funeral solemnity of my dear old friend Sister Tribulate, on Acts 16, 13-15. I was uncommonly drawn out this day, and truly labored in body and spirit. Monday, December 5. I went from house to house through the snow and cold, begging money for the support of the poor orphans at Cokesbury. Rode to Annapolis and preached at night. Virginia, Wednesday, December 7. A day to be remembered. We stopped once in 43 miles. When we reached Oxon Hill Ferry, opposite to Alexandria, I was nearly frozen, being hardly able to walk or talk. We crossed the Potomac in an open boat, on whose icy bottom the horses with difficulty kept their feet, and still worse it would have been had I not thoughtfully called for some straw to strew beneath them. We had 5 of them on board, and the waves were high. Friday, 9. Rode 40 miles to Mrs. W.'s. I suffered not a little with cold. I thank God my life is spared. Sunday, 11. I could not find the way to the hearts of an unfeeling people at the Widow Bombrey's. Thence we went in haste to Port Royal. The inhabitants, seeing us, ran together, to whom I spoke on Acts 2:27. The people were respectful and attentive. Monday, 12. Rode through a storm of snow to Brother A's. My mind enjoys peace, and although by constant traveling I am kept from the privilege of being so frequently in private prayer, yet I am preserved from anger and murmuring. My soul is wholly given up to God. I am now about entering upon the business of the conferences for the present year. All is peace. Notwithstanding I have been so highly favored, my sufferings may be lessened by an earlier move to the south. I will therefore remember to be on the south side of the Potomac by the middle of November, if circumstances allow. Wednesday, 14. Came to Brother Dickinson's, Caroline County, and waited for the preachers composing the conference in the Central District of Virginia. In the evening the brethren came together. We opened conference, and went through a great part of our minute work. All was peace and love. We had searching work in speaking experiences, and in examining the young men who offered as candidates for the ministry. Friday, 16. After fasting and prayer, our conference rose. My subject at the new chapel was 1 Chronicles 29, 15-17. Saturday I rode to Hanover Town. Sunday, 18. I preached at Hanover on 1 Corinthians 2:17. I rode in the evening to Brother C's. My mind was in peace. I journeyed on through Richmond, Manchester, and Petersburg, accompanied by Brothers E. and K. On Friday, 23rd, arriving at Lane's Chapel, where our conference began and ended in great peace. Sunday, 25. I preached on John 4:14, and had a comfortable season. Many spoke of the dealings of God with their souls. The examination among the preachers relative to character and experience was very close. All was meekness and love. Tuesday, 27. We had a long cold ride to our kind brother Blunt's. Wednesday, 28. I preached on 1 Peter 4:1-4. Thursday, 29. I rode 25 miles through very cold weather, without taking any refreshment, to Sister P's. On our way we had a meeting at Brother C's, where many attended, to whom I spoke with freedom on 2 Timothy 2:19-21. Here some wicked young men behaved quite out of character. Sunday, January 1, 1792. On this beginning of the new year, I preached and had liberty on Isaiah 65:1-2. In the evening I once more cried to the people of Norfolk, "Repent and be converted." My audience was attentive and tender. My body was greatly fatigued, my soul much comforted in the Lord. Religion revives here. The seed which has been sowing for 20 years begins to spring up. Norfolk flourishes. Portsmouth declines, and is already low. Thursday, 5. Rode to W.B.'s. There were but few people. On our way thither, Brother M. would stop to feed. I believe the Lord sent me to speak a word to a broken-hearted, forsaken, distressed woman. My soul enjoys peace, but excessive labor and bodily suffering from the cold prevent that deep communion with God I wish for. I do little except reading a few chapters in my Hebrew Bible. North Carolina, Sunday, 8. I preached at the Widow Hardy's to a large congregation. I felt freedom in speaking, and the souls of the people appeared tender. The prospect of our journey ahead seemed gloomy. However, we came down in the snow and got on board a leaky flat, which we were obliged to bail as we went. The ferry was 5 miles wide, our horses restless, the river Roanoke rough, and the weather very cold. But the Lord brought us safe to shore, 12 miles from our destined place. We were strangers to the road, and had not an hour's sun. Nevertheless, kind Providence brought us through the dark and cold to Brother Ward's about 8 o'clock. Here I sold my carriage and took horse again. Thursday, 19. I rode with no small difficulty to Green Hills, about 200 miles, the roads being covered with snow and ice. Our conference began and ended in great peace and harmony. We had 31 preachers stationed at the different houses in the neighborhood. I find we have had a good work in the eastern district of North Carolina in the past year. For some time back I have traveled with much difficulty, having few hearers, much weakness of body, and uncomfortable weather. Monday, 23. Our conference rose. I rode 20 miles through severe cold to Brother B's. Tuesday, 24. Brother Morrell, my fellow traveler, was unwell. We had our horses roughed, which detained us an hour or two after the appointed time. I reached Brother T's, and said a little from Philippians 2:14-16. But the people could not hear, their souls and their bodies were cold. Finding it was 22 miles to my next appointment, I set off without refreshment, intending to reach Brother D's near Hillsborough. On the way, however, hearing of Brother S., a local preacher, we called on him, and he gave us freely of such things as he had. Thursday, 26. I was led out with freedom on the last 2 verses of Hebrews 12 at M's. I find outward difficulties in my progress. The roads are covered with ice and snow, and the severity of the weather prevents my having an opportunity, when I wish, of spending time in private exercises. But blessed be God. I am resigned, and am kept from sin, and my soul is stayed upon God. Friday, 27. After riding 30 miles through ice and snow to Rainey's, I found many people waiting for me, and I began, without any refreshment, to speak on "This is the victory that overcometh the world, even our faith." 1. I endeavored to point out the object of this faith. 2. Its subjects. 3. Its nature. And 4. Its victory. In our route through North Carolina, we passed through Bertie, Gates, Tyrrell, Tarboro, Franklin, Wake, Chatham, Orange, Guilford, and Randolph counties. We have traveled nearly 800 miles since the 7th of December last past. Seldom have I been tempted to a murmuring thought. It is now the 29th of January. I want nothing but more mental and private prayer. Tuesday, 31. Yesterday and today we have ridden about 60 miles, a great deal of the way through heavy hail and rain. I gave an exhortation at C's on Seeking the Kingdom of God. Here we had all things richly to supply our wants, and what was still better, we found the Lord had souls in this family. South Carolina, February 1. I preached to a considerable congregation at MD's on Acts 13:38. Saturday and Sunday, 4-5. I attended a quarterly meeting. Monday, 6. At Flowers Church. For some time past I have enjoyed much of God, though suffering under indisposition of body, and frequently in a crowd. I feel nothing but peace in my soul, and find power to trust Jehovah with his own cause. Tuesday, 7. We reached Sister Port's. I find there is a great commotion among the people, excited by the conduct of W. Hammett, who has divided the society in Charleston, and taken to himself some chaff and some wheat. This is not all. They say our house will go too. Wednesday, 8. We set off after 6 o'clock in the morning. Our horses being overfed, we did not push them, so that we did not reach Georgetown until near 6 in the evening. After my trials and hard riding, my cordial is to preach at night. Except Georgetown and Charleston, there are few places where I have not a good congregation when weather permits. I can praise God. My soul is happy in him. By his grace I am kept from sin, and I still hope this dark cloud that lowers over us will yet break with blessings on our heads. Thursday, 9. We rested, and next day came to Wapata, and found that Brother S.C. had moved. We then went to his brother's, whose wife was buried that day. We were fatigued and cold, and rejoiced to find we were not compelled to take up our lodgings under a pine tree. End of section 14. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 15 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Saturday, 11. Arrived in Charleston. I received a full and true account of Mr. Hammett's proceedings. Brothers E and P have done all things well. Mr. Hammett had 3 grand objections to us. 1. The American preachers and people insulted him. 2. His name was not printed in our minutes. 3. The nota bene cautioning minute was directed against him. He has gone to the New Market to preach, and has drawn about 20 white members after him. We are considered by him as seceders from Methodism, because we do not wear gowns and powder, and because we did not pay sufficient respect to Mr. Wesley. Sabbath 12. My subject was Isaiah 53:11. Brother H. preached in the afternoon. Tuesday, 14. Our conference began. I preached at night on Luke 24:17, and endeavored to show the low estate of the interest of Christ at that time. In our conference, we were unusually close in examination of characters, doctrines, and experience. We had great peace and some power amongst us, and received the good news of 80 souls being converted in Philadelphia, and of a revival in Connecticut. I preached a sermon to the preachers on Endure Hardness as a Good Soldier of Jesus Christ. Saturday, 18. I received an abusive anonymous letter, I believe from Mr. S., on several subjects. My spirits were low. I came from my knees to receive the letter, and having read it, I returned whence I came. I judged it prudent and expedient, and I think I was urged thereto by conscience to tell the people of some things relating to myself. I related to them the manner of my coming to America, how I continued during the war, the arrival of Dr. Coke, and the forming of the American Methodists into a church, and finally, why I did not commit the charge of the society in Charleston to Mr. Hammett, who was unknown, a foreigner, and did not acknowledge the authority of, nor join in connection with, the American Conference. Sunday 19. I preached on Who is on the Lord's Side. Mr. M.S. sent in his resignation. For certain reasons, we were led to pass over his character, but we were wrong. It might have been better to subject it to scrutiny, although none grieved at his going from us. Monday 20. I came out of the fire. Rode to Parker's Ferry. Tuesday 21. Came to Mr. Lambright's, and next day had a heavy ride to Makesers, and missed my congregation after all, and so I did at Hudson's in Georgia. However, I spoke a few words to a few people, and it was felt. Friday 24. We had 50 miles to ride, but had the advantage of good roads. Stopped at F's, and then came on to Brother M's. He and his father have kindly entertained us as the servants of the Lord. Saturday 25. I had an attentive and feeling people at Providence, where I saw C., and learned that poor Henry, the Jew, mentioned March 9, 1791, was dead, and died wretched in body and mind, a few months after my departure. Let preachers or people catch me in Waynesboro until things are altered and bettered. Since last Monday, I have ridden 180 miles, and was obliged to ride on, though late, to prevent man and beast being on the road on the Sabbath day. My mind was powerfully struck with a sense of the great duty of preaching in all companies, of always speaking boldly and freely for God as if in the pulpit. Georgia, Sabbath morning, 26. I made frequent visits to the throne of grace, and feel my soul comforted in God's word. Instead of thy fathers, thou shalt have sons, whom thou shalt make princes in all the land. I feel solemn. The burden of the work lies on me. The preachers have left and are leaving the field. Monday, 27. We rode 30 miles to White Oak Meeting House. A painful journey. The weather was cold and the house open. The people, however, were attentive. It is not pleasing to the flesh to take only a little tea at 7 o'clock in the morning and then go until 6 at night before we have a table spread. And ah, how few Christian houses! I had my trials in the evening. Tuesday, 28. We rode through the snow to Little River, and a few people met us at S's. I preached on 2 Timothy 4, 2-4. Without staying to eat, we rode on to Washington, making 30 miles this day also. We collected our conference, and had great searching and sifting, and were under the necessity of suspending one. We were very close in examining characters and principles. Each preacher spoke his experience, and made his observations relative to the work of God since last conference. Brother Hull accompanies me, and H. Herbert repairs to Alexandria, in Virginia. I hope in future there will be harmony among the brethren. If souls are converted to God, it answers no valuable purpose thereafter to disciple them to ourselves. I preached on the marriage supper, and took occasion to show how some are kept from, and others lose, the grace of God by the unlawful use of lawful things. Saturday, March 3. Rode to Fishing Creek, and had an uncomfortable time on the Sabbath at Bibbs Crossroads. South Carolina, Monday 5. I left Georgia and lodged near Whitehall in South Carolina. Tuesday 6. Rode 50 miles to Brother Finch's. Here the brethren gave me a meeting on Wednesday. The congregation was small and the people unengaged. Rode that evening to Odell's, and the next day to Waters. Sunday 11. Preached at Smith's on Romans 5:1-3, and kept the holy, solemn Sabbath as a day of rest for man and beast. North Carolina, Monday 12. Rode 40 miles to Major Moore's, cold and weary. I have read 2 volumes of Gordon's American Revolution, containing about 1,000 pages. We came to the Widow M's. Here we heard that 50 poor wandering sinners had been brought back to God in this wild place, and we rejoiced at the glad tidings. Friday 16. I was very much chilled in riding 25 miles over the mountains to Wiltshire's. At 3 o'clock, I preached on Hebrews 3:12-14. I was very unwell and in much pain. There was a poor man in the house who was wild enough to swim the river on a mare with another man behind him. What a mercy that he was not drowned. Saturday 17. I felt death in some measure at this place. Brother Hull preached and I exhorted. Sunday 18. We had a close love feast and a few testimonies of the power and love of Christ. There was some little melting also amongst the people, but it is hard to civilize, methodize, and spiritualize. Sin, Satan, flesh, and hell are against us. We have rested 2 days besides Sabbaths and ridden 250 miles in about 2 weeks. Our entertainment is generally mean. Monday 19. Our horses' backs being bruised, we had our difficulties in getting to Rehoboth. We were well nigh cast away in going to the Widow W's. It was very dark, and we were bewildered in the woods. My saddle turned, and I slipped from my horse, but received no harm. I had to walk nearly half a mile through mud and water to reach the house. Tuesday 20. I came to Gordon's on the Yadkin. It is 7 years since I was here. Dead, dead. The world, the devil, antinomianism in doctrine and practice. I was led out in preaching on Deuteronomy 33:29. Wednesday 21. We started for Holstein. After riding about 15 miles, we stopped to feed, and a woman directed us along the new way over the elk spur. We found ourselves in a wilderness. The weather was very cold, and the night coming on, we were at a loss what to do. Whilst we were wishfully looking about us, to our great satisfaction we discovered a house. It was clean and comfortable, and we were well entertained. Virginia, Thursday 22. We made an early start for friend Osborne's on New River, 15 miles distant. Here we were generously entertained. After talking and praying together, we were guided across the river, for which I was thankful. Arriving at Fox Creek, we crossed it 11 times, and tarried that night with C., a nominal member of the Society of Friends, who used us very well. Friday 23. Rode 12 miles to S's. After dinner, exhortation, and prayer, we came down the South Fork and crossed the Middle Fork of Holstein River. Saturday 24. Came to the Salt Works, and on Sunday preached on Happy is the people whose God is the Lord. Monday 26. I had enlargement in preaching to an attentive congregation at Abingdon Courthouse. Tuesday 27. Preached at Owen's on This People Have I Formed for Myself. Thursday 29. We had many people to hear at Charles Baker's, to whom I preached with some life. We took half a day to have the smith's work done in fitting our horses for the journey through the wilderness. Tennessee. Rode 24 miles to Mr. Wise on the main Holstein, and the next day 18 miles to Hawkins Courthouse, and thence to Crab's. We have confused accounts of Indians. Our guard rested on the Sabbath day within 4 miles of the wilderness. Saturday, 31. I heard a company had arrived from Kentucky at Crab's. This man's son and a Mr. Henderson have been killed by the Indians since I was here last. Sunday, April 1. I preached to all the people I could collect. Monday, 2. We entered the wilderness and reached Robinson Station. 2 of the company were on foot, carrying their packs, and women there are with their children. These encumbrances make us move slowly and heavily. Kentucky, Tuesday, 3. We reached Richland Creek and were preserved from harm. About 2 o'clock it began to rain and continued most of the day. After crossing the Laurel River, which we were compelled to swim, we came to Rockcastle Station, where we found such a set of sinners as made it next to hell itself. Our corn here cost us $1 per bushel. Wednesday, 4. This morning we again swam the river and also the west fork thereof. My little horse was ready to fail in the course of the day. I was steeped in the water up to the waist. About 7 o'clock, with hard pushing, we reached the crab orchard. How much I have suffered in this journey is only known to God and myself. What added much to its disagreeableness is the extreme filthiness of the houses. I was seized with a severe flux, which followed me 8 days. For some of the time I kept up, but at last found myself under the necessity of taking to my bed. Tuesday, 10. I endured as severe pain as perhaps I ever felt. I made use of small portions of rhubarb, and also obtained some good claret, of which I drank a bottle in 3 days, and was almost well, so that on Sunday following I preached a sermon an hour long. In the course of my affliction I have felt myself very low. I have had serious views of eternity, and was free from the fear of death. I stopped and lodged during my illness with Mr. Willis Green, who showed me all possible attention and kindness. I wrote and sent to Mr. Rice, a Presbyterian minister, a commendation of his speech, delivered in a convention in Kentucky, on the natural rights of mankind. I gave him an exhortation to call on the Methodists on his way to Philadelphia, and, if convenient, to preach in our houses. Tuesday, 11. I wrote an address on behalf of Bethel School. The weather was wet and stopped us until Friday. Friday, 20. Rode to Clark Station, and on Saturday preached on David's charge to Solomon. Sunday, 22. I preached a long and perhaps a terrible sermon, some may think, on knowing therefore the terror of the Lord, we persuade men. Monday, 23. I rode to Bethel. I found it necessary to change the plan of the house, to make it more comfortable to the scholars in cold weather. I am too much in company, and hear so much about Indians, convention, treaty, killing, and scalping, that my attention is drawn more to these things than I could wish. I found it good to get alone in the woods and converse with God. Wednesday, 25. Was a rainy, damp day. However, we rode to meet the conference, where I was closely employed with the traveling and local preachers, with the leaders and stewards. I met the married men and women apart, and we had great consolation in the Lord. Vast crowds of people attended public worship. The spirit of matrimony is very prevalent here. In one circuit, both preachers are settled. The land is good, the country new, and indeed all possible facilities to the comfortable maintenance of a family are offered to an industrious, prudent pair. Monday, 30. Came to L's. An alarm was spreading of a depredation committed by the Indians on the east and west frontiers of the settlement. In the former, report says 1 man was killed. In the latter, many men, with women and children. Everything is in motion. there having been so many about me at conference, my rest was much broken. I hoped now to repair it and get refreshed before I set out to return through the wilderness. But the continual arrival of people until midnight, the barking of dogs, and other annoyances prevented. Next night we reached the crab orchard, where 30 or 40 people were compelled to crowd into one mean house. We could get no more rest here than we did in the wilderness. We came the old way by Skaggs Creek and Rock Castle, supposing it to be safer, as it was a road less frequented, and therefore less liable to be waylaid by the savages. My body by this time is well tried. I had a violent fever and pain in the head, such as I had not lately felt. I stretched myself on the cold ground, and borrowing clothes to keep me warm, by the mercy of God I slept 4 or 5 hours. Next morning we set off early and passed beyond Richland Creek. Here we were in danger, if anywhere. I could have slept, but was afraid. Seeing the drowsiness of the company, I walked the encampment and watched the sentries the whole night. Early next morning we made our way to Robinson Station. We had the best company I ever met with, 36 good travelers, and a few warriors. But we had a pack horse, some old men, and 2 tired horses. These were not the best part. Virginia, Saturday, May 5. Through infinite mercy we came safe to Crabs. Rest, poor house of clay, from such exertions. Return, O my soul, to thy rest. Monday, 7. I came to Young's, a comfortable, quiet house within 6 miles of Radcliffe's, whose wife and children were murdered by the Indians. Here I slept comfortably. Tuesday, 8. We came to Brother Baker's, where we rested 2 days and had our horses shod. Friday, 11. Rode to Half-Acres, about 50 miles, and came in about 11 o'clock. Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, 12, 13, 14. We were engaged in the business of conference at Holstein. I had a meeting with the men, a lively one with the women, most of whose hearts the Lord touched. Tuesday, 15. We came to Russell's old place, at 7 Mile Ford, and next day set out for Greenbrier and reached C's. My spirits were too lively and disposed to gaiety, which indulged perhaps too far, made me feel mean before the Lord. Thursday, 17. Rode to Hogg's and next day to M's, 40 miles each day. The roads were better than I expected. Saturday, 19. Rode 20 miles. My weary body feels the want of rest, but my heart rejoiced to meet with the brethren who were waiting for me. I am more than ever convinced of the need and propriety of annual conferences, and of greater changes among the preachers. I am sensible the western parts have suffered by my absence. I lament this, and deplore my loss of strict communion with God, occasioned by the necessity I am under of constant riding, change of place, company, and sometimes disagreeable company, loss of sleep, and the difficulties of clambering over rocks and mountains and journeying at the rate of 700 or 800 miles per month, and sometimes 40 or 50 miles a day. These have been a part of my labors, and make no small share of my hindrances. I crossed the Canaway at Paris's Ferry. Here I conversed with a man who informed me a brother preacher had called there, and, as he said, was peevish. The dear man was just at death's door, and though his exercises and bodily infirmities may have pressed him sore, and excited expressions of discontent, he was, nevertheless, a meek and holy servant of God. My informant also mentioned another, who had been a member, and who would swear horribly and drink to excess. It is proper I notice that I did not receive these accounts from a professor of religion. I thought within myself, see how we are watched. Ah, we little think oftentimes how narrowly our conduct, our tempers, are observed by the world. and poor sinners still less imagine how strictly we watch them, and how well this habit of observation, and the intimate knowledge we gain of our own hearts, makes us competent judges of their cases, and enables us so justly and so powerfully to condemn their wickedness. Sunday 20. I preached at Rehoboth on Isaiah 55:12. There was no great move. Brothers H and C both spoke after me. Weary world, when will it end? My mind and body feel dull and heavy, but still my soul drinks deeper into God. We rode about 160 miles from the Rich Valley to Greenbrier Conference. Talking too much and praying too little caused me to feel barrenness of soul. We had a hope that not less than 10 souls were converted during the conference. At preaching, I myself, having a violent headache, retired. The Lord was with them at the sacrament. After which, the doors being opened, many came in, and the meeting continued until nearly sunset. We had a most solemn ordination on Thursday morning. Afterward, we rode through Greenbrier by the town on to Brother W's, a distance of 36 miles. My headache still continuing, Brother Hope Hull preached, and I retired to rest. Friday, 26. We rode 26 miles to the Little Levels. Oh, what a solitary country is this! We have now 120 miles before us, 50 of which is a wilderness. There is a guard at 2 houses on our route, but I do not fear. Nature is spent with labor. I would not live always. Hail, happy death! Nothing but holiness, perfect love, and then glory for me. Saturday, 26. My body is much wearied, my bowels being much disordered. The water, the milk, and the bread are like physic to me. We now thought it necessary to be moving. It was dreary work as we rode along the dreary path to D's. One of my companions, as well as myself, was unwell. From D's we had still 40 miles to go, over hills and mountains. This, I think, equaled, if not exceeded, any road I had ever traveled. We at length reached Tiger's Valley. We stopped at Captain S.'s, where there were several families crowded together, for fear of the Indians. The upper end of the valley has been depopulated. One family has been destroyed since I was last here. The captain's wife was decent, kind, and sensible. Thence we went on to W's, where I got some fowl soup. Thence a few miles to , where the woman of the house was kind and attentive. But a still, a mill, a store, cause much company, and some not of the most agreeable kind. Tuesday, 29. We hasted to O's in the cove, where we met with a most kind and affectionate reception. But oh, the flies for the horses, and the gnats for the men! And no food, nor even good water to be had. I slept well, although forced ever and anon to stir a little. Wednesday, 30. We had a dreary path over desperate hills for 50 miles. No food for man or beast, which caused both to begin to fail very sensibly. My bowels continued to be disordered, and had I not procured a little wine, I suppose I should have failed altogether. Pennsylvania, Thursday, 31. Both men and horses traveled sore and wearily to Uniontown. Oh, how good are clean houses, plentiful tables, and populous villages, when compared with the rough world we came through. Here I turned out our poor horses to pasture and to rest, after riding them nearly 300 miles in 8 days. End of section 15. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 16 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Friday, June 1. Wrote letters to send over the mountains. Saturday, 2. I began to feel lame, and had a severe touch of the rheumatism, accompanied with a high fever, which occasioned great pain to me while sitting in conference. I found it necessary to remove, by exchange, 6 of the preachers from this to the Eastern District. Sunday 10. Having been too unwell to attend preaching through the week, I now ventured in public. A great crowd of people attended, and there was some melting and moving among them. I feel the death of this district. I see what is wanting here: discipline, and the preaching a present and full salvation, and the enforcement of the doctrine of sanctification. I have been variously tried, and was constrained to be cheerful. We have founded a seminary of learning called Union School. Brother C. Conway is manager, who also has charge of the district. This establishment is designed for instruction in grammar, languages, and the sciences. I have had some awful thoughts lest my lameness should grow upon me, and render me useless. I sometimes have fears that I am too slack in speaking in public, at conferences. I also feel the want of time and places to pursue my practice of solitary prayer, being frequently obliged to ride all the day and late at night, that I may in time reach the appointed places to preach. Tuesday 12. We ascended Laurel Hill, and after 40 miles riding reached Ems, quite weary. Came to I.C.'s, and found the Lord was still in this house. I preached and felt a melting heart, and there was some move in the congregation. I find myself recruited in body and mind, and I feel as if God would work once more amongst this people. I was informed that Mr. Hammett had sent abroad circular letters, and had been railing against the presiding eldership, etc. I am not surprised that he should find fault with the office. Its duties he was a man not likely to fulfill. Yet had it not been for the power attached to it, how greatly might Mr. Hammett have confused the society in Charleston, and perplexed the preachers in the district. The Lord will see to his own house. Maryland. I preached at Fort Cumberland, in our new house, to many people. Dined with Mr. D., at whose house I was entertained the first time I visited this town. Oh, that each of the family may be everlastingly saved. It is now 3 years since I came down this road. Swift-winged time, oh, how it flies! My body is in better health, and my soul in great peace. I feel no wrong temper. Oh, that my whole heart might be running out in holiness after God. Lord's Day 17. We had a solemn meeting, whilst I enlarged on, "Blessed are they that hear the word of God and keep it." It was a good season. Virginia, Monday 18. Rode to Bath. Here I had the opportunity of writing to all the connected preachers in the district. Friday 22. In the evening I preached with some assistance on Luke 19:10. Saturday 23. I attended quarterly meeting at the widow Flint's. Here I had the first sight of Mr. Hammett's and Brother Thomas Morrell's attacks on each other, or rather Mr. Hammett's against the Methodists, and Brother Morrell's reply. Had Brother M. known more, he would have replied better. Mr. H.'s quotation of a clause in my confidential letter to Brother S.D. is not altogether just. He has also misquoted the caution, leaving out the word district, which, when retained, shows it to have been American, and to have been directed against American apostates and impostors. Sabbath Day 24. We had a living love feast, although the house was crowded and warm, almost past sufferance. Tuesday 26. I had a sweet opening at the quarterly meeting on Ephesians 2:12. I met the preachers, leaders, and stewards, and they resolved to enter more fully into the spirit of discipline. Next day I preached on, "My spirit shall not always strive with man." Pennsylvania. Rode 22 miles to S-Town, weary and warm. The people were waiting, and I began on "An Adulterous and Sinful Generation." This is a poor place for religion. Friday 29. I rode nearly 50 miles through excessive heat and felt somewhat like Jonah. Saturday 30. I was taken up with writing letters, having received accounts from Cokesbury. The college seems to be the weighty concern for the present. Sunday, July 1. I had heavy work, no freedom at D.W.'s. Nothing will do here but discipline. I felt my spirit much humbled before the Lord, and a willingness to suffer. Tuesday 3. Rode to A. Kegil. It was the harvest home. I feel it my duty to press the people of God to go on to holiness of heart and life. As the next morning was rainy, we stayed until the afternoon, and then rode to see our old brother M. Behem. We had a tender feeling season on 1 John 1:8, on salvation from all sin. At Strasbourg in the afternoon we had a solemn meeting. A young woman who was married a few minutes before worship began was powerfully struck under the word, and wept greatly. Oh, may she mourn until a second marriage takes place in her soul. Friday 6. We had a long ride to Morgantown. We came in at 11 o'clock, being much fatigued. I discoursed on the likeness between Moses and Christ in the Academical Church. This building is well designed for a school and a church. I directed Esquire Morgan to one of our local preachers as a teacher. We set out for Coventry Forge, but we missed our way, and came to Brother Meredith's in the valley. I prayed heartily for, and spoke plainly to, the young people. Oh, that the Lord would follow them powerfully. Saturday 7. This day my soul enjoyed the presence of God. I dined at Radnor and went into Philadelphia. Sunday 8. I preached at Ebenezer Church on James 4:8, at St. George's Church on Mark 8:38. I had large accounts from the eastward, and am requested to send them more preachers. After 20 years' standing of the house in our hands, the galleries are put up in our old new church. Monday and Tuesday, 9:10. Employed in reading and writing. I wish to be alone. Oh, how sweet is solitude. Wednesday, 11. I sought and obtained peace between two brethren who had, unhappily, been at variance. New Jersey, Thursday, 12. Rode through great heat and dust to Burlington, New Jersey. Here I had many of my old and some new hearers, but some are much wiser than they were 20 years ago. We had a cold time of it, whilst I spoke on Hebrews 4:7. Friday 13. After preaching at Blank's, we rode on to Brother H's. He is resolved that after he and his wife are served, the remainder of his whole estate shall go to the church, his plantation to be rented, and the annual income to be applied as the conference held for Pennsylvania and the Jerseys shall please to direct. New York, Sunday, 15. Preached at our church on Staten Island. I was very close on the law and the gospel. A few felt, but it was a dry time. Lord, help us. Monday, 16. We hasted to V's Ferry, but found ourselves detained by the absence of both boats, so that we did not so soon as we expected reach New York. I did not find that life and harmony here that there have been in times past. I have just now obtained and am reading Mr. Wesley's Life, the work of Dr. Coke and Mr. Moore, containing 542 pages. It is in general well compiled, but the history of American Methodism is inaccurate in some of its details, and in some which are interesting. For some days past I have been occupied in reading, and in meeting the several women's classes, and found the Lord was amongst them. As very probably all of my life which I shall be able to write will be found in my journal, it will not be improper to relate something of my earlier years, and to give a brief account of my first labors in the ministry. I was born in Old England, near the foot of Hampstead Bridge, in the parish of Handsworth, about 4 miles from Birmingham, in Staffordshire, and according to the best of my after knowledge on the 20th or 21st day of August, in the year of our Lord 1745. My father's name was Joseph, and my mother's Elizabeth Asbury. They were people in common life, were remarkable for honesty and industry, and had all things needful to enjoy. Had my father been as saving as laborious, he might have been wealthy. As it was his province to be employed as a farmer and gardener by the 2 richest families in the parish. My parents had but 2 children, a daughter called Sarah and myself. My lovely sister died in infancy. She was a favorite, and my dear mother, being very affectionate, sunk into deep distress at the loss of a darling child, from which she was not relieved for many years. It was under this dispensation that God was pleased to open the eyes of her mind, she living in a very dark day and place. She now began to read almost constantly when leisure presented the opportunity. When a child, I thought it strange my mother should stand by a large window, poring over a book for hours together. From my childhood, I may say, I have neither dared an oath nor hazarded a lie. The love of truth is not natural, but the habit of telling it I acquired very early. And so well was I taught that my conscience would never permit me to swear profanely. I learned from my parents a certain form of words for prayer, and I well remember my mother strongly urged my father to family reading and prayer. The singing of psalms was much practiced by them both. My foible was the ordinary foible of children, fondness for play. But I abhorred mischief and wickedness, although my mates were amongst the vilest of the vile for lying, swearing, fighting, and whatever else boys of their age and evil habits were likely to be guilty of. From such society I very often returned home uneasy and melancholy, and although driven away by my better principles, still I would return, hoping to find happiness where I never found it. Sometimes I was much ridiculed, and called Methodist parson, because my mother invited any people who had the appearance of religion to her house. I was sent to school early, and began to read the Bible between 6 and 7 years of age, and greatly delighted in the historical part of it. My schoolmaster was a great churl, and used to beat me cruelly. This drove me to prayer, and it appeared to me that God was near to me. My father, having but the one son, greatly desired to keep me at school, he cared not how long. But in this design he was disappointed. For my master, by his severity, had filled me with such horrible dread, that with me anything was preferable to going to school. I lived some time in one of the wealthiest and most ungodly families we had in the parish. Here I became vain, but not openly wicked. Some months after this I returned home, and made my choice, when about 13 years and a half old, to learn a branch of business at which I wrought about 6 years and a half. During this time I enjoyed great liberty, and in the family was treated more like a son or an equal than an apprentice. Soon after I entered on that business, God sent a pious man, not a Methodist, into our neighborhood, and my mother invited him to our house. By his conversation and prayers, I was awakened before I was 14 years of age. It was now easy and pleasing to leave my company, and I began to pray morning and evening, being drawn by the cords of love, as with the bands of a man. I soon left our blind priest and went to West Bromwich Church. Here I heard Ryland, Stillingfleet, Talbot, Bagnall, Mansfield, Hawes, and Venn, great names and esteemed gospel ministers. I became very serious, reading a great deal, Whitefield and Senec's sermons, and every good book I could meet with. It was not long before I began to inquire of my mother who, where, what were the Methodists. She gave me a favorable account, and directed me to a person that could take me to Wensbury to hear them. I soon found this was not the church, but it was better. The people were so devout, men and women kneeling down, saying Amen. Now, behold, they were singing hymns, sweet sound. Why, strange to tell. The preacher had no prayer book, and yet he prayed wonderfully. What was yet more extraordinary, the man took his text, and had no sermon book. Thought I, this is wonderful indeed. It is certainly a strange way, but the best way. He talked about confidence, assurance, etc., of which all my flights and hopes fell short. I had no deep convictions, nor had I committed any deep known sins. At one sermon, some time after, my companion was powerfully wrought on. I was exceedingly grieved that I could not weep like him. Yet I knew myself to be in a state of unbelief. On a certain time when we were praying in my father's barn, I believed the Lord pardoned my sins and justified my soul. But my companions reasoned me out of this belief, saying, Mr. Mather said a believer was as happy as if he was in heaven. I thought I was not as happy as I would be there, and gave up my confidence, and that for months. Yet I was happy, free from guilt and fear, and had power over sin, and felt great inward joy. After this, we met for reading and prayer, and had large and good meetings, and were much persecuted, until the persons at whose houses we held them were afraid, and they were discontinued. I then held meetings frequently at my father's house, exhorting the people there, as also at Sutton Coalfield, and several souls professed to find peace through my labors. I met class a while at Bromwich Heath, and met in band at Wensbury. I had preached some months before I publicly appeared in the Methodist meeting houses. When my labors became more public and extensive, some were amazed, not knowing how I had exercised elsewhere. Behold me now a local preacher, the humble and willing servant of any and of every preacher that called on me by night or by day, being ready with hasty steps to go far and wide to do good, visiting Derbyshire, Staffordshire, Warwickshire, Worcestershire, and indeed almost every place within my reach, for the sake of precious souls, preaching, generally, 3, 4, and 5 times a week, and at the same time pursuing my calling. I think when I was between 21 and 22 years of age, I gave myself up to God and His work, after acting as a local preacher near the space of 5 years. It is now the 19th of July, 1792. I have been laboring for God and souls about 30 years or upwards. Some time after I had obtained a clear witness of my acceptance with God, the Lord showed me in the heat of youth and youthful blood the evil of my heart. For a short time I enjoyed, as I thought, the pure and perfect love of God. But this happy frame did not long continue, although at seasons I was greatly blessed. Whilst I was a traveling preacher in England, I was much tempted, finding myself exceedingly ignorant of almost everything a minister of the gospel ought to know. How I came to America, and the events which have happened since, my journal will show. Yesterday I preached in New York on Who is on the Lord's Side. I had some life in speaking, but there was little move in the congregation. O Lord, hasten a revival of thy work. This city has been agitated about the choice of governor. It would be better for them all to be on the Lord's side. The standard is set up. Who declares for the Lord? The wicked, the carnal professors, carnal ministers, and apostates are the Lord's enemies. Sunday 22. Was a melting time with many hearts in the old church. My subject, 1 John 1, 6, 7. In the afternoon, although very unwell, I labored hard in the new church, but the people were exceedingly insensible. There was a little shaking under Brother Hull in the old church in the evening. Monday 23. We set out for Lynn and made our way through Bedford, riding 50 miles the first day. I prayed in 4 houses, and felt much given up on the way. Connecticut, Tuesday 24. Rain today, after which we came to Reading, and although it was late, and the evening damp, I was unwilling to omit the opportunity of speaking to the people. Brother Hull, my fellow traveler, went to bed very ill. God has wrought in this town. The spirit of prayer is amongst the people, and several souls have been brought to God. Wednesday 25. We came to Newtown and fed, thence to Waterbury. Brother H is still very ill. Here we were entertained kindly, and at small charges. The people submitted and were attentive to prayer. Thence we continued on to Southarington. We dined at a public house, where we had cheap, good, plain usage. Our host told us it was the misfortune of the Methodists to fall in with some of the most ignorant, poor, and disreputable people in the state. My answer was, the poor have the gospel preached to them, that it had been aforetime asked, have any of the rulers believed on him? Came to the city of Hartford, and thence went on to East Hartford. I was alarming on Revelations 21:8. Brother H is still very sick, and for my poor self I am tempted to fretfulness. But by grace I was kept in peace, and blessed in speaking. The next day we came through the extreme heat to Stafford, and attended a quarterly meeting, where we had a crowd of people in a new open house. I was very unwell, and much tempted, but I had good liberty in preaching. My subject was Colossians 2:6. On Sunday I was very pointed on Romans 1:18. There has been a work in Tolland Circuit. I suppose 150 souls have been converted, and twice the number under awakenings in different societies around. I felt very solemn among them. Brothers Smith and Rayner have been owned of the Lord in these parts. Massachusetts. We came through Ashford, Pomfret, Mendon, and Douglas. We lodged at a tavern, where the people were very obliging and attentive to prayer. Thence we rode to Medfields to dinner. Thence through Dover, Newton, Cambridge, Malden to Lynn, which we reached about midnight, having traveled 65 miles. My soul, meanwhile, continually filled with the goodness of God. Thursday, August 2. Our conference met, consisting of 8 preachers, much united, beside myself. In Lynn we have the outside of a house completed, and what is best of all, several souls profess to be converted to God. I preached on 1 John 4:1-6, and had some life, but was too formal. There was preaching every night through the sitting of the conference. Saturday, 4. I preached an ordination sermon to a very solemn congregation on 2 Corinthians 3:5. Sabbath morning, 5. I preached on 1 Corinthians 6:19-20. In the afternoon Brother A preached, and I afterward gave them a farewell exhortation, and there were some affectionate feelings excited amongst the people. Many were moved, and felt a great desire to speak in the love feast, but they had not courage. Oh, that we had more apostolical preaching. Monday, 6. We took leave of town, making a hasty flight. We dined at Cambridge. The rain drove us for shelter under the hospitable roof of Mr. Howe. The kind family here accepted of family worship. Tuesday, 7. We came through Brookfield and Shrewsbury to Worcester. After resting, we briskly pursued our way to Brookfield. We found that we had stopped at the wrong house. Some wicked, laboring young men were intoxicated, singing psalms and song tunes for their amusement. One man railed on, and cursed us because he was not told all he wanted to know. Wednesday, 8. We came to Belchertown, and were kindly entertained at W's. Thence we pushed on to Hadley, crossed Connecticut River, and stopped at Northampton. Ah, where is the blessedness of which we formerly heard in this place? I inquired of our host, but received little satisfactory information. I proposed prayer, but found it was not well received. I went to bed weary and unwell, and about 6:30 next morning set out again over the rocks and uneven roads, across the mountain, having passed through Worthington, Chesterfield, and Partridgefield. I wondered to see the people settled here so thickly, among the rocks, where the soil can only be cultivated by the iron hand of active, laborious industry. I should prefer any part of the Allegheny where it is not too rocky, because the land is better. We made it nearly 40 miles to Pittsfield, and our journey was more disagreeable from the falling of a heavy shower. We have now ridden about 170 miles from Lynn in 4 days. My mind has been variously exercised, and my body much fatigued. If I have been kept from sin, to the Lord's name be all the glory. Pittsfield is a pleasant plain, extending from mountain to mountain. The population may consist of 2,000 souls. There is a grand meeting house and steeple, both as white and glistening as Solomon's temple. The minister, as I learn, is on the new divinity plan. I heard the experience of one of the first settlers in the town, who was clearly brought out of bondage. But by resting in unfailing perseverance, he again grew cold. Of late he has been stirred up and restored by the instrumentality of the Methodists. I was pleased to enjoy the privilege of retiring alone to the cooling sylvan shades, in frequent converse with my best friend. End of section 16. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 17 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Saturday 11. We held our meeting in a noble house, built for Baptists, Separatists, or somebody, and is now occupied by the Methodists. There was a large and attentive congregation, and some melting amongst the people, with whom the Lord is at work. Sunday 12. I was so unwell that I concluded not to go to meeting, but was at last persuaded along. I felt enlargement in preaching, and the people were tender and attentive. It has been said, the Eastern people are not to be moved. It is true, they are too much accustomed to hear systematical preaching to be moved by a systematical sermon, even from a Methodist. But they have their feelings, and touch but the right string, and they will be moved. I became weary of staying 3 days in one house. Mr. Stevens was very kind. His wife was under heavy heart awakenings. New York. We set out and came to Lebanon in the state of New York. The medical waters here are warm and very soft, pure and light, with no small quantity of fixed air. I found a poor bathhouse. Here the devil's tents are set up, and, as is common at these his encampments, his children are doing his drudgery. I baptized F's child. He and his wife came out from amongst the Shakers, where they had lived in celibacy many years. At the request of the people, notwithstanding my barrenness at Brother W's, I delivered a discourse on 1 Peter 3:15. My audience appeared to be strangers to our way. Mr. K.A., a Presbyterian minister, bore his testimony in favor of the word delivered, and recommended it to his people. We then came to Bethlehem, and the next day I preached at the house of a Baptist to about 300 people. It was a searching, moving time. I also baptized and administered the Lord's Supper. I then went a small distance to lodge, but I felt not myself at home, the worship of God not being in the house. I now began to bring up my reading in the New Testament. Wednesday 15. Came to Albany and had a joyful, happy conference, 21 preachers being present. We constituted 2 deacons and 4 elders. Each preacher was called upon to speak of his exercises and observations since our last annual session. We examined our doctrines and whether our faith was still firm in those which were believed and taught amongst us. We appointed Jonathan Newman as a missionary to the whites and Indians on the frontiers. We also sent another to Cataraqui. Before we rose, we propounded a few questions of theology, namely, 1. How are we to deal with sinners? 2. How should we treat with mourners? 3. Which way should we address hypocrites? 4. How can we deal with backsliders? 5. What is the best for believers? We had preaching in the market houses in Albany, and notwithstanding our hurry and crowd, we were happy, and had living testimonies from preachers and people. I trust 200 have been converted in the district since last conference. Monday 20. I came to Cayman's patent, and had a degree of light in preaching in the new church on Ephesians 1:18-19. After preaching, we hasted to Hudson, 32 miles. On our way, we called on a friend whose wretched wife had made an attempt to poison him and 2 others by strewing bane on the meat they ate. The dose wrought so powerfully that they threw it up, and so she, Satan, and hell were all disappointed. I lodged with Brother W. He and his wife were kind, dear souls to me when sick here last year. Now I'm well. Praise the Lord, O my soul. I had to ride 35 miles to Rhinebeck. The weather was extremely warm and dry. We hasted along, and arriving a little before 5 o'clock, found the people waiting. I preached in a schoolhouse, which, by enlargement, makes a good church, so called. I had reason to fear, from former and later information, that Brother Blank was not as useful nor as acceptable here as I could wish. From a sense of duty, I mentioned this to him with great tenderness. At first it proved some trial to him. But when Brother Blank and Brother Blank confirmed what I had said, and I assured him that a desire to promote the cause of God was the only motive that led me to mention this to him, he resumed his former cheerfulness, and we parted in peace. It was appointed for me to preach at a place 45 miles distant. But the weather being extremely warm, and our horses weary, we did not get in until 8 o'clock, in consequence of which many people were disappointed. Thursday, 23. I breakfasted at Governor Van Cortlandt's. I feel as if the Lord had been striving here. Saturday, 25. Came to the quarterly meeting at New Rochelle. The Lord gave light and liberty in speaking. We had a meeting with the local preachers, stewards, and leaders who were present. Mr. Hammett's rejoinder has made its appearance. N. Manners has also come to town to spread his doctrine and distribute his books. Were he a gracious man, I cannot think he would write as he does against Mr. Wesley and Mr. Fletcher. Perhaps he will find it rather easier to write and print books than to sell and pay the cost of publishing them. Sunday, 26. I preached to a vast congregation, with liberty, on 1 Corinthians 3:15-16. Many hearts were touched, and we had a blessed season at love feast and sacrament. Monday, 27. Came to New York and open conference, 28 preachers being present. We spent most of the afternoon in prayer, and nearly all the preachers gave an account of what each one had seen and felt since last conference. The young gave us their experience, and there were several who professed sanctification. Awful H. haunted us one day, requesting us to give him an honorable discharge from the connection. But we shall publish him expelled. He is the Wheatley of America. Friday, 31. We had a solemn love feast, the lower floor of the house being nearly filled. Several of the brethren professed perfect love. Others had lost the witness. My mind has been so bent to the business of the conference that I have slept but little this week. Connecticut is supplied much to my mind, several very promising young men having been admitted this conference. The societies are in harmony, but not as lively as they ought to be. I went to hear Dr. L., but was greatly disappointed. He had such a rumbling voice that I could understand but little in that great house. How elegant the building! How small the appearances of religion! Lord, have mercy upon the Reformed churches. O ye dry bones, hear the word of the Lord. I was much obliged to my friend for renewing my clothing and giving me a little pocket money. This is better than £500 per annum. I told some of our preachers, who were very poor, how happy they were, and that probably, had they more, their wants would proportionably increase. My soul is humble, and by grace is kept holy. I do the best I can, and leave the event to the Lord. If others do wrong, they must answer for themselves now, and at the day of judgment. Sunday, September 2. I preached a preparatory sermon on 1 Corinthians 5, 7, 8, previously to the administration of the sacrament. It was observed what a fitness of similarity there was between the Passover and the supper of the Lord. The simplicity and purity of the latter, bread instead of the flesh of an animal, and wine instead of the blood of the creature. Wine, the blood of Christ, and grace, the life of our souls. It was shown who were proper communicants, true penitents and real believers, not with the leaven of malice and wickedness, acid, bitter, and puffing up, but the unleavened bread of sincerity and truth, uprightness of heart, and sound experience. I now leave New York for 1 whole year, under the hope and prophecy that this will be a year of the Lord's power with them. New Jersey. We had severe crossing the North River. It was as much as ever the horses could do to keep their feet. We came to Newark, and thence to Elizabethtown in Jersey. I now began to unbend my mind, and became very heavy. I went upstairs, sat in my chair, rested my head, and slept solidly. But a kind friend would have me waked, which made me sick. Tuesday, 4. I pursued my journey through Woodbridge and came to Brunswick. The weather was very warm, the roads dusty, and our journeys long. We reached Milford Town in the evening. Wednesday, 5. Passed through Crosswicks and Burlington, and came to Philadelphia. I found I was too late, the preachers having waited a day for me to come and open the conference. Thursday, 6. We had great peace in our conference. The preachers gave a feeling account of the work of God. We had more preachers than we needed this time. Both they and the people were lively. Most of our brethren in the ministry can now stand the greatest exertions. Sabbath morning, 9. We had a melting love feast. The mouths of many were open to declare the loving kindness of the Lord. I preached, but did not like their ill-contrived house. At Ebenezer I had an attentive congregation to whom I spoke on Philippians 1:18. At night the mobility came in, like the roaring of the sea. Boys were around the doors, and the streets were in an uproar. They had been alarmed by a shout the night before, which, probably, was one cause of the congregation being so large. Brother A went to prayer. A person cried out. Brother C joined in prayer. The wicked were collected to oppose. I felt the powers of darkness were very strong. After ending my discourse, Brother M rose up and mentioned the shocking conduct he had observed among them, fighting, swearing, threatening, etc. But where are the watchmen? Asleep. Where are the magistrates? Dozing at home. This is a wicked, horribly wicked city. And if the people do not reform, I think they will be let loose upon one another, or else God will send the pestilence amongst them, and slay them by hundreds and thousands. The spirit of prayer has departed, and the spiritual watchmen have ceased to cry aloud among all sects and denominations. For their unfaithfulness they will be smitten in anger. For sleepy silence in the house of God, which ought to resound with the voice of praise and frequent prayer, the Lord will visit their streets with the silence of desolation. Delaware, Monday, 10. I left Philadelphia, dined at Chester, and preached at Wilmington in the evening. The next day I rode to Duck Creek Crossroads, State of Delaware, to hold conference. We were full of business, and had life and liberty. I met the leaders and local brethren in the ministry, and we had a powerful time. I requested them to give an account of their past and present experience, the state of their respective families, and the classes they had the charge of, together with the prospects of religion where they lived. They understood me and spoke much to the purpose. We parted with a good love feast, from which the gay and the worldly at least were excluded, if we did not keep out sinners, Pharisees, and hypocrites. Saturday, 15. Wrote to Camden. To Dr. Barrett, a true son of a worthy father, we are chiefly indebted for a neat, economical meeting-house. I had so many friends I knew not where to go. My attendance on conferences and quarterly meetings has lately been so constant, I found it expedient to make a sudden change and come home. In my way, I stopped at a friend's house. The woman had been early a member, the man not of us. I pressed family prayer upon her from divine authority. I saw her tears and heard her promises. Came home to T. White's. I resolved on the establishment of a prayer meeting for the women before I go hence. I felt my soul greatly quickened of late to bear and suffer all things, and to feel nothing but love. If we are tried by Christian people, it is chiefly for want of grace or knowledge in them, or us, or both. They are objects of pity, not of anger. This day is spent in reading, writing, meditation, and prayer. To be retired and solitary is desirable after the presence of crowds and the labors, various and unceasing, to which I am called. When our Lord was pursued by the people, he, as a man, would hide himself. I thought if my brethren would not spare me, I must spare myself. I have been reading Dr. Langdon on the Revelation, and find little new or very spiritual. He is like the Newtons and all the historical interpreters. One thing is wanting. And might not an interpreter show the present time foretold by these signs, which plainly point to the why and wherefore it is, that some are Christian bishops and Christian dissertators on prophecy? A bishopric with 1 or 2 or 3,000 sterling a year as an appendage might determine the most hesitating in their choice. I see no reason why a heathen philosopher, who had enough of this world's wisdom to see the advantages of wealth and honors, should not say, "Give me a bishopric and I will be a Christian." In the Eastern states also there are very good and sufficient reasons for the faith of the favored ministry. Ease, honor, interest, what follows? Idolatry, superstition, death. Tuesday, 18. Continued at Judge W.'s and spoke a few words to a few people. Wednesday, 19. We came to Milford and had a solemn time on Genesis 6:3. Here I held a conference with the local preachers, and was pleased at the accounts they gave of their prospects of religion in their neighborhoods. Thursday, 20. We had a moving feast of charity, and a close, searching time in public. My subject, 2 Timothy 3:20-21. Friday, 21. I came to Broad Creek with a heavy heart. We had a blessed time in the love feast. Many souls had longings for sanctification, and some boldly professed it. I felt as if it would be long before I should again visit this house. A poor man attempted to come near me. Being encouraged by my speaking to him, he approached, and told me with a full heart that about that time, 5 years past, the Lord spoke through me to his conviction at Moore's Chapel. Tuesday, 25. Attended quarterly meeting at Miles Chapel, where I met with a few serious people. The second day we had a few church folks, something wild. Virginia, Thursday, 27. Crossed Pocomoke 2 L's, at Dowings's at night. Brother Everett was sick. I had a large congregation at Garretson Chapel, and was much blessed on Romans 8:29-30. I had a comfortable conference with the leaders, stewards, local preachers, and exhorters, and we had a living love feast. Sunday, 30. We had a crowded congregation, and some melting amongst the people, while I enlarged on, "Almost thou persuadest me to be a Christian." 1. I endeavored to point out the genuine marks of a Christian. 2. Remove the objection against these marks. And 3. Persuade by applying to the hopes and fears of my hearers. Monday, October 1. I had a kind of chill and headache, and was very unwell. Yet I rode about 40 miles to Littleton Lawns. I went quick to bed. Maryland. I attended the quarterly meeting in Dorset on the last day. We had few people. Thence to Henry Ennall's, where young Sister Kane was struck with conviction at family prayer. She followed us to quarterly meeting, at Easton, under deep distress, and returning, found peace where she found conviction 3 days before. We had great plainness, and were much stirred up in the conference with our local brethren. The congregation was large the second day, and the people were more quiet than common, perhaps because we were so. Thence we rode to Choptank, now Greensboro, and preached on Ephesians 2:17, and some power went through the house. I had a good conference with the local brethren, making close inquiries relative to themselves, their families, and the societies to which they respectively belong. I stopped a day at Judge White's and read in haste the most essential parts of Jefferson's notes. I have thought it may be I am safer to be occasionally among the people of the world than wholly confined to the indulgent people of God. He who sometimes suffers from a famine will the better know how to relish a feast. Saturday 13. We had many gracious souls at Bordley's barn. I was greatly weakened by preaching, but I hope souls were spiritually strengthened. We had a gracious season in conference with the local brethren, men who felt for the cause of God. 2 professed to find the Lord, and it was said 2 were awakened the first evening of the quarterly meeting. Sunday 14. We had a great love feast. The women led the way. I preached on, "Thou knowest not the time of thy visitation." A larger or more attentive congregation has not perhaps been seen in these parts. I feel more than ever the necessity of preaching sanctification. Monday 15. Rode to Chestertown. Here I was warmly importuned to preach, and submitting to the desire of my friends, I enlarged on 1 John 2:18, and was very pointed and alarming, at which some were offended. Saturday 20. Rode to Back Creek. Being detained at the ferry, I did not get in until after night, which made me unwell. Monday 22. Rode to Cokesbury. All is not well here. Saturday 27. I came to Baltimore. Here I only stopped to feed myself and horses, and then proceeded on to T.C.'s, and had a little rest in peace. Sunday 28. Contrary to my wish, I was constrained to ride to Annapolis, which I reached about 11 o'clock, and gave them a sermon on 1 Peter 3:18, with some help and liberty. Monday 29. We opened our district conference in great peace and love, and so it ended. Tuesday 30. Came to Baltimore in a storm of rain. Whilst we were sitting in the room at Mr. Rogers's, in came Dr. Coke, of whose arrival we had not heard, and whom we embraced with great love. I felt awful at the General Conference, which began November 1, 1792. At my desire they appointed a moderator and preparatory committee to keep order and bring forward the business with regularity. We had heavy debates on the first, second, and third sections of our form of discipline. My power to station the preachers without an appeal was much debated, but finally carried by a very large majority. Perhaps a new bishop, new conference, and new laws would have better pleased some. I have been much grieved for others, and distressed with the burden I bear, and must hereafter bear. O my soul, enter into rest. Ah, who am I, that the burden of the work should lie on my heart, hands, and head? End of section 17. Recording by Brian Keenan.